This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Our story begins on a bright and cheery morning, when Muffy Van Dreen's mood is anything but. Ordinarily, Muffy is a refined and reserved woman, not prone to outbursts of great emotion. You'll have to pardon me today, for Muffy is flustered, upset, and embarrassed. But, as you will soon learn, she has good reason. The well-to-do widow has summoned police detective Harry Warren to her palatial residence to relate a most unfortunate tale of woe.
This is terribly difficult for me, Detective Warren.
Just take your time, Mrs. Van Dreen's.
Talking about them makes me feel more like a fool.
Exactly what did happen?
He seemed so gentle, so nice and considerate. Whoever thought he would turn out to be such a scoundrel?
Yes, I'd be interested in knowing the man's name, Mrs. Van Dreen.
It's Mercato. Andrew Mercato.
Well, it's possible the name is just an alias. You know that.
It wouldn't surprise me one bit. But that's only just like everything else about him.
How did Mr. Mercato make your acquaintance?
This may sound like an odd place to strike up a friendship, but we met at the Oaklawn Cemetery.
What brought you out there?
It was the first anniversary of my dear Leonard's passing. You've no idea how I missed him.
I'm sure it's been very difficult for you.
It was an appropriate day to visit, so I drove out there and put some flowers on Leonard's grave. As I started to leave, this man joined me.
You mean Mr. Mercato?
Yes. He saw that I'd been crying and offered me a handkerchief.
That's kind of him. Did this Mr. Mercato tell you what he was doing at the cemetery?
Well, he was there to pay his respects to his departed wife, Eleanor, I believe.
That was quite a coincidence.
Yes, quite. We talked as we walked to the parking area. As we were about to go to our respective automobiles, Andre asked me if we might have dinner one evening.
And you agreed?
Well, Andre was most charming, and I'd been feeling very lonely.
You and this Mr. Mercato became close friends, I take it.
To the point that when Andre asked for my hand in marriage, I accepted, gladly and gratefully. Do you know Judge Holland?
Just by reputation only.
Well, Roscoe Holland is a long-time family friend. Andre and I agreed that an elaborate ceremony would not be in good taste, so we were to be wed in the judge's chambers.
I see. Only Mr. Mercato never showed up.
I'm still waiting. I've never been so humiliated in all my life.
Yes, well, I'm sorry things didn't work out for you, Mrs. Van
Yes, so am I. Andre and I had such wonderful times.
I'm really not sure that I'm the person you should be telling all this to, ma'am.
Why not? You're a police officer.
Yes, well, breach of promise is not a criminal offense.
Andre didn't only abscond with my heart, Detective. 10,000 of my dollars are also in his possession at the moment. I'm sorry, sir, but you'll have to return one of those books to the shelf.
How come?
It's library policy that a person can remove only 2 books from the same section.
All right. I'll put one back.
I believe you're next, Mr. Bishop. Nice to see you again.
Well, good morning, Miss Harris. How are you this lovely day?
Fine. Just fine. How can I help you today?
Yes, there is a particular issue of the Herald Chronicle I'm interested in seeing.
Of course. But if the issue is dated more than 3 months ago, I'll have to locate it in a microfilm file.
Well, you'd better get out your catalog then.
Which particular edition are you interested in?
The one dated exactly a year ago today.
You're all set, Mr. Bishop. I've fitted the microfilm containing the material you wish to read onto the viewer. All you have to do to see each page individually is turn this knob. Oh, but you've done this before, so I'm sure you'll manage just fine.
Yes, I'm sure that I will. Thank you. Just fast forward this thing to that part of the paper that always brightens my day, the obituaries. Oh, here's something. Marcus Croft, president of Croft Enterprises, was laid to rest today after suffering fatal heart attack. Croft, a self-made man, single-handedly turned a small textile business into one of the largest retail chains in this part of the country. Croft is survived by his wife, Winifred. Burial will take place at the Shady Grove Cemetery. Well, I'm sure it'll be easy enough to find that one.
The punk finally confessed to those burglaries, Captain, and I'll have the report on your desk before I go off duty for the day. Goodbye, Captain.
So, you made a good bust after all, Petey.
Hey, look who's back. How's your case coming, Harry? Was Mrs. Van Dreelen able to provide any halfway decent leads, huh?
That poor woman was very badly shaken up.
Well, whoever is pulling his con is a first-class creep. How many rich dames has he drawn into his web so far?
Mrs. Van Dreelen makes number 4.
Now, are you positive it's the same gold digger who's setting all these hearts aflutter?
Well, it has to be, Petey. The M.O. is the same in every case, down to the last detail.
This dude must be a real charmer.
Well, when I get my hands on this Romeo Mercado, or whatever his real name is, it's going to be quite a while before he has another date.
Well, he's good for 3 to 5 years on every count. How much do you figure he's taking these women for, huh?
About $40,000. Maybe more.
He gets them to write out those checks as easy as if they were making up a grocery list, huh? What a racket.
You really have to give the guy credit. He does his homework. He always picks women who have been widowed, but not too recently.
So it's a good bet that his marks are right to hear a little sweet talk and have someone around to make them feel less lonely, huh?
Right. He wines and dines them. And then he pops the big question. What more could they want?
Nothing. That's why they fall for his scam.
Yeah, and then, when he tells them he's got this big business deal brewing, these ladies have the resources. So they must be only too happy to hand over a chunk of their inheritance. Funny thing, as upset as Mrs. Van Dreelen is about being taken, she talks as if she still cares for this clown.
Oh, ain't love wonderful?
One thing I still can't figure out is how he meets these women so easily.
Well, he's just a smoothie.
Listen, Petey, he's met each one while they were paying a visit to their husband's grave.
A cemetery doesn't sound like the best place to hang around if you want to meet girls. Well, yeah, I'll give you that.
If I can figure out how he knows they're going to be there, paying their respects, that might provide me with a link I need to lead me to him.
I wish you luck, Harry.
Darling Marcus, I can't believe it's been a whole year since you've been gone. Not a day, not an hour goes by that I don't think of you. My life is so empty without you. I miss you. I miss you terribly.
Pardon me, ma'am.
Good heavens. Who are you?
Well, I'm sorry if I startled you.
That's all right. I didn't hear you.
Please forgive my intrusion. I simply could not help but notice the beautiful flowers you laid on that headstone.
Marcus always enjoyed freshly cut flowers.
Yes, and these surroundings are so peaceful and full of natural beauty. It just seems a shame that the living who come here are never able to truly appreciate it.
That's true enough, I suppose.
Are you leaving now?
I was about to, yes.
Well, I'm on my way to the gate as well. May I walk with you?
If you'd like.
Your late husband rests here, I assume.
Yes. We were married for 27 years.
Are you here often?
Yes, fairly regularly. It gives me comfort to visit to the near markers. Oh, there's little else in my life now.
Well, I too frequently feel the need to be close to my departed wife. My dear Martine reposes in a lovely spot, just beyond that grassy knoll.
You have my deepest sympathy.
Thank you. It was a year ago today that I lost her. It seemed only proper that I be here to commemorate this sorrowful anniversary.
A year ago today? Now, there's a coincidence.
Oh, I'm afraid I don't understand.
Today marks the first anniversary of the death of my husband as well.
Oh, really? It's unfortunate that we share such sad common ground. My goodness. Please, how rude of me. I've neglected to introduce myself. I am Armand Grenville.
My name's Croft. Winifred Croft.
I am most pleased to make your acquaintance, Mrs. Croft.
Thank you.
You know, I think you're the first person I've spoken with since I've been alone who could truly understand my ordeal.
My car is right over there. Thank you for walking me to the gate.
Oh, no. It's been my pleasure. And thank you for listening to the ramblings of a rather lonely old man.
Oh, you shouldn't think of yourself in that way, Mr. Grenville. Not at all.
No, you see, I've not spoken to anyone the way I just did since I've lost my Martine. You're very easy to speak to.
I hope I've helped you feel a bit better.
Yes, you have. Very much so. You're a most charming woman.
Thank you.
Mrs. Croft, I may be totally out of line in making this request, but might you join me for lunch?
Lunch? Well, I don't know.
My intentions are perfectly honorable, I assure you.
Oh, of course they are.
At the very least, perhaps we can help each other forget our unhappiness. At least for the time it takes to die.
Oh, I don't suppose there could be any harm, Mr. Grenville. I accept your invitation.
Well, now, history seems to be repeating itself. Mr. Augustus Bishop, alias Andre Mercato, and now Andre Grenville, has deftly managed to make the acquaintance of yet another wealthy widow. But is Winifred Croft as vulnerable to her suitor's charms as her predecessor? Or will she see through the larcenous Lothario's roots and draw the line before she draws a check? We'll learn more as our story progresses in Act 2. Winifred Croft, partaking of that luncheon, could be likened to Adam partaking of the apple offered by Eve. Neither thought any harm could come of it. A starry-eyed Winifred is still oblivious to the consequences of her actions. A whirlwind courtship has taken place. This particular night, Winifred has prepared a sumptuous candlelit dinner at her home. Armand is enjoying the meal greatly. And why not? Since, figuratively speaking, he has the widow eating out of the palm of his hand.
Was dinner to your satisfaction?
Oh, everything was superb. You outdid yourself.
I'm glad you liked it.
The food as well as the company keeps getting better and better.
That's very nice to hear.
I owe you a great deal of gratitude, Winifred.
What did I do?
Well, I've begun to enjoy life again. And it's all because of you.
You returned the favor, Armand, many times over.
We've known each other but a very brief time. I never thought it would happen again, and certainly not so quickly.
Armand, what are you saying?
I've fallen in love with you, Winifred. I'm in love with you, and I want to marry you.
What?
I didn't mean to propose so crudely.
I'm not sure I can believe I'm hearing this.
Oh, no, if I've offended you, I am truly sorry.
Oh, you still have nothing to apologize for.
Well, does that mean you'd consider becoming my wife?
Well, I am quite fond of you, Armand. You know that.
Oh, you don't have to give me your answer now. Just take all the time you feel is necessary.
Do you think they'd approve?
Whom are you referring to?
Your Marquis and my Marcus.
Winifred, our happiness was important to them when they were alive. I'm positive that's not changed. There's no doubt in my mind that we have their blessing.
I believe you're right, Armand. I accept your proposal. I will marry you.
Oh, that is wonderful. A small, dignified ceremony. How does that sound?
Quite proper, considering the circumstance.
I'll begin to make the arrangements first thing in the morning.
Fine.
What about the honeymoon?
What about it?
How about a cruise to an isle in the Caribbean?
That sounds lovely. You know, all of a sudden, I'm beginning to feel very excited about this. It's as if I were a girl of 20 again.
Oh, I only wish I could give you a cruise around the world. That would be more in line with what you're accustomed to, I'm sure.
You shouldn't even consider such things. I've been well provided for.
I want to provide for you, Gwynne.
We'll manage just fine.
Oh, I do all right, but I'd be doing a whole lot better if I hadn't boxed myself into a rather frustrating situation.
What do you mean?
Well, a long-time business associate of mine contacted me the other day. He has a venture in the works that, simply cannot miss.
Oh, that sounds encouraging.
Oh, yes, anything my friend touches turns to gold. And he wants to let me in on the deal.
Oh, why aren't you happy about it?
Well, at the moment, I'm what they refer to in the financial circles as cash poor. You see, all my capital is tied up in other investments, and it would be, well, impossible to shake any of it loose right now.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Yes. You know, I just had an idea. Your late husband used to speculate in investments of this sort all the time. How would you like to carry on the family tradition?
How would I do that?
You could participate in the venture.
Oh, I don't know the first thing about high finance. Marcus handles all the business affairs.
Well, that is where I can help you. Now, I would act as the liaison between yourself and my friend.
But that still leaves you out in the cold.
Well, not if I accept, say, 10% of the profits. It's a finder's fee.
This idea of becoming a businesswoman intrigues me. Only I'm not sure I like your suggestion regarding the division of profit.
Oh, well, I'd take nothing gladly. Helping you will be reward enough.
Since we'll be sharing everything about our lives from now on, it seems only fair that we share whatever gains are gotten from this deal 50-50. Tell me how much is needed, and I'll write the check.
Mrs. Van Valen, follow-up visits of this sort are routine, but sometimes they can be very productive.
That seems absolutely no help.
Well, you're trying, and that's all I can ask.
The names you're mentioning absolutely nothing to me. Should I know these women?
Prior to your unfortunate experience, Paula Johnson and Jeanette Reagan were involved with a man we believe was your Mr. Mikado.
They were swindled, too.
Yeah, that appears to be the case.
Perhaps I should get together with these women. We could form some kind of a club.
There appears to be absolutely no connection between the three of you. Yet one has to exist.
What makes you so sure of that?
Well, out of all the women in this area, widowed recently, how did this man know the precise day you would be visiting your husband's grave sites?
That's a good question.
I can uncover his source of information. I would be that much closer to apprehending him.
Excuse me. Hello?
Muffy, is that you?
Who's calling?
I'm not surprised you don't recognize my voice. It's been ages since we've spoken. this is Winnie Crop from the country club.
Oh, Winnie, yes, hello. Could you hold on for just 1 second? Detective, is our business concluded? I would like to take this call.
I have no more questions, at least not now. But if you recall anything that might be of help, would you please contact me?
Certainly, and I'd appreciate being kept up on all the progress of your investigation.
Thank you. I'll show myself out. Good night.
Well, how are you, Winnie?
Couldn't be better, actually.
Well, that's nice to hear. I'm sorry we lost touch. I removed myself totally from the country club scene after Leonard died.
I did my own disappearing act after I lost Marcus.
And to what do I owe the pleasure of this call?
I have some wonderful news. I wanted to share it with an old friend.
I could use some happy news at this point, Winnie.
Are you ready for this? I'm going to remarry.
Really? Winnie, I'm very happy for you. Congratulations.
It all happened so suddenly.
Well, from the sound of your voice, you must be someone very special.
Oh, he is, Muffy. I bet you've never met anyone like him.
I'm intrigued. Tell me all about this knight in shining armor.
Well, for starters, you'll never guess where I met him.
Winnie, when did you say that you and Mr. Grenville were planning to be married?
Oh, I expect to be Mrs. Armand Grenville within a week, or 2 at the most.
Look, Winnie, would it be possible for me to come over to your house right now?
Isn't it a bit late to pay a social call?
It's important that we talk. Very important. The last thing I want to do is hurt you, Winnie. You're not going to like what I have to tell you.
You're frightening me.
Winnie, you won't be marrying Armand Grenville.
How can you say such a thing?
We're engaged. The wedding will never take place. Believe me. Are you all right, Winnie?
Oh, I never expected to hear a story like the one you just told me. Is it possible there's some mistake?
Oh, the pattern is all too clear. This man has as much intention of marrying you as he did me.
I can't believe it. I simply can't.
Well, but you must, Winnie. Your Armand is so certainly my Andre.
Why would he tell us both that he loved us if he didn't?
Our suitor loved something about us, all right. Our money. The man is a taker, and we've been taken, but good.
I'll call the police.
Don't you touch that phone. You'll do no such thing.
I don't understand.
We're going to take care of that 2-time gold digger all by ourselves.
I don't think the captain's going to be too happy about this progress report, Harry.
It sounds more like a non-progress report. Well, I'm doing the best I can, Petey.
Mrs. Dreeland and the others haven't given you all that much to go on.
I could only figure out where Loverboy planned to strike next.
You can't stake out every cemetery, Harry.
Well, I hate to sit on my hands. I guess about all I can do is wait for the phone to ring.
And who's going to be on the other end of the line, huh?
The next intended contributor to Loverboy's health and welfare plan. Before she writes any checks, hopefully.
Yeah, well, how is that going to happen?
I don't know. Maybe the guy will pick up a mark who's not taken in as easily as the others were. Maybe she'll smell the rat and contact us.
You're grasping at straws, Harry.
Petey, if you have any bright ideas, I'd be more than happy to listen to them. If not, then just as soon you buried your nose in the sports page again.
Harry, this is a red letter day. My Hawks have all but clinched the championship.
Listen, Peter, you're getting a little ahead of yourself, aren't you? It's only mid-season.
You know the old saying, the team that's in first at the halfway point in the schedule is a cinch for the championship.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't throw any victory parties just yet, Petey. There's 40 games to go, and the Blue Devils are only a game behind.
Harry, the Hawks are a lock. It's going to be just like last season.
What do you mean, just like last season?
Well, a year ago today, the Hawks were in first, and they comped the top spot at the end of the year. It's going to happen again.
Really? You got your facts a little mixed up. This time last year, the Hawks were in a terrible slump. They were in third place, not first.
Harry, you're telling the biggest Hawks fan in this town that he doesn't know what he's talking about?
We all make mistakes.
Well, questioning me about my team is yours.
Let's not make a big deal out of nothing, huh, Peter?
Starbucks says I'm right, huh?
I'll take you out for a cup of coffee, but that's about it.
Well, it's a bet.
All right. Okay. So, now, how do we find out where the team stood exactly a year ago today?
Well, the paper always prints the standings.
I may be a bit of a pack rat, but I don't have 365 back issues of the Herald Chronicle sitting around my house.
I know where they do.
Where?
They keep all the past issues on file on microfilm down at the library.
Inadvertently, Detective Warren has just been handed an invaluable piece of information. If his powers of deduction are up to snuff, he may soon be hot on the trail of our elusive conman. However, Martha and Winifred are also looking for the man who done them wrong. Now, if the police reach Bishop first, he'll be arrested. But what will be his fate if the ladies make the initial sighting? It sounded like they were planning to mete out their own form of justice. We'll see who wins the race as our story races to its conclusion in Act 3. In the case of the wager between Harry and his friend Judy, the revelation of certain facts will cost one of them the price of a cup of coffee. I doubt either one will mind paying that debt. But if certain facts pertaining to the activities of Augustus Bishop should be uncovered, his debt to society will prove infinitely more costly. At Petey's suggestion, Harry is going to the library. Would anyone care to wager how many scores this fact-finding mission will settle?
Hey, Petey, I called to tell you that I owe you that cup of coffee.
I told you when it comes to the Hawks, I'm a walking encyclopedia, huh?
Yeah. I'll be more than happy to pay off, especially if my hunch about those other anniversaries is right.
Division Headquarters, Sergeant Kelly speaking.
It's me again, Petey. Hey, guess what?
The dates coincide.
Yeah, I went through the back issues. Every victim was met at the cemetery by this charmer on the first anniversary of their husband's death.
Well, my con man come up with a pretty clever angle, huh?
Figures the women would only show up to pay their respects a year to the day that they lost their husbands, right?
So all this guy had to do was check the obituaries, pick the richest dude to pass on, and then head out to his gravesite, huh?
Right. Sounds simple, right? Doesn't it?
Harry, we may know how this guy set these women up, but we aren't any closer to figuring out who he is.
That's where you're wrong, Petey. Miss Harris, has anyone else requested the same microfilm material as I just looked at?
How would I know that?
Well, you're in charge of this section of the library, and...
True. But it would be impossible for me to recall every roll of microfilm that's been taken out.
Could I see the sign-out book? The dates and names would be recorded in there. Here's my identification and badge.
Oh, you're a police officer.
Yes, and I'm on duty, Miss Harris.
This is highly irregular.
I'm sure that you have your rules, but refusing me access to that book is only wasting precious time. Because I can easily get a court order that will force you to let me see it.
It's in my office. Have a seat, I'll get it.
Thank you.
How does this happen? If detective sees that record book, my next job will be in a prison library.
Hello?
Oh, thank goodness you're home.
Rosie, what's up?
The jig is up, Augie. We got trouble, big trouble. The cop is here asking questions, all the wrong questions.
You think he knows?
I know he knows.
You told me this scam was flawless.
I guess I was wrong.
I told you we were pushing our luck.
Do you want to haggle over whose fault this is? Or do you want to stay one step ahead of the law?
But what do we do now?
Well, maybe I'll go out in a few minutes and tell this flatfoot I couldn't find the information he wanted.
But will he believe you?
Not for a minute. But it'll buy you time to pack. Stuff everything in the suitcases. I'll be over as soon as I can, and we'll bid this city a fond farewell.
Where are you, Rosie? It's been 20 minutes. Let's get a move on. It's about time. Good heavens.
Hello, Andre.
Armand, it's so nice to see you again.
Muffy. Winifred. What are you both doing here?
Why, our friend appears surprised to see us, Winnie.
I do hope it's a pleasant surprise, Armand. Or is it Augustus? Augustus Bishop?
Well, how did you find out my name? How did you find me?
It was quite simple, actually.
Do you remember that day not too long ago when you offered to light my after-dinner cigarette?
Oh, no, I always did that.
Oh, yes, you were so gallant. Only this particular day, the silver table lighter was out of butane, so you reached into your pocket and took out a pack of matches and completed the task.
Yes, get to the point.
You left the matches behind. When it became necessary to locate you, we took a chance and paid a visit to the tavern advertised on the cover of that matchbook.
It's rather a seedy place. I was disappointed to learn that you frequent such an undesirable
The
establishment.
proprietor of the watering hole was reluctant to admit you to anyone answering your description. But you would be surprised how a $20 bill can jog a man's memory.
Jerry told you for a lousy $20.
Well, since you owe him $40, he saw it as a way to cut his losses in half.
Well, ladies, I would love to chit-chat, but I am in a bit of a hurry.
This won't take long.
Look, I am sorry that things didn't work out, but these things happen.
Don't try to patronize us. You played us for fools long enough.
What do you want?
We've come to settle the debt.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You owe us each $10,000.
You gave me that money.
You duped us into writing those checks. We want our money back.
Well, I'm afraid I can't oblige you.
Why not?
It's gone. Most of it is, anyway. Look, just consider it a bad debt. It's tax deductible.
How dare you make light of this? You played with our sections and took our money. We're not about to forgive and forget.
Well, I can't give you back what I don't have.
Then you leave us no choice but to put Plan B into effect.
Plan B? Yes. Well, what is Plan B?
We are going to take care of you, Mr. Bishop. All your worries will soon be over.
How's that?
Have you ever been to Florida, Mr. Bishop?
What is in Florida?
Palm trees, lovely beaches, and a warm sun that shines all year round. Not like here.
Winnie and I are going to be in Florida.
We've purchased condominiums in an exclusive retirement village. You're coming with us.
I am what?
We've given this matter a great deal of thought. You are a scoundrel, and you really do belong in jail.
But you also have a certain charm about you, one that brought a great deal of pleasure to the lonely lives we were leading. So you will accompany us to Florida, Bishop. Once there, you will be in our employ, working off your considerable debt.
Well, how am I supposed to do that?
You are to be available to us at any given time. Should we go shopping, you'll drive and carry packages. When we go to dinner, you'll order and keep up your end of the conversation. At the pool, we'll make sure we have all the necessary amenities.
I am to be your servant. That's what this job amounts to.
We'll refer to you as our companion, if that sounds more palatable.
Well, what if I refuse?
We may not be the ideal female companionship you're seeking, Mr. Bishop, but your social life will be considerably better in Florida than in the state penitentiary.
Oh, no, You wouldn't send me there. You couldn't be that heartless.
Unless you agree to our terms, you leave us no alternative but to inform the police of your illicit activity.
What you are doing is tantamount to blackmail.
We like to think of this arrangement as prepayment for services to be rendered.
Rosie, it is about time.
What's going on here?
Be polite, Mr. Bishop. Introduce us to your friends.
Ollie, who are these biddies?
I beg your pardon?
Rosie, you have just insulted Winifred Croft and Muffy Van Freeland.
How did your little harem find you?
Oh, does it matter?
What are they doing here?
We came to make Mr. Bishop an offer.
The ladies want me to go to Florida with them.
Why?
So I can work off the money I owe them by catering to them hand and foot. Oh, you really cooked up a great scheme, Rosie.
You're not going anywhere.
If I say no, they'll tell the cops.
Augie, you're not considering going with them.
What are my choices?
Well, who could that be?
It's probably the welcome wagon from the retirement village.
Who is it?
Detective Warren, Miss Harris.
Oh, open the door, Rosie. The more, the merrier.
Come in, Detective.
Nice to see you again, Detective.
Well, hello, Mrs. Van Vreelen. I didn't expect to find you here. It appears as if I have crashed a party with a very interesting guest list.
I'd like you to meet my friend, Winifred Croft.
A pleasure, Detective.
Hello, Mrs. Croft. I've not been introduced to this gentleman, but I believe I know him by reputation.
Yes, Augustus Bishop at your service, Detective.
Mr. Bishop, you wouldn't happen to go by the names Andre Mercado and Armand Grenville when it suits your purposes?
Well, they are my twin brothers. People get us confused all the time.
You made very good time getting over here, Detective.
Well, when you didn't return with that Steinout book, I began to get suspicious. When the head librarian told me you left suddenly with a splitting headache.
I suppose I should have been more subtle.
The library provided me with your address.
We would have been long gone by now if it wasn't for Augie's fan club.
Detective, I'm afraid you've made this trip for nothing.
Mrs. Van Vreelen, this man did steal your money.
Well, Mr. Bishop's past behavior has been rather criminal, but we've just had a lovely talk. He's seen the error of his ways, so much so that he's agreed to make full restitution. Isn't that right, Mr. Bishop?
Yes. The matter of those checks was nothing more than an unfortunate misunderstanding.
I've appreciated your efforts in my behalf, Detective. But as it turns out, I won't be pressing any charges.
But, Mrs. Van Vreelen, you can't do that. I can't allow you to.
The decision has been made.
But this man is a liar and a thief. How can you let him go unpunished?
It's the practical solution.
Practical. Well, whatever bargain you struck, it cannot be worth it.
Detective, you have no further business here, so I suggest you leave and pursue some wanted criminals.
Mrs. Van Vreelen, I'm not going to let this matter drop simply because...
You heard the lady. The matter is settled.
Are you really going to let this man go free, Mrs. Van Vreelen?
It's what I want, Detective. Please respect my wishes.
Muffy, I have an idea. One that will ensure that the Detective Warren will close the case and keep it closed.
And what is that, Mr. Bishop?
Well, if you and Winnie and the others sign a statement attesting to the fact that the money you gave me was for a business transaction, which it is, as it turns out, the police will have no recourse but to consider the matter closed.
Well, I would be willing to do that. How about you, Winnie?
I don't see why not.
Oh, wonderful. Now, take this pad from my desk.
Ladies, you're making a very big mistake.
Yes. Now, here's the pen.
Where did you get this pen?
What?
How did you come into possession of this pen?
Well, I'm not sure. You gave it to me as a gift.
I did no such thing.
Well, it isn't really important. Now, it's just a pen.
Mr. Bishop, how could you? How could I? Well, I gave that pen to my late husband. as a gift, the first Christmas we spent together as man and wife. Leonard cherished that pen, so that he kept it displayed prominently on his desk in his study. As a matter of fact, the only time Leonard used that writing instrument was to send a card or personal note to me.
Oh, but I'm sorry. I didn't know.
You stole that pen.
No, I must have picked it up by accident. Oh, here. Take it back. There's no harm done.
Mr. Bishop, I reconciled myself to overlooking your taking my money because the dollars were irreplaceable. But it's become a talent that you want to steal my memories as well. That I cannot and will not condone.
But I meant no harm. You have got to forgive me.
I am going to sign a statement, Mr. Bishop, but one with a slightly different content than you have in mind. It won't keep you out of jail. It's going to put you in.
Detective Warren was only too willing to satisfy Mrs. Van Drielen's desire to sign on the dotted line. She made the formal complaint official with a stroke of pen that was worthy of John Hancock himself. In a way, Muffy was signing her own Declaration of Independence. The money lost was irretrievable, but the self-respect she gained by not allowing herself to be taken advantage of was worth much more than can be measured in dollars and cents. I shall return shortly. The ability to provide for the needs of another can be a blessing. In Augustus Bishop's case, it turned out to be a curse. Had Augustus selected only one wealthy widow, he would have been well taken care of, and might even find true happiness. Instead, he now sits in a jail cell, contemplating the error of his ways. Personally, I'm not sure if Bishop will think twice about stealing another heart when he's set free. But I'm quite sure it will be a long time before he pulses another penny. Our cast included Elspeth Eric, Fred Gwynne, Edith Juster, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You're a smart thing. I was watching you during the trial. Why not? There was nothing better to look at. You knew what it was all about.
Yes.
You knew it was nothing personal with me. I had nothing against your husband. I was only doing a job.
Yes, I felt that.
And I got caught, like they say, with the smoking pistol. Why'd you want to see me?
I want you to help me.
Help you?
Please, don't refuse me. Don't turn me down. I have nowhere else to go.
How could I help you?
You didn't kill my husband. Oh, you pulled the trigger, but like the gun itself, you were only an instrument. The real killer, the responsible murderer, is the person who hired you. And I intend to spend the rest of my life to bring him to justice.
This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Has now become the most popular pastime or avocation in this country. At least 80% of the men do some. Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Danny Kaye and Virginia Mayo in Wonder Man. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. If you ever manage a resort hotel, you'll find that your worst enemy is rain. Those dismal indoor days that start your guests departing for the city. A certain hotel in the Catskills hired an inventive gentleman who solved that problem by donning funny-looking hats, clowning through the halls, and throwing himself, if necessary, fully clothed into the fish pond for the entertainment of discouraged guests. From that beginning, Danny Kaye has soared to a phenomenal success on stage and radio, and co-starred in 2 screen hits with his leading lady of tonight, Virginia Mayo. They appear in their original screen roles in Samuel Goldwyn's Wonder Man, released by RKO. To give you as much of Danny Kaye as possible, we divide him in 2 and present him in our play as twins, identical in looks, but very opposite in temperament. For things that look alike may prove quite different in performance. One of our friendly listeners in Georgia writes me, I am a teacher of first grade at school, and every day before lunch we have washing time. One morning I brought 2 standard-sized cakes of soap, one for the boys and one for the girls. When I gave it to the children, I told them I had 2 kinds, Lux and another, and the girls could have first choice. Without hesitation, every girl said Lux. So you see, our Georgia peaches, even as early as the first grade, learn what's good for their complexions. Thanks to Miss Harvard of Unadilla, Georgia, and congratulations to her well-trained and discerning pupils. It's time for our curtain and Act 1 of Wonder Man, starring Danny Kaye as Edwin Dingle and his brother Buster, and Virginia Mayo as Ellen.
Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. Sir Walter Scott's Marmion in Canto 6, stanza 17. How aptly do these words describe the events I'm about to relate, although on second thought, perhaps Marcus Aurelius Antonius sums it up even better in his celebrated Meditations. You will recall his admonition, get used to thinking there is nothing nature loves so well as to change our existing forms, to make new ones like them. He goes on to declare, time is...
Mr. Dingle?
Yes?
This is the Lux Radio Theater. We present plays here.
I beg your pardon?
Could you get to the point a little faster?
The point?
Who you are, how all this began, a sort of setting of the scene.
Oh, yes, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Dingle.
My name is Edwin Dingle. It is my wont to spend time in the Higbee Memorial Research Library gathering material for my forthcoming publication. Oh, that I had devoted a few moments to the world around me, too. How much better prepared I would have been for what occurred. For example, last Tuesday night, while I was contemplating Plutarch's Consolation to Apollonius, contemplations of a vastly different nature were occurring in the district attorney's office.
There's no doubt about it, Grosset. 10 Grand Jackson murdered Tutu Laverne.
Yes, boss, but what can we do about it?
Finally get the goods on that gangster, and what happens? They let him out on bail.
But the trial comes up soon. All we got to do is put Buzzy Ballou on the witness stand. Ballou witnessed the murder, didn't he?
Yes, but I'm worried. Ballou puts on his act every night at the Pelican Club. 10 Grand Jackson knows that.
Well, I've tried to get that crazy comic to accept police protection, but you know how he is. You can't get Ballou to worry about anything, including his life.
Well, while that was going on in the district attorney's office, and while I was in the library poring over Plutarch, the individual referred to as Buzzy Ballou was in a dressing room at the Pelican Club, presenting a costly engagement ring to a comely young lady named Midge.
Buzzy. Oh, it's beautiful, and you're wonderful, and I love you, but I'm certainly glad you're not twins.
What?
I said I'm glad you're not twins.
But I am.
You have a twin?
Sure, my brother Edwin. I haven't seen him in years.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, on the level, Midge.
Maybe I ought to marry him.
Nah, you wouldn't like him, honey. He's a bookworm. I'm just a worm.
Buzzy.
Yeah, and I'd better crawl into my costume before the boss steps on me. I'll see you in a few minutes, huh, baby?
What a guy.
Hiya, boss man.
Get out the clock and get into your costume.
Hello, Monty.
Oh, hello, Midge.
Monty, look, after all these years.
Ring.
And we're getting married tomorrow. Well, I guess the man means business this time.
Well, from the size of the diamond, that's either love or his horse came in.
He hasn't had a winner in a month.
You got one tonight, honey.
Thanks, Monty.
Well, I suppose you're going to say you'll always be a sister to me.
Monty.
Skip it. I'll tell you one thing, though. If he ever tries to take the act to Reno, I'll be waiting.
I know you will. Monty, I'm worried. Did you see the papers? They've released 10 Grand Jackson on bail.
Yeah. And I don't care what Buzzy says. I'm calling the cops. Whether he wants it or not, he's going to have protection.
Oh, thanks, Monty. Thanks.
Come in, Monty, old fella. Come in.
Oh, this here's the florist, Mr. Ballou.
Who?
I got 2 dozen lilies for you.
Oh, you got the wrong room, Jack. I don't need any lilies.
You will in a minute.
$10 grand don't like you, Mr. Ballou.
Did you say 10 grand?
Yeah. Oh, this is going to hate me as much as it's going to hate you.
Back up the truck, Torso. Let's get him out of here.
I repeat, while all this was ensuing, I, Edwin Dingle, was in the Higbee Memorial Research Library. But suddenly a most peculiar feeling came over me. I heard music, strange music, eerie, bewildering. And when I glanced up, there was Miss Ellen Shanley, the librarian, staring at me.
Mr. Dingle, what's the matter?
Music. I hear music.
You do?
Wait a minute. Now it's gone.
Mr. Dingle, you've been working too hard. And what's this you've been writing?
Oh, just some notes on the Paleozoic era.
Paleozoic era? But, Mr. Dingle...
Yes?
Look what you've written. Is this a code or something?
Buzzy. Buzzy? Buzzy? Buzzy?
You've written nothing but buzzies all over the paper.
How odd.
You hear music, you write buzzy.
Oh, and I have difficulty with my breathing, too. I feel cold and a little moldy.
You'd better go home and take your temperature.
Don't worry about me, Miss Shanley. It's probably nothing but my acrophobia.
Acrophobia?
Oh, yes. Worst case in the history of psychiatry.
You're leaving now?
I think I'd better.
But you'll be back tomorrow.
Oh, by all means, Miss Shanley. I love the smell of leather bindings. Miss Shanley, I've been wondering if you'd have dinner with me.
Oh, I'd love to.
You would?
Oh, yes.
Good. Sometime around the 1st of next month.
Oh.
It's a financial problem. Something to do with my allowance.
Oh, well, you could have dinner with me tonight. Oh, if you'd get something warm inside of you, maybe you wouldn't be hearing that music and feeling damp.
Oh, I just couldn't.
Oh, I've got millions of canned things.
You have? I love canned things.
Wonderful.
By the way,
Mr. Dingle, what is acrophobia?
Oh, it's morbid fear of women.
Oh. Well, is there any cure for it?
Oh, yes, decidedly. Decidedly.
Well, if you don't mind waiting, I'll be ready in a minute, and then we can go to my place together.
Oh, decidedly, Miss Shanley. Decidedly.
Well, dinner's almost ready, Mr. Dingle. You know, I've been thinking. You have the most extraordinary mind I've ever heard of.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
You're very modest, aren't you?
Yes, I guess I am.
Well, look, you're laughing. Well, I bet that's the first time you've laughed since you've discovered Professor Zimmel's inaccuracies in his history of the Phoenician Wars.
I guess it is at that.
Mr. Dingle.
I'd be happier if you called me Edwin.
Well, Edwin, then. Edwin, do you always wear your hair parted in the middle?
I think so. Why?
I never saw anybody who looked good with their hair that way, except maybe Hedy Lamarr.
You know, it's a funny thing. My brother used to wear his hair parted in the middle.
Yeah?
And when he changed the way he combed his hair, it changed his whole life.
It did?
Yes. Yes, he ran away from home and went on the stage. I hadn't seen him in years. We're monozygotic twins, you know.
For heaven's sakes, what are those?
Oh, nothing to be alarmed about. Super identical, that's all. It's a very rare biological phenomenon.
Well, I hope your brother's as nice as you are.
Thank you, Miss Hanley.
Dear.
What's the matter? Something
I
wrong?
forgot the potato salad.
Oh.
Oh, how can we eat frankfurters without potato salad?
Well, I could run down to the delicatessen. It's just around.
Oh, would you mind? There's one just around the corner. Schmidt's Delicatessen.
Oh, all right. I'll hurry, Miss Shanley. I'll be right back.
Oh, thank you, Edwin. Be careful.
Oh, don't worry about me.
Oh.
A pint?
Oh, yes, that'll be fine.
Oh, fine. A pint of potato salad. Schmidt's Delicatessen. Can't eat frankfurters without potato salad. Schmidt's Delicatessen. Again, that peculiar music was teeming through my brain, and that name, Buzzy, and now another name. Prospect Park. Buzzy, Prospect Park. Buzzy, Prospect Park. I proceeded toward Schmidt's Delicatessen, little knowing my feet were leading me into a skein of incredible events.
Hey, all right. What is it? What do you want?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Schmidt. Miss Shanley sent me. She wants a pint of... Oh, That music. Prospect Park.
Huh? What? Mister, look. Prospect Park is in Brooklyn. We never carry Prospect Park. Maybe instead you take upon the Bronx Zoo?
No.
No?
No.
I pay my taxes. I don't order the milk. I vote the straight Democratic Party, and you come in and find a pint of Prospect Park.
Oh, I've got to go. Prospect Park. Buzzy, he keeps calling me. I've got to get to the Buzzy Park. I've got to get the bus to the Buzzy Park. Buzzy, Prospect Park. Something is drawing me to Prospect Park like a magnet. An irresistible Buzzy.
You live here in Brooklyn, mister?
What? Oh, no.
Then why are you going to Brooklyn?
Oh, but I'm not.
The bus is?
Oh, no. The bus is going to Schmidt's Delicatessen.
It is? What for?
Potato salad. Potato salad? Ellen, she's waiting for me. Driver, stop the bus.
Yeah, what's the matter?
Oh, I don't want to go to Brooklyn, driver.
Well, none of us want to, Bud, but we all gotta go sooner or later.
No, stop the bus. I demand you let me out.
Okay, Jack, this is out.
Where am I?
Prospect Park. See you again sometime.
Prospect Park. It's so quiet. There's a bench there next to the lake. Maybe if I sit down and rest. Yes. Sit down and rest.
Edwin! I've been waiting for you.
Who's calling me?
Edwin!
In the lake. Someone in the lake's calling me.
They threw me in the lake, Edwin.
Who is it? Where are you?
I'm right behind you.
Right behind... Buster, this is wonderful.
Are you kidding? It's murder.
Well, after 10 years to meet you here in Brooklyn. You once told me you wouldn't be found dead in Brooklyn.
Well, that was the only way they could get me here, kid. You know, Eddie, you haven't changed a bit. You still look just like me.
Well, thank you very much, Buster. You look just like me.
All the time, Edwin. Sharp as a tack, all the time.
But what are you doing here?
Eddie, did you ever see a murder?
Murder? Good heavens, no.
Well, I did. I told the district attorney and they picked up 10 grand Jackson on suspicion, but before I could swear out a statement, he got out on bail and swore he'd knock me off.
Oh, well, that places you in a very precarious position.
Well, not any longer, kid. They killed me a few hours ago.
Buster, you know I don't appreciate that kind of humor.
Honest, kid, I'm dead.
Am I to believe you're an apparition?
Oh, believe what you want, kid. Just watch this. You see this big statue here? Well, watch, and I'll walk right through it.
Buster, be careful. You'll bump your nose. Buster, this is the most... Buster!
You see, kid, it's a cinch.
Oh, it's impossible. An optical illusion, that's what it is. Buster, haven't you outgrown those practical jokes?
Now, look, Eddie, you gotta believe me. I need your help.
Well, I'd do anything for you, Buster, but I refuse to believe you're not alive. I can see you. I can hear every word you say.
Well, look, I can't explain it, Eddie. Maybe it's because we're super identical twins. I don't know. All I know is that you can see and hear me, but nobody else can.
Oh, this is most awkward. I knew you'd come to no good when you left home, Buster Dingle.
Buster Dingle? I changed my name years ago. Didn't you ever hear of Buzzy Ballou?
Buzzy? Oh, that name, it's been going through my mind for hours.
Certainly, they've been trying to contact you ever since they knocked me off.
That's why I was drawn to this spot. Thales of Miletus Paradox.
Come again?
The control of spiritual magnetic forces over the material. Thales was right.
Well, pay the man the $64. I don't know from Thales. All I know is that I got you here to help me fry that rat, 10 grand Jackson. Now, Eddie, you've got to put 10 grand in the electric chair.
Not so loud, Buster. There's a sailor and this girl. They're going to sit on the bench.
Don't worry, kid. They don't even know I'm alive. I mean, dead.
Oh, of course. Pardon me, Buster.
Now, get this, kid. Nobody knows that 10 grand had me bumped off, see? Now, people probably think I've just disappeared. So you've got to take my place. Now, all you have to do is to be me day and night until the trial is over.
But there's 10 grand Jackson. If he had you killed and he thinks I'm you, he'll most certainly kill you. I mean me. No, Oh, dear.
Well, you're not scared, are you?
Fear is not in the Dingle lexicon, Buster.
Well, then what are you worried about? I can handle everything. No telling what I can do once I really learn the ropes. Didn't I bring you here when you want a potato salad?
Potato salad. Potato salad? Oh, I have to go, Buster.
Take it easy, kid. Look, they're staring at you, the sailor and his girl.
Oh, good evening.
Hey, Harry, let's get out of here. That fella, he's talking to himself.
Yeah, Brooklyn's full up.
They don't see you. They don't hear you. Then you are dead, Buster.
Well, now, what's this?
What I don't understand is... Buster, what are you doing?
Now, stop it, Harry.
What's the matter?
I said stop it.
Hey, what's the idea of hitting me? I didn't do nothing.
Oh, no, not much.
Okay, I'm going.
Go on, go.
I'll wait in the car. If you ain't there in 5 minutes, I'm going.
Hiya, babe. You read any good books lately?
Don't be vulgar.
Vulgar? He got fresh with me, so I slapped him.
I'm sorry, miss. I wasn't talking to you.
Oh, what a setup when I think of all the time I wasted living.
Please be serious. Did you say you sing and dance in a nightclub?
Well, I work in a bakery, but a lot of people take me for Lana Turner.
You can fool me, honey.
Please stop that. How am I ever going to take your place?
Take my place? In the bakery?
Will you kindly stay out of this conversation?
Why, you talk to me first, you masher.
Oh, no.
Now, look, you started all this. You made me come here. Now you want to have fun with me.
Fun? Well, of all the... Harry! This guy's getting fresh with me.
You asking for trouble, Bud?
Yes, if it's trouble, Bud.
Now, stop it. Let's settle this alone. You come up to my room like you used to.
What?
Take off your glasses.
Oh, very well. But why?
But why, he says. This, but why? Now, you see, honey, you can't trust nobody these days except in us sailors. Come on, baby.
Oh, I have a vague feeling this is not going to work out, Buster.
Well, come on now, kid. I'll take care of you if you get in any real trouble. Why, in my new setup, all I probably have to do is to go... And I'll be able to make people disappear, stop bullets, all kinds of stuff. Now, you get right down to the Pelican Club and start taking my place.
But, Buster, it's futile. I haven't the slightest knowledge of how to execute a song or a dance.
Stop worrying, will you? I got a gimmick.
What's a gimmick?
Well, it's a cinch. Anytime you need me, you'll hear the music. You remember the music?
Oh, yes, distinctly.
Okay, when you hear the music, I'll step inside of you and use your body.
Whenever I hear the music, you'll step inside of me and use my body? What do you mean you'll use my body?
I'll give you a demonstration, kid, like this, see?
Oh, no, Buster. Oh, what are you do? Buster, get out of me, Buster. I must talk to you immediately, Buster. Stop. Will you get out of me? Buster, please, you can't do this to me. I warn you, this masquerade will be palpably inadequate. Palpably inadequate. Palpably inadequate. Palpably inadequate. Bruce. Oh, now stop making me sing, Buster. I have no desire. Oh, you should be ashamed of yourself, Buster.
Well, I gotta go now, Eddie, and so do you. Pelican Club. So long, kid.
Buster, come back here.
Roll him in the aisles, Eddie boy.
Buster.
In a moment, we'll return with the second act of Wonder Man, starring Danny Kaye and Virginia Mayo. Meanwhile, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. What's the special news tonight, Libby?
Well, I've just seen a picture, Mr. Keeley, that you might call extra special. It's Paramount's The Virginians. Has an all-star cast, Joel McCrea, Brian Donlevy, and Honey Tuck, with Barbara Britton as the lovely leading lady.
The sets are really spectacular, aren't they?
Yes, our California scenery made a magnificent background, just right for a Western thriller. And the costumes, too. Just wait till you see Barbara Britton in some of those full-skirted dresses of 1885 with the hourglass silhouette. Lucky for her, she has such a tiny waistline.
I've seen the picture, too, Libby, and I never saw a star look lovelier in Technicolor. Barbara's a real beauty, isn't she?
Oh, she is that, Mr. Kennedy. Huge blue eyes, natural blonde hair, and a complexion that's famous as one of the loveliest in Hollywood.
I'll make a bet with you, Libby. I'll bet I know what complexion care she uses.
Oh, you can't lose on that one, Mr. Kennedy. What else could it be but Daily Lux toilet soap facials? And I can tell you that soft, luminous skin of hers is a wonderful tribute to gentle Lux soap care.
I think our feminine audience might be interested to know how easy it is to give their skin the same care 9 out of 10 screen stars depend on.
Here's exactly how Barbara Britton takes her active lather facials. She covers her face with lots of the creamy Lux soap lather and works it well in. Then she rinses, first with warm water and then cold, and pats her skin dry with a soft towel. Quick and easy, but it certainly does the trick, Barbara says.
These beauty facials really do make skin lovelier. Recent tests by skin specialists proved it. Actually, 3 out of 4 complexions became softer, smoother, with daily Lux soap care. Now, here's a tip for women everywhere. Why not try Hollywood's own beauty soap? Begin your active lather facials tomorrow. See if you're not delighted with Lux Toilet Soap's creamy, beautifying lather and the fresh new loveliness it gives your skin. Our curtain rises on Act 2 of Wonder Man, starring Danny Kaye and Virginia Mayo. And here's your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Now, let's see, where were we? Oh, yes, Prospect Park, Brooklyn, where Edwin Dingle, seeking a pint of potato salad, encountered instead the highly animated ghost of his brother, Buzzy Ballou. In this...
I beg your pardon, were you a witness to these events?
Why, no, of course not, Mr. Dingle. I was only trying...
Please, you worry about Lux. I'll worry about what happened next.
Well, this is highly irregular, Mr. Dingle.
So were my experiences. I, Edwin Dingle, had to go to a cabaret and pose as my brother. Why was this masquerade necessary? Because I was the only one who knew that Buster had been murdered. Only by artfully concealing this knowledge could the cause of justice triumph. Full of misgivings, I entered the stage door of the Pelican Club.
Hey, Marty! He just came in.
Who just came in?
White Buzzy Ballou. Look at him. Careful, boss. I bet he's pulling some new kind of gag.
All right, Buzzy, I see you.
Good evening.
And who do you think you're fooling with those cheaters?
I'll thank you to return those cheaters.
All right. But eyeglasses won't help you. Midge will slug you with them on or off.
Midge? Midge who?
Why don't you stop? Hey, where have you been? She's been crying her eyes out. That the way to treat your future wife?
Wife? Oh, wife. Oh, yes. Well, you see,
Listen, Buzzy, are you going to marry her tomorrow or not?
Tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Certainly.
Okay. I'll be a good Joe. Slip her a kiss and square the beef so she'll know you're really on the up and up.
Very well. I'll be a good Joe and slip her a kiss and square the beef so she'll know I'm on the up.
Where are you going?
And up. To converse with Midge.
In here, you screwball. In here.
Oh.
Come in.
See you later.
Well, good evening.
Good evening. You are Midge?
I thought it all out, Buzzy. You can take back your ring and... But you've got some nerve kissing me.
Oh, I just slipped you that Joe to indicate that I'm a square beef and that everything is on the ascendancy.
Someday you won't get away with this clowning, Buzzy. It's a good thing I'm almost as wacky as you are.
Can I bring it in here, Mr. Ballou?
Yes, waiter, what do you want?
I've got your sandwich, Mr. Ballou. Should I bring it in here?
I beg your pardon?
Just your regular sandwich and some potato salad.
Potato salad? Oh, she's waiting for me. Excuse me, there's an urgent matter I must tend to immediately.
Buzzy.
Telephone, I must get to a telephone.
And that's the guy I'm going to marry tomorrow.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ellen, but numerous complications have
But all
arisen,
you
and
had to do was to go to Schmidt's Delicatessen.
But I know, Ellen, I know. I'll explain it to you later.
I've been waiting for hours. You might have phoned before this.
Oh, but I couldn't, honestly.
I hear music. You're in a nightclub.
Oh, but you don't understand. I'm
well,
not.
I hope you and your girlfriend have a lovely time. And from
Oh,
now
but-
on, I'd be much obliged if you did your studying in another library.
But
Goodbye.
Ellen, hello. Oh, dear.
Hey, you better get going, Buzzy. You're on in a few minutes.
Oh?
Hey, guess who's out in front tonight? 10 Grand Jackson.
Who?
10 Grand Jackson. Gave him a ringside table.
Oh, no. 10 grand. Oh, I simply can't. I won't.
All right, now hurry up and change. Midge is just starting your number, and you're on next.
Buster.
Part of my heart said no, no, no. The other part said let's go.
All alone tonight, Mr. Jackson?
That's right, all alone.
I hope your drink is satisfactory.
Everything's fine. Just beat it.
Yes, sir. Hiya, boss. Me and Torso here. We come for a dough.
Thought I said to see me in my office.
We got a blow. We're getting out of town.
Sure you took care of Balloon?
We took the package to Prospect Park. It's at the bottom of the lake.
Okay.
You think it's a good idea you coming here tonight?
Oh, I'm just curious who Monty's going to put in his place. I'm going to miss Buzzy. He was a great little performer.
Part of my heart that said no, no. Suddenly all of you don't go
Theater. Right now, here's a man who follows Midge in more ways than one. The star of the Pelican Club, Buzzy Baloo. All yours, Buzzy boy. Come on out and let that spotlight shine.
Buster, where are you? Please, Buster.
Wait a minute. It can't be Buzzy Baloo. Give me back my dough.
Fool,
shut up. I'm getting a load of this
village
guy.
smithy stands. The smith, a mighty man is he, with large and sinewy hands. Oh, Buster.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think that perhaps some explanation is due. You see, I'm not. That is, when I'm unfortunately. I simply can't. Oh, the music. There it is, the music. Oh, Buster, am I glad to see you. Where in the world have you been? I thought you'd never get here.
Hey, you're the biggest hunk of no talent I've ever seen. You better let me get inside of you before you ruin my reputation.
Oh, Buster.
Okay, let's go now. You know, folks, it's like the little Eskimo girl said. It takes me a little while to get warmed up. Now, what do you say we start things jumping with a little number, huh? You know, kind of get things cooking? How about the Bolly Boogie? You think you'd like that, huh?
Oh, you lucky people. Oh, Buzzy boy, you're dynamite.
I gotta get more dough. Somewhere off the coast of Java fell a little piece of lava that grew up to be the island known as Bali. Every native girl looks sorta like the farmer's daughter oughta, and for dancing they are simply off their trolley. But they hadn't seen a new step since Methuselah did the two-step on their isolated island. They were way up deep. From jive they were closeted till a storm deposited on the beach at Jive, and Jack from Lower Basin Street, he went up and got a lookin', and he said, hey, what's cookin'? This here joint is jumpin', but with melancholy. So he took their native movements, added in the groove improvements, and here's the way it's played on the Bali Hit Parade. Boing, boing, yak, pataka, zoot, flute, pataka, boing, boing, yak, pataka, reed beat, pataka, boing, boing, yak, pataka, live jive, a haka, choo-choo, Chattanooga, Bali Boogie, a waka song, slick, lick, a waka song, a waka, hip step, a waka song, a waka, live jive, a haka, choo-choo, Chattanooga, Bali Boogie. Now if you can't dig the chatter with the greatest of these, it really doesn't matter. Here's the translation, please. A yaka, pataka, boing, boing, a waka song, me. Shoot the pinky to me stinky, pataka boing, slick lick, pataka boing, boing, yak pataka, reed beat, pataka boing, boing, yak pataka, live jive, a haka, choo-choo, Chattanooga, Bali Boogie. How do they get it, Bali Boogie? Thank you very much. Oh, I see a particular friend of mine is here tonight. 10 Grand Jackson. Hiya, 10 Grand. See you in the hot seat, pal.
That's the guy you said you bumped off.
Boss, we did cross my heart.
Yeah, sure. Now, look, you guys, if you two amateurs can't do this job, I'll get a couple of professionals who can. I want Baloo taken care of.
A little later that night, Monty summoned all of his entertainers to a supper party. Buster, that is I. No, Buster, sat next to Midge. I must add there was an abundance of champagne on the table.
All right, quiet, everybody, quiet. I have the doubtful pleasure of announcing that Midge and Buzzy are going to get married. Yep, the unhappy event takes place tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock at that little church around the corner.
Hey, you know something? I've got an even bigger surprise. Yeah, well, this time I'm going to be there.
And I've got a surprise for you. If you're late, even 5 minutes late, I'm going to marry Monty.
And so help me, I'll set his clock back. Boys and girls, let's drink to the late Buzzy Baloo.
In all candor, I must relate that several toasts were consumed. I, Edwin Dingle, never touch alcohol, but my brother Buster was inhabiting my body, and I must say he took unfair advantage of it. He was getting both of us quite intoxicated.
Go on, Buzzy boy. What were you going to say?
Well, I'll tell you, honey. I want to propose a toast, too. I want to propose a toast to my little bride, Ellen. I mean Midge. Ooh, I'm getting pretty dizzy. Well, it's tomorrow afternoon at the little library around the corner. For better or for worse, in riches and in health, till potato salad do us part.
Edwin! Oh. I feel awful. I'll never let you take another drink while I'm inside of you. Never, do you hear? Oh, brother, I wish I were dead.
It was not kind of Buster to leave me in my condition. Monty assisted me to my dressing room, Buster's dressing room, and left me to what he called sleep it off. When I awakened, I stole furtively away from the still celebrating guests and hastened to my quarters at the YMCA. Unfortunately, this time I overslept. It was not until mid-afternoon. That's why I phoned. I tried to get away, but I couldn't on account of Midge because we were engaged to be married. That is, Buzzy and Midge were to be married. But I was Buzzy then.
Oh, well, who are you now?
Oh, I myself now. But I don't know how long it will last.
All right, I've heard your story. You may leave.
Oh, I'm sorry, but you must come with me. I'm taking you to the church.
What church?
Well, I'll get the girl who's waiting there to marry me to tell you how when I was Buzzy Baloo I got mixed up in this because Buzzy was supposed to marry her. So when I'm not Buzzy, why should I have to? We'll face the whole thing together.
Oh, we will.
All I'll do is... Ellen, look.
Huh?
Those two men, they're staring at me.
You're as nutty as a fruitcake.
We've been looking for you, young fella.
Oh, now, just a moment.
Hey, you see this badge? District Attorney's office.
Why? What's he done?
That's between him and the DA, miss. Come along, you.
Goodbye, Ellen. Goodbye. I'm terribly sorry about the potato salad, and maybe if you could get a chance, you could visit me and bring me a little fresh fruit, maybe.
And to think, only yesterday he was just a nice, sweet, ordinary genius.
Well, let's get down to business, Mr. Baloo. You told me you had the goods on 10 grand Jackson for that murder last week.
Yes, but I can't make a statement yet.
Why not?
I'm waiting for something to happen. Buster.
Oh, what to happen?
Buster, please, Buster. Doesn't look as if it's going to happen, Mr. O'Brien.
Oh, now, calm down. Now, you saw Jackson at the scene of the murder, didn't you?
Oh, yes. I surprised him in flagrante delicto.
Well, good. Proceed.
Well, I ripped off my stint at the Pelican Club, where I'm engaged as a song and dance entertainer.
Yes?
Yes. I was a little bit brought down, so I decided to take a walk.
I see.
Whereupon I see this hoodlum, 10 grand, drive up in an armored car. He was stalking his victim, a tall, thin man with a red beard. There was a hail of lead, and the victim fell, fatally pierced through the pericardial region. There you are, Mr. O'Brien. It's an open and shut case. May I go now?
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Baloo. Just one or two minor details.
Oh, well, it was quite dark. I may have slipped up on a detail or two.
In the first place, the tall, thin man with a red beard was a short, fat fan dancer named Choo-Choo Laverne.
Oh, amazing. Her disguise was perfect.
And in the second place, she was strangled, not shot. Mr. Baloo, you told me you knew the name under which Choo-Choo Laverne rented the safe deposit box. You said it contains evidence of 10 grand's counterfeiting racket. Now, what was the girl's real name? And no more of your phony quibbling.
That's her name, phony quibbling. Fanny quibbling. Buster!
Buster, you keep yelling about. Somebody higher up, eh?
Yes, that's it. Somebody higher up, and I wish you'd hurry and come down. Buster!
Now, you listen to me, Baloo. Are you trying to wreck my political career?
No.
You're involved with 10 grand Jackson.
No.
You're a member of his mob. They're paying you off to do this to me.
No, Buster!
I'll give you just one more chance to help me. I'll railroad you for withholding evidence.
All right, I'll tell the truth.
Well, that's more like it.
Well, I went to Schmidt's Delicatessen, but the music made me feel cold and damp, and the potato salad turned into Prospect Park.
What?
Well, then I jumped off the bus, and there was Buster walking through a statue because he was dead.
Holy jumping Republicans. Throw this maniac out of here and drop the charges against 10 Grand Jackson.
But, boy...
We've got no case.
You can't drop the charges. 10 Grand did it. Buster will tell you. Buster, please come down and get inside of me. Please hurry, Buster, please.
Take him away. I can't stand the sight of him.
No, they'll kill me, too. I want police protection.
Police protection? I'm issuing an order to every policeman to arrest you on sight, shoot you if necessary, if you so much as go near a cop. Now throw that idiot out of here.
But, Mr. O'Brien...
Mr. O'Brien.
The situation was fraught with peril and ignominy. Cast out into the street, I consulted my watch. It was 5 o'clock. I was an hour late for the wedding. I recalled Midge's emphatic words.
If you're late, even 5 minutes late, I'm going to marry Monty.
There was no use in going to the church. I walked willy-nilly down the street, turned the corner, and bumped right into them. A pair of grim-visaged thugs. They uttered certain low, polysyllabic words and attempted to halt me. I broke from their grasp and ran.
It's him, Torso. He's been singing to the DA again. Get on, Chimp. He's getting away. Not this time he ain't. What's this, Torso?
Hello. But I just have to talk with the district attorney.
Sorry, miss. He's gone.
That young man he arrested, he's not really out of his mind. It's my fault. I upset him because he's not used to girls.
You'll have to talk to Mr. O'Brien.
But when will he be back?
He won't. He's going to the opera tonight.
The opera? But maybe he was telling the truth. Maybe his life is in danger. What will he
Sorry.
do? Oh, Edwin. Oh, poor Edwin.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In just a moment, we'll bring you the third act of Wonder Man, starring Danny Kaye and Virginia Mayo. Amateur dramatics, as a rule, are good experience and lots of fun. But not often does the star of the class play step from college into a screen career. Miss Jacqueline White did, though, and she's here tonight to tell us about it. Jacqueline, I'm curious to know, what was the name of the class play that started you to success?
It was Our Wilderness, Mr. Keeley. An executive of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios was at the performance, and he offered me a screen test.
Which you passed with flying colors, apparently. And now you have a long-term contract with the studio.
I've been in 8 pictures since then, but I still feel I have much to learn about acting.
You have some wonderful stars as inspiration out of your studio.
Oh, yes. I spent a lot of time on the set while they were shooting A.J. Cronin's The Green Years. It gave me a chance to watch Charles Coburn in the role of grandfather. I've always admired him so much.
Great, isn't he? And there's some fine opportunities for younger stars, too, in The Green Years. Tom Drake and Beverly Tyler, for instance, do a grand job. It's an inspiration to any producer to see talented young people take their careers so seriously.
Especially when they're blessed with good looks as well as talent. Miss White, I shouldn't think camera close-ups would ever have any terrors for you. Not with that lovely blonde hair and a complexion that even by Hollywood standards is dazzling.
You're very kind, Mr. Kennedy. You won't be surprised when I say I'm a Lux girl. An enthusiastic one, too. Lux soap gives my skin just the care it needs.
Thank you, Miss Jacqueline White. There's a reason why so many famous screen stars, so many lovely young starlets recommend Lux toilet soap. It's a real beauty soap made of the finest ingredients. Thrifty, too. Each satin smooth cake lasts and lasts. Lovely women everywhere will tell you Lux toilet soap makes a delightful bath soap, too. Here's what screen stars say.
The creamy, active lather makes daintiness sure. And you'll love the flower-like fragrance a Lux Soap Beauty Bath leaves on your skin.
We continue with Act 3 of Wonder Man, starring Danny Kaye as both Edwin Dingle and Buster Bellew, and Virginia Mayo as Ellen. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Well, Mr. Dingle? Mr. Dingle.
Can't you see I'm preoccupied?
Aren't you going to give us a preface to our third act?
Oh, I can't. I'm trying to escape. Those characters are pursuing me, Chimp and Torso. They're still shooting at me. Buster, do something. Buster!
It appears Yes, Mr. Dingle is correct. 10 Grand Jackson's gunmen are hot on his heels. But Mr. Dingle, in an amazing exhibition of running and dodging, finds a temporary refuge. On a fire escape outside Ellen Chandler's apartment, he taps frantically on the window pane.
Who's there? Who's at the window? Who is it? Mr. Dingle.
Uh-huh. Two gentlemen are after me. They're watching the front door. I had to come up this way.
If a policeman sees
Don't
you...
mention the police. They have orders to shoot me on sight.
That I can understand. Well, goodbye.
No, don't shut the window. Please. Listen, I was just with the district attorney.
Edwin Dingle, you're the biggest liar in the whole world. I happen to know the district attorney is on his way to the opera.
Ellen, please don't doubt me. I couldn't lie to you. I couldn't lie to anyone about whom I feel. That is, whom I feel such a feeling as I feel.
I'd like to believe you, Edwin.
Then may I come in for a minute?
Not until I've heard what you have to say.
Well, my brother Buster's Buzzy Ballou. He was killed last night, and I told his ghost I'd help him out. But I didn't think he'd keep getting inside of me,
Oh.
so... Ellen, please.
You're positively shameless, Edwin. Maybe when you're ready to tell the truth, I'll listen.
I am telling the truth.
There's someone at the door, so please climb down and go away. Come in.
All right, sister. Where is he?
Oh, my goodness.
Come on. Where's he at?
He? Who?
Your boyfriend.
Please, those guns. There's nobody here.
Let's take a look around, Toaster.
What's that? Who made that noise?
Oh, I did. I was just tapping on the radiator. See? Like this. Oh.
I can't say as though I follow you, sister.
Well, it's cold. When I rap loud enough, the janitor turns the heat on. Oh, well, that's the janitor knocking back.
It's very interesting, very.
Well, there must be some mistake. I know he's peculiar, but Mr. Dingle wouldn't hurt a fly.
Dingle. Who is Mr. Dingle?
Well, you said my boyfriend, didn't you?
How do you like that? She's two-timing Buzzy Ballou while he's two-timing Midge Malone.
Buzzy Ballou? And he was telling the truth. I mean, isn't Buzzy Ballou dead?
He crossed us up. We bump him off and he bounces back.
Dead, huh? How much do you know, babe?
Yeah, we want to ask you some questions.
All right. I don't know why I should protect Ballou if he's two-timing me. He knows you're after him, so he's leaving for Chicago on the 8:20 from Grand Central.
That's him, Torso. That's him.
Edwin, get out of here, Edwin.
Get away, Chip. You go in the fire.
Edwin, they've got firearms. Be careful.
Buster!
Once again, I was fleeing for my life. I turned the corner, and back at Schmidt's Delicatessen, I found sanctuary behind the pickled herring barrels. But I was not alone. Waiting there for me was Buster.
How you doing, kid?
Oh, Buster, at last you're here.
I've been trying to make it for some time, Edwin, but I had a hangover that was out of this world. Now, look, kid, never take another drink while I'm inside you, will you?
Oh, you must help me, Buster. My life is in jeopardy.
Kid, I got bad news for you. I can't help you anymore.
Oh, but you simply must. They're coming after me. Just go like you said you would and make them disappear.
I wish I could, pal, but you see, I've run out of ectoplasm.
Oh, no.
From now on, kid, you're strictly on your own.
But what shall I do? Buster, perhaps if you give me the evidence on 10 Grand Jackson, I could get it to the district attorney. He's attending the opera.
Okay. Now, here's the dope. The girl who was murdered was...
Choo Choo Laverne, the fan dancer.
Yeah, that's it. Now, when she threatened to spill the beans to the cops about 10 Grand's counterfeiting, he hit her over the head with a beer bottle and choked her.
I remember. Beer bottle. She threatened to tell the police.
Now, I saw 10 Grand carrying her out. Now, Choo Choo Laverne's real name was Minnie Smith. Now, remember that, Edwin. Minnie Smith. And she hid the evidence she had on 10 Grand in a safe deposit box under that name. Minnie Smith.
Oh, Buster, I wish you could arrange to accompany me to,
Which way did he go?
What's
I
that?
hear him, Jim. He's talking to somebody.
Well, kid, if you get out of this one, you'll be a new man. And if you don't, I'll be seeing you.
Buster, don't go. Come back, Buster. Come back.
Buster! Reservations for tonight's performance at window 4.
Tickets, please. First aisle to the left. Stairway to the right, madam. Oh, just a second, miss.
Oh, please, I don't have a ticket, but you must let me in.
That's impossible, miss.
I've got to see the district attorney.
Well, you'll have to take that up with the manager right over there.
Thank you.
Tickets, please. First aisle to the right. Second out to the... Ticket, mister.
Oh, I have no ticket. I haven't any money, but I simply must get in.
No, you know better than that.
Oh, but there's somebody in there. I have to see him. Besides, look, they're after me.
You're blocking the line.
But you don't understand. I have to get in. Ellen!
Edwin, it's them.
No, Ellen, it is they. In all cases, the copulative verb takes the same case and the predicate is... Buster! Buster! This was becoming monotonous. I dashed to the street and fled into the first open door. It was the stage entrance into the opera house. I found an empty dressing room, put on a costume to disguise myself, and casually joined a group of singers backstage. The singers apparently had been waiting for someone. The moment they saw me, they lifted me to their shoulders and triumphantly bore me to the stage. Unfortunately, I had put on the costume and disguise of the baritone soloist. What madness was this? What strange folly. On stage was a rather stout soprano. In the orchestra pit, the conductor frantically pointed his baton at us. Well, when you gotta sing, you have to sing.
Barba, si qualche, si sperda, Sinatra.
A bells that a jingle 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 3 o'clock. Boing, boing, boing. This masquerade couldn't continue. I started off stage, but there in the wings stood Chimp and Torso. They couldn't shoot. The chorus stood between them and me. But if they couldn't shoot, I couldn't leave. Glancing upward there in the box, I saw Mr. O'Brien, the district attorney. Ellen was with him. Here was my opportunity to deliver Buster's message.
Boom, D.A. D.A.
Il faro mi accende, hey,
hey,
diventa mi.
See me.
Così t'accenderò.
To kill a gangster, oh, nab me, grab me, stab me. O'Brien, 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 hey.
But Ellen was right. Chimp and Torso were arrested. 10 Grand Jackson was convicted. Buster was avenged, and Ellen and I, well, I no longer live at the YMCA, if you know what I mean.
Edwin,
Yes, darling.
we've been married a whole hour now, Edwin.
Uh-huh.
You know, I read in Martin's notes on American geology that the tremendous flow of water over Niagara Falls removes the suballuvial soil at the rate of 2 and 3 feet a year.
Suballuvial, that is. You know, honey, what you need is to get away from those musty old books.
Why?
Suballuvial.
Edwin, that doesn't sound like you at all.
Oh, I'm not going to be like me at all anymore, suballuvial. I guess there'll always be a little bit of suballuvial inside of me.
Edwin, do you think Buzzy will be dropping in on us for the rest of our lives?
Oh, no, honey. I don't think we'll ever hear from suballuvial again.
No, stop, Edwin.
But, Ellen, I'm not doing anything.
Edwin, you're tickling me.
Oh, but that's what...
Buster! I'm a little devil, ain't I?
Now that Buster Blue and Edwin Dingle are merged into a life of harmony, we turn our spotlight on their arch impersonator, Danny Kaye, who joins his leading lady, Miss Virginia Mayo, for a curtain call. Danny, how did you like playing twins?
Oh, well, it sort of had me beside myself, Bill.
Well, you and Virginia make a great team. And I know our audience is looking forward to your next co-starring picture for Sam Goldwyn.
Have you seen the kid from Brooklyn, Mr. Keeley?
At the preview Tuesday, Virginia, enjoyed it immensely. Danny certainly knocks himself out in those fight routines, and that's no fun. But, Danny, I didn't see you at the preview.
No, I couldn't make it, Bill. I got tied up.
You mean you missed your own picture, Danny? How come?
Well, in the early afternoons, I have to wheel my baby brother Bertie in his baby buggy.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. This afternoon, I was wheeling Brother Bertie in his baby buggy when the bumper of the baby buggy behind bumped into Bertie's baby's buggy bumper. Well, when the rubber bumper bumped, the bumper in the baby bumper, but it turned the bumper back on, so I had to unbump the buggies and put the rubber back on Bertie's baby buggy bumper.
Now, just what was that again?
Well...
Again, what was it the first time?
Suballuvial.
You know, if I moved my mouth that fast, I'd be afraid I'd dislocate my face.
And we'd never like anything to happen to that face, Virginia, or that lovely complexion. I'm safe in saying that it is a Lux complexion, aren't I?
Indeed it is, Mr. Keeley. I've used Lux soap without missing a day. It's a wonderful complexion care.
And I'm sure that care was apparent when Sam Goldwyn picked you for the Goldwyn Girl. Do you use Lux soap, Danny?
Every Sunday night, I bathe my baby brother Bertie in his rubber baby bath and let those Lux soap suds soak baby brother Bertie till he get.
You mean baby brother Bertie balks at his sabbatical ablutions, barring being bathed with baby brother Bertie's best beloved brand of bath soap?
Yes, I mean that baby... Oh, now, wait a minute. That's too much competition. Now, tell us what you're doing next week, Bill.
Next Monday night, we bring to this stage an old favorite of the Lux Radio Theater. Wallace Beery co-starred with Marjorie Main in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's rollicking screen hit, Barnacle Bill. Wally appears as a lovable, lusty fisherman whose life is one of dubious adventure and whose story is mixed with sentiment and humor, salted heavily with the excitement of the waterfront.
It ought to make a wonderful treat for your listeners, Mr. Keeley. Good night.
Good night. You are wonderful in Wonder Man. 8 months ago, we celebrated peace. But there's one war that never ends. Man's war against humanity's distress, against disaster, flood and famine, accident and suffering. We fight that war beneath the banner of the Red Cross. And it is up to all of us to share the burden. This month especially, give to your Red Cross. Give generously. No check you write, no dollar you contribute should reward you with more satisfaction. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Wally Beery and Marjorie Main in Barnacle Bill. This is William Keeley saying goodnight to you from Hollywood.
This week, America salutes the motion picture industry and the stars of film and radio who gave their time and talent to the cause of victory. From the War and Navy Department, special plaques are being awarded, representing the thanks of millions of servicemen and women. They'll go not only to Hollywood screen stars for their personal efforts in the sale of war bonds, hospital appearances, and overseas entertainment, but also to the motion picture studios in gratitude for millions of dollars worth of films donated for the entertainment of our fighting forces. Danny Kaye can be heard in his own radio program every Friday evening over this network. This program is broadcast to our men in uniform overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Barnacle Bill.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sounds of suspense. Welcome to the world of your own terrifying imagination. So many catastrophic things happen in this world because a lady asks a gentleman a question and then refuses to accept his answer. For instance, the Lady Eve. What great harm could it do if I took just the tiniest bite of that apple? Or the lady named Pandora. Why would it be a calamity if I should sneak just a quick little peek into that box? Now add to the list a charming young lady named Millie. She also has a question.
Why can't I have the bracelet, Kevin?
It belongs to the temple.
Oh, nonsense. It's been lying here in the jungle for at least 1,000 years. Who'd miss it?
Its owner, the beast goddess.
Oh, come on, Kevin.
And you know what she does with people who steal her property. She turns them into animals.
Really?
Well, it's the local legend, Millie. Now, you just take that little bracelet off your arm and put it back exactly where you found it.
Sure.
Millie, I mean it.
Sure, Kevin. Sure.
Our mystery drama, The Sign of the Beast, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Lois Smith. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. What is the difference between man and beast? There are those who ask, is there a difference? It wasn't very long ago that man himself was a beast, a carnivorous hunter with an insatiable appetite for raw meat. True, quite a bit has happened since. We've learned manners, we've invented civilization and culture, we've created a conscience, a code of morals, a system of ethics. But how deep do all these things go? Does the beast still slumber in each of us, waiting patiently, biding its time, ready at any moment to assert its mastery with fang and claw? This is going to be a very vital question for the very pretty and vivacious young lady who at this moment is riding in a helicopter. The copter is hovering over a large clearing deep in a South American jungle.
Here you are, Millie.
Thanks a million, Larry.
It's a sure bet Kevin and Professor Jorgensen won't thank me.
Better lift us out of here before they make you take me back.
You know, Millie, I don't think I'm doing you a favor.
Just toss my duffel bag over the side.
What's more, it could cost me my job. Company's coming.
And leading the parade, the adorable Kevin himself.
Well, all ashore is going ashore. This ship's sailing right now.
Thanks again, Larry. And if I ever leave Kevin, I'll marry you.
Gee, and I thought you liked me. Now jump out fast.
And furthermore,
you haven't even kissed me.
Look, I'm very angry about this, Millie.
You could still kiss me, Kevin.
You promised to stay at the base camp.
That was last week.
But we're moving into the jungle tomorrow.
Kevin, we've already been through all the arguments. Category A, danger from animals. Well, I brought the 405 Anson Carteret, and I'm a better shot than you are.
Now listen, Millie.
Category B, danger from rare, unknown, mysterious, incurable tropic diseases. You have just as much chance of getting one as I do.
Dr. Jorgensen will be furious.
Your Dr. Jorgensen is my Uncle Bert. I can handle him.
It isn't a matter of handling people.
Well, it's true, you know. Millie can always handle me.
Uncle Bert, I love you. A kiss to see.
Dr. Jorgensen will have to radio that idiot Larry.
I'm not going back, Kevin.
Sir, won't you make her see reason?
I warned you about this, Kevin. Last year, when you said to me, how about an introduction to that good-looking niece of yours, I told you the problems, but you would have her.
And I'm worth it.
Oh, Millie, it's only because I love you so much.
Uncle Bert, why don't we leave Achilles here to sulk in his tent while you show me around the camp?
Oh, and there's somebody you should know, that tall, powerful-looking fellow. His name is Imara. He's our straw boss. Imara, whenever you want something done, you...
Yes, Dr. Jorgensen.
Imara, this is Kevin's wife. Her name is Millie.
How do you do, Amara?
It is an honor to meet you, Millie.
Imara is in charge of setting up, taking down, and moving the whole camp.
Ah, well, I can see he does a splendid job.
Oh, no. The fact is he does a very bad job.
What? What did you say?
I said he does a poor and unsatisfactory job.
Uncle Bert.
No, it's the truth.
But everything looks to be so neat, so orderly.
Actually, Imara is unbelievably incompetent. He deserves to be fired.
I think that's unfair and heartless.
Excuse me, Millie. Imara, please go to Kevin's tent and bring Millie's .405 rifle.
Yes, Doctor. At once.
Uncle Bert.
No, before you say another word.
How could you be so heartless?
You must understand, Imara, his primitive superstitions, his beliefs.
But he's not some ignorant savage. You can tell by his speech. He's obviously educated. Must you insult him?
Millie, you simply cannot compliment these natives.
These natives? Oh, my, aren't we condescending? And why must we not compliment them? Will it spoil them as servants? Will it drive up the pay scale?
Oh, Millie, where to begin? In Imara's religion, he is surrounded by a host of jealous, angry, implacable gods and goddesses. They do not tolerate praise for human beings.
That's nonsense.
One man's nonsense is another man's devoutly held belief. You terrify Imara when you praise him. Therefore, on this expedition, never. There's a charm in being, quirky, kooky, offbeat. Just obey orders. Don't, under any circumstances, praise anybody. Understand?
Yes, Uncle Bert, I understand.
Things are bad enough. In the first place, you're a woman.
Well, I like that.
You need some prestige. That's why I sent him for the rifle. Hit some tin cans, break a few bottles at 300 yards, and you'll be one of the boys.
Uncle Bert, you actually are a male chauvinist. Who would have suspected it?
Well, I have to pack away my instruments. Can I trust you not to get into any trouble?
Implicitly.
Very bad shot, Millie.
And now, I'll break that bottle next to it.
Oh, that was terrible.
Not bad, if I do say so myself. And that's every bit of 250 yards. Now, you see those 3 cans?
You are a very poor shooter, Millie.
That's nothing. You should see me when I'm in practice. Oh, my. I didn't know we had children in the camp. Who's that youngster by the kitchen tent?
It is my little boy. He stays here with me till we leave the jungle.
What's his name?
His name is Isara.
Isara. Oh, what a lovely name.
No, it is an unpleasant name.
I should think you'd be proud.
Proud? Me? Proud? Why do you say I'm proud?
Oh, because he's such a handsome child.
No, he is plain, he is ugly.
He seems so intelligent. Notice how patiently he lines up those stones and shells.
No, you're stupid, I swear to you. He has no sense. He disgraces his mother and me.
Well, what are you saying, Imara?
This child is a fool. Anyone can see that. Now, I must go.
Where?
I must go clean the rifle. I must go.
Well, what made him so upset? Oh, now I remember.
Amira, You may serve the coffee.
I know the cuisine has left something to be desired these past few days, Millie.
Oh, none of this bothers me. I can live on tea and toast, fruit and vegetables.
By tomorrow sometime, we'll come to the ancient temple, the forbidden ground.
I have the cameras ready.
I must caution you, Millie. We were permitted to come here only because I promised the chief, who is my blood brother,
We do have a wild family, don't we,
that
Uncle
we
Bert?
will not defile the holy grounds. Now, all around you'll see scattered ornaments, bric-a-brac, all sorts of things. Touch nothing.
Uncle Bert, I hardly have to be told.
We can photograph anything, everything, but it all belongs to the goddess, the beast goddess.
It'd be dangerous to touch anything anyhow. You see, dear, this is very possessive.
I don't know why I have to be treated like a child and indoctrinated with lessons in basic honesty. I've been on digs with you before, Uncle
You
Bert.
take anything that belongs to the beast goddess, and she'll transform you into a wild animal.
What's that, Uncle Bert? Those drums.
You get used to it. It's just the native telegraph service.
What are they saying?
Oh, I never learned to read them exactly. I can just get the general idea. I think it's news of death.
Death.
Yes, it's someone's death.
How can you tell?
Well, the basic rhythm speaks of death. And since it's a very beat, it's probably, well, the death of a child.
A child?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Millie, is something wrong?
Oh, I have a headache. I think I'd better turn in.
Mira, let's put the scaffold here. I want to climb this wall and study the inscription. Millie! Darling, you feel better?
Yes, I suppose so. I'll just have to live with this headache.
Come here a minute.
Okay.
I'm Mara.
Yes, Millie.
Your little boy, Sarah, he's dead, isn't he?
Yes. How did you know?
I know. I'm sorry.
I thank you.
I mean, I hope you don't...
Yes, Millie.
I hope you don't think I'm responsible.
Why should I think that, Millie?
Because... oh, I don't know. Yes, I do. It's because I praised him just a few days ago, and you seemed so upset about it.
I was upset?
Oh, yes, very much. And Dr. Jorgensen told me...
I know. I know what he told you. But my little boy, Sarah, died of fever. The way so many children here do. Suddenly, without warning.
Then you don't blame me.
I blame you? No. I am not a...
I felt terrible.
I was afraid you might.
You see, in our culture, we believe in praise, especially when it comes to children. We automatically say nice things about children.
I understand. And have a gift for you.
For me?
We have a custom. When we make someone feel bad, we must give that person a gift. And the person must accept.
Oh, that's such a lovely bracelet. Where did you get it?
Here.
Oh, but we're not supposed to...
There are thousands of pieces of ornament. Who would know? Place it on your wrist. Ah, see how pretty it looks.
Oh.
Wherever you look, thousands of beautiful things. This is the very last. Besides, it is the custom. You see, you would have to explain why I gave it.
I understand.
And it would make them uncomfortable. Because everything they have come to believe about superstition would be wrong.
Millie!
What is it, Kevin?
Bring the camera. I want to shoot these inscriptions.
Thank you again, Anara. And it will be our secret. I'm coming, Kevin.
Yes. Go to him. Go to your husband, arrogant, heedless, ignorant woman. You have defied my gods and killed my son. Your punishment has been decreed. It has already begun.
Well, Aymara is obviously a man of parts, and he's already shown us quite a few of them so far. The punishment that has just begun will be expanded and continued when we return shortly with Act Two. Is it entirely valid to suggest that the best way to... There seems to be some historical basis for it. Archaeologist Kevin has ordered his wife Millie not to touch any of the artifacts or ornaments found in his latest discovery. And now, he finds it impossible to take his eyes off her wrist.
Is this the section of the temple wall you want me to film, Kevin? Kevin? Kevin, what are you looking at?
What's that on your wrist?
Oh, well, it's just...
Millie, Dr. Jorgensen told you. I told you. Under no circumstances were you to touch anything.
Well,
You not only touched it, you're wearing it.
Look, these silly superstitions.
Where did you get it?
Kevin, I don't like that tone of voice.
Hey, what are you two quarreling about?
Show him, Millie.
Oh.
Uncle Bert, listen.
I must ask you, Millie. Where did you get it?
I found it.
You found it here?
Well, around.
Millie, I can tell by the workmanship. It was made by an ancient priest of the temple. It has the same symbols.
What's all the fuss?
Millie, I thought we all understood.
Why can't I have the bracelet?
Because it belongs to the temple.
Nonsense. It's been lying around the jungle for at least 1,000 years. Who'd miss it?
Its owner, the beast goddess.
Kevin, are you serious? Listen, go ahead. Tell me the rest of it. Tell me she turns people who steal her property into animals.
Amira, let's put this...
Overlooking a point, Millie.
If it were made of gold or silver or precious stones, I could understand, but it's just a twisted piece of copper.
Well, for all I know, we're being watched. If so, you can expect a poisoned arrow through your throat any second.
You know, I listened to the two of you, and I...
Millie, your trouble is that you don't listen.
Now, let's not have an argument. I gave my word. That's all there is to it. Millie, you will take that bracelet off your wrist and put it back. Put it back exactly where you found it.
Sure.
I mean it, Millie.
Well, sure, Uncle Bert. Sure.
Here. These are the symbols the Incas used for weddings.
Well, could they have originated this far north and east, Dr. Jorgensen?
Millie, photograph this section of the wall.
Yes. I need some more film. I'll be back in a second.
Well, you don't have to go. We'll send Amira.
No, it's all right. I just want to stop off at the kitchen tent. I think I need a snack.
We just had breakfast.
I know, but I'm hungry.
Are you sure you feel all right, Millie?
Oh, I'm fine. Just a little hungry. That's all.
Millie, about yesterday.
What about yesterday?
The bracelet.
Oh, that. Forget it, Uncle Bert.
I know that you see so much just lying around. It seems silly to make a fuss over some trinket, but...
I'm willing to forget it, if you are. Aymara.
Yes, Millie.
Where's the cook?
He will be back soon.
I was wondering if there's anything to eat.
What would you like?
Well, I'd like some meat.
I could cook a slice.
Oh, would you please, Aymara, and hurry?
Will this be enough?
Just throw it on the fire.
Yes, Millie.
That's good. Oh, that smells good. Be careful, don't burn it.
I just put it...
No, you're burning it. Aymara, that's good. It's good. Right now, just the way it is. I tell you, it's fine.
Yes, Millie. Let me get you a plate and a knife and a fork.
Oh, hurry.
Here you are, Millie.
Aymara, put up some more.
Kevin.
What is it, Amara?
You asked me to prepare a list of supplies for the helicopter.
Yes, good. Let me write it down.
First, we need Fresh meat.
Okay, fresh meat. Wait a minute. Didn't Larry fly some up just a couple of days ago?
Yes, Kevin.
Oh, we should have at least enough for the rest of the week.
The cook says he has only enough for tonight's meal.
Oh, that's impossible.
Would you like to see, Kevin?
I take your word for it. But is someone stealing meat?
I cannot say, Kevin.
Well, I know we eat a lot of it, but still, All right, put down meat. And this time, get plenty of it.
Is there any more meat, Hamara?
I will go see.
Meat since I've known you.
Aren't you going to finish yours, Kevin?
Well, I've had enough.
Let me have your plate.
The air out here must agree with you, Millie.
I'm starved, Uncle Bert. I don't understand it.
You must be famished. Honey, you haven't had meat in so long, you've forgotten how to eat it. You have to chew it before you swallow.
Excuse me. Here are some chops.
Take them back. They're too well done. I want some rare.
I'm sorry. This is all we have.
Tell him to put up some more.
There is no more meat.
Well, that's right. Larry's due in with supplies in the helicopter.
When will he be here?
Well, I don't know. Sometime today.
Why don't I take the 405 and shoot us a deer or something we can eat?
Millie, are you all right?
Of course I'm all right. Now, why do you ask?
Well, don't snap my head off.
Millie, you'd better get some rest here. You're tired.
I'm not tired. I'm hungry.
Millie, darling, something's wrong.
Why?
Well, because this isn't like you, that's all.
Kevin, I don't know. I have such a pain in my stomach.
What kind of pain?
Hunger. That's the only way I can describe it.
But you shouldn't be hungry.
I can't help it. I have this terrible craving for food. Oh, no, not for food, for meat, for red meat. Oh, Kevin, Uncle Bert, I'm frightened.
Take her to a tent, Kevin. Take her to a tent. We'll give her a sedative.
Oh, yes. Maybe that'll be best. Maybe that pain will go away.
Yeah, come on, dear. Now, come on.
Kevin, you'll wake me when Larry gets here in the helicopter with the meat.
Sure.
Promise.
Yes, dear, I promise.
Is she asleep, Kevin?
Yes, finally. Dr. Jorgensen, what's wrong?
I don't know.
I've never seen her hysterical. Are you as worried as I am?
I'm worried enough to want to get her to Rio, to a hospital.
Let's radio Larry to get that damn helicopter here pronto.
I just spoke to Larry. We have a problem. It seems the helicopter needs some repairs.
What kind of repairs, for God's sake?
I don't know. It was technical. Larry's working on it.
Larry, he's an idiot. If he hadn't brought her here...
It's our fault, yours and mine. We let her stay.
What are we going to do?
You say she's asleep. Well, all she needs is rest. Maybe when she wakes up, she'll be better.
Kevin.
I'm here, dear. I'm here.
Oh, I was so sleepy.
I know.
It's dark out. What time is it?
Well, it's almost midnight.
You let me sleep. You didn't wake me.
I couldn't.
But Larry was here and he brought the meat.
No, dear. The helicopter's out of order.
Oh, Kevin, I am so hungry.
Well, I knew you'd be hungry when you woke up, so I'll make you an egg sandwich.
No, I want some meat.
But there isn't any.
There's plenty of meat.
Where, Millie?
All around you. Out there. There's deer. There's wild pig. Can't you smell it?
Oh, no, Millie.
Let me have the 405. We'll be able to feast.
You can't go. No, I'm in the morning.
You can't hunt in the morning. Always hunt at night.
Darling.
That's the time.
Now listen, here are some pills to calm you.
Kevin, something's wrong with me. I don't know what. I say things I don't understand. I have urges. Oh, I can't even describe. Hold my hand.
Yes, dear. What is it, darling? What is it?
Oh, my wrist! My wrist! It's burning! Oh, it's on fire!
What's the matter, Millie?
Look at her wrist.
Oh, that's a very ugly-looking irritation. How did you get it, Millie?
Oh, I don't remember. I don't know. Oh, Uncle Bert, I don't know anything.
I'm out. Here. Now, Millie, you must try to be calm. Try, dear.
Yes, Uncle Bert, I'll try.
Now, tell me, how did you hurt your wrist?
I don't remember.
Try to think. Try to remember.
You probably have an infection, some kind of bruise.
I don't have an infection. I'm not sick. I'm hungry. Do you understand? I'm hungry.
You want me, Dr. Jorgensen?
I'm all right. Bring the medical kit.
I'm hungry.
Well, the first thing we have to do is put a penicillin ointment on that bruise.
She's feverish, ravenous appetite for meat, bruise on wrist. Could be anything. She could have scraped it against a bramble, anything.
Or an insect. Dr. Jorgensen, we have to get her out of here. Now, radio Larry. Tell him it's an emergency. We have to do something.
Don't lose your head.
Listen, Millie.
Kevin, won't you get me something to eat?
Yes, dear, I will.
I have the medicines, Dr. Jorgensen.
Good.
Oh, Kevin, you don't love me.
I think we'd better put her to sleep. Hold your arm still, Millie,
No.
dear.
No, you want to stab me. I'm going to bleed.
Hold her arm, Kevin.
No, stop.
I'm all right. I want to ask you a question.
Yes, Dr. Jorgensen.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Yes.
Where? When?
Once, it was a man. He had invaded these holy grounds. He had stolen a jewel from the beast goddess.
Yes? Go on.
He then became a beast. He disappeared into the jungle, and he was never seen again.
Thank you, Amar. You may leave. This kind of superstition we can do without.
Maybe. And don't bite my head off. Maybe there's something to it.
Something to what?
To what he's saying. Oh, I know. Primitive superstition. But look at us. You and me. Between us, we carry a considerable supply of the knowledge of the civilized world. Between us, we have degrees in medicine, anthropology, chemistry, sociology. Can we explain it?
Are you saying the legend is true, that Millie has offended the beast goddess, being punished?
I don't know what I'm saying. But look at her. Look how troubled, how agitated she is. She's flushed, breathing rapidly. She could burst through that sedative any minute.
Kevin, I'm so hungry.
Try to rest, darling.
I'm going to get on the radio.
The helicopter is out of order.
We're past all that. I'm going to speak with the hospital in Rio. I'll describe her symptoms. They'll arrange to get her there.
My wrist. Oh, my wrist. Oh.
Doctor.
It's burning. Oh.
Look at her wrist. Look at her wrist. Something's on it.
Oh.
It's a design. It's the shape of that bracelet.
Kevin, it's your imagination.
Is it? Look. Do you see that symbol? It's on every ornament worn by the goddess. The design decorates her dress.
It's just a raw, ugly scar with some very wavy lines.
But it's her sign. The sign of the beast goddess. The sign of the beast.
It could be a coincidence.
Do you believe that? Tell me, do you believe it?
Kevin, I don't know what to believe.
Well, you've got a pretty good handful of advanced college degrees in that tent. Most of them in the sciences. And it's surprising how quickly knowledge abdicates in the face of the unknown terrors of the jungle. Can science be just a veneer also? I'll return shortly with Act 3. Hamlet said that there were more things under heaven and earth than were dreamed of in philosophy. Hamlet should be with us in a tent, deep in a South American jungle, amidst the ruins of an ancient temple, because there are more things than any of us can dream of.
Is she still asleep?
I think so.
She shouldn't be left alone.
I'll go back in the tent in a second. Dr. Jorgensen, I just had to find out. Were you able to radio the hospital?
Kevin, it's 2:00 in the morning.
What's the difference?
My contact there, the chief of medicine, he's due at 7.
Can't he be reached?
Kevin, he's returning from vacation. He's on the road. It's only 5 hours. Don't worry.
Poor Millie. You know, she really didn't mean any harm. And there are scads of this stuff lying around.
I know.
It was a pretty little thing. Who'd miss it? She didn't think it was stealing.
Kevin, don't talk as if...
As if what?
As if you believe this is the revenge of the beast goddess?
Can you rule it out?
Kevin!
If they can't send a copter for her, I'll carry her out of here on my back. Those damn drums, what are they saying?
Is it important?
I'm getting so jumpy. What are the drums saying?
Oh, no, nothing.
That isn't so, Dr. Jorgensen.
Why do you make an issue out of it?
Why do you refuse to tell me? Now, you can read those drums the way I can read a telegram. Now, what are you trying to keep from me?
It's just that I thought the agitated state you're in right now...
Well, don't make it worse. What are those drums saying?
Well, it has to do with revenge.
Revenge? What was that? Well, those are rifle shots.
Well, who'd be firing at this hour?
Come on. Millie! Millie! Oh, she's gone.
She's got a rifle.
Amira, wake everybody up. Rouse the camp. We have to find Millie.
Millie, careful now. Watch every footstep.
It's a good thing there's a moon.
Millie, where are you?
Those shots came from just about here.
Why did she go out?
Oh, let's quit pretending. You know why she went out. To hunt.
At night? Why?
Because she's hungry.
Oh, Kevin.
When are we going to face it? Admit it.
Millie, can't you hear us?
Look.
Where? Oh, no. No, she can't be dead.
Millie.
She seems to be breathing. There's blood all over her.
But it isn't her blood. She must have shot this deer and... Millie. Are you all right?
I feel so nice and warm.
Have you reached the doctor yet?
Yes, Kevin. They're sending a copter. It'll be here late this afternoon or tomorrow morning.
Oh, that's great.
They're doing the best they can.
Oh, sure.
I'll be reasonable.
Reasonable, huh? My wife is being destroyed before my eyes.
It seems there is, or they think that this might be a very unusual disease.
Oh, come on.
It's an infection. She might have picked it up from the bracelet.
What are you talking about?
It could have scratched her when she put it on.
And?
Well, it's been lying here for hundreds of years. All kinds of parasites, microorganisms. Anyhow, it seems this disease creates enormous cravings for protein.
And what does your man suggest?
Massive doses of penicillin.
Well, do we have enough?
I hope so. I'm Amar.
Yes, Dr. Jorgensen.
Bring me the medical chest.
Kevin?
She's awake. I'm coming, dear.
Kevin.
No, Millie, now lie still. Don't get up.
Oh, I feel so comfy.
How's your wrist?
My wrist? Oh, it's okay. It only hurts when I feel hungry.
And you're not hungry now?
No. Oh, you know, I had such a crazy dream. I better not tell you.
You've got to. You've aroused my curiosity.
You won't believe it.
You try me.
Don't laugh, promise.
I promise.
Well, I dreamed I went out into the jungle alone at night. Oh, there's a picture for you. Imagine me alone in the jungle at night. Anyway, I dreamed I shot this, I think it was an antelope. Something like that.
Yes.
And I was so hungry, I ate it right there.
What a dream.
Oh, you know, I felt so full just before, but just talking about food seems to give me an appetite.
How about some tea and toast?
Tea and toast? Ooh, how about a nice chop? Or steak? Rare, very rare.
Well, Larry's been unable to fly up the supply.
Doesn't matter, I can go out and shoot.
Later, Millie, later. You're not hungry now, are you?
Oh, well, not very, but in a little while.
Okay. Then just a little while, huh? Promised.
Okay, I promise.
Where have you been, Doctor? I've been waiting in the tent.
Don't leave her alone again, Kevin.
Where's that penicillin?
That's just the problem.
What problem? Look, we just can't have any more problems.
We do. The penicillin is gone.
That's impossible.
All the bottles of penicillin solution, all the tablets, gone.
But how?
I don't know.
Are any other supplies missing?
No, everything's here.
Gavin!
Go to her quickly.
The penicillin.
Amara brought me the chest. The drug was missing.
We have spares in the supply depot.
I looked, gone from there, too.
Gavin! Gavin! I'm hungry! Oh, Gavin, you don't know my stomach hurts! And my wrist, it's on fire! Millie, everything will be all right.
Sure, yes. Just let me take the 405 and shoot something.
No, Millie, no.
Kevin, I'm going.
Millie, try to get some rest.
I don't need rest. I need food. I need meat.
Please, Millie, lie back. Rest.
Take your hands off me.
Millie.
Let go of me.
Help me. Somebody give me a hand.
We'll have to tie her down. Amara, get some rope.
Let go of me. Let go.
Where's that damn helicopter?
He could never find us at night. It'll have to wait till morning.
I don't know if she can wait until morning. Listen, we don't have medicine. Let's try the other thing.
What other thing?
The legend. Maybe we can placate the goddess.
Kevin.
Is there anything else we can do? Now, there's something happening here. The penicillin is gone. How do you account for it?
We may have forgotten to pack it.
Nonsense. Last night, you said the drums were talking about revenge. Revenge for who? For what? And what are they saying tonight?
It's revenge.
Kevin, come in here.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Kevin, I want the 405. Untie me.
No, Millie. Millie. What did you do with it?
Untie me.
What did you do with it? The bracelet. You didn't put it back, did you?
I'm hungry. I'll die, Kevin. I'll die.
I'll untie you. If you just tell me, where did you put the bracelet? I'll get you some meat.
Yes. Oh, Kevin, yes.
The bracelet. The bracelet.
It's in my makeup kit. Oh, no, untie me. Let me hunt.
Where did you find the bracelet?
You promised to untie me.
Where did you find the bracelet?
I must go hunting. Oh, Kevin.
Where did you find the bracelet, Millie?
I didn't find it.
Tell me the truth or I'll never untie
I didn't find it.
I'll leave you here to starve.
Amara.
What about Amara?
I promised him I wouldn't tell.
What about Amara?
He gave me the bracelet. Oh, Kevin, untie me. Please, untie me.
Amara, you will tell us where you hid that penicillin, or I'll blow your brains out.
You may kill me.
That's not the way.
Let me beat it out of him.
For the past 2 nights, Amara, the drums have talked of revenge. Whose revenge?
Mine.
Upon whom?
Millie.
For what reason?
She killed my only son.
How?
She made the gods jealous. She spoke of his beauty, his intelligence, his skills. The gods were angry.
Of course, but she didn't know any better.
It made no difference to my son. He died.
And your revenge?
I gave her a bracelet. I tricked her. I fooled her. I made her take it.
Where did you find the bracelet? So that we may return it with a suitable prayer and beg forgiveness from the goddess.
I will not say.
Stand aside, Doctor. It's my turn.
You may kill me.
No, he won't kill you.
Who says I won't kill him?
Be quiet. No one will kill you. But I am a blood brother to your chief. I will tell him that you committed a sacrilege. I will tell him that you stole a bracelet from the goddess for an evil purpose. Now you may go, Amara.
What do you mean, he may go?
He'll be disgraced for life. His wife, his parents, his brothers and sisters, all will be driven from the village into the jungle. No one will speak to him. Why do you stay here, Amara? We have no further use for you. Oh, I believe we owe you a month's wages. Here, plus 2 weeks' notice.
The bracelet. was taken. I took it from the arm of the statue of the goddess.
Now repeat this, Millie.
Why do I have to go through this mumbo-jumbo?
Oh, just do it, Millie.
Now place the bracelet on the wrist of the statue.
Ugly old girl, isn't she?
Millie.
Okay.
Now say, forgive my sin.
What sin? Okay. Forgive my sin. What else?
That's all. That says it.
Well, that's a relief. I must have been a trial to you boys. What happened to me, anyhow? The way you were shooting penicillin into me.
How are you now, darling?
Okay, I guess. Oh, but I'm so hungry.
Hungry?
Starved.
For what? Meat?
Meat. Since when did I ever eat meat? Just point me at some tea and toast, and salad, and fruit. I might even have an egg.
It's always good not to put all your eggs in one basket. Always have another course of action in reserve. What cured Millie? The atonement before the goddess and the return of the bracelet? Or the penicillin? Or both? I'll be back shortly.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, Major Domo of this mansion of the mysterious and the macabre. This is the story of a search for a wild talent. You'll learn all there is to know about wild talents very soon, and you won't like it. In a sense, this is a treasure hunt. But the prize isn't money or jewels or pirate gold. No, nothing like that. And there isn't any ancient treasure map. No, just a very modern telephone directory which a man carries with him in his car as he drives from address to address throughout the city.
Mr. Buchanan? May I come up, please?
Who are you?
My name is Davis. John Davis.
What do you want?
I want to offer you a reward, Mr. Buchanan. $5,000.
What?
You heard me. $5,000. If.
If what?
Well, why don't you let me come up and tell you?
$5,000? Okay, come on up.
Our mystery drama, The Boy Wonder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Alfred Bester and stars William Redfield and Robert Dryden. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The treasure hunter is named Marion Perkins Warbeck. He is an intense young man, afflicted with an education and inspired by a purpose which most people would regard as lunatic. But then they don't know about wild talent. Marion Warbeck has been telling lies about himself and his search all through the city. And he's lying now to Jason Buchanan.
Yeah. It's me, Mr. Buchanan. John Davis, with that reward. $5,000. Right, but I said if. May I come in? Sure. This way, thanks. Now,
What's all this, anyway?
Ah, nice apartment, Mr. Buchanan. Looks lived in. You got a family?
Yeah. Now, how about that $5,000? Is this some kind of fancy put-on?
Oh, no, not at all. I'm from the Science Institute.
Never heard of it.
Well, that's understandable. We're a very quiet organization devoted to research, but we're big, Mr. Buchanan.
So? What about the $5,000 reward?
Well, we've got a new research program fully funded to check out the flying saucer mystery.
Flying saucers?
Yes. You've heard of them.
Yeah, who hasn't? But
oh, I know. You don't take the report seriously, but we do. Very seriously. You see, we're trying to put together firm reports of flying saucer sightings, and we're offering a $5,000 reward to reliable witnesses who will be willing to come forward and give evidence.
You guys must be crazy.
No, not at all. Have you ever seen a flying saucer?
No.
Oh, that's too bad.
Anyway, that's a lot of bunk. Flying saucers?
Well, you're entitled to your opinion. Have your children ever seen them?
What?
Your children. You do have children, don't you?
Yeah, but they...
How many?
2. Them flying saucers never...
Are either of school age?
What?
Your children, school. Do they go to school?
Yeah, the boy's 28, the girl's 24. They finished school long ago.
Oh, I see. Either of them married?
Both.
Do they have families?
What's this got to do
Just
with...
answer the question, Mr. Buchanan. Do you have grandchildren?
Yeah, 5.
Ah, living in this city?
No, they didn't like it here, so the families took off.
I see. Too bad.
But about them flying saucers, you scientists, doctors, ought to...
We are. Thank you very much, Mr. Buchanan. Sorry about that $5,000. Don't bother to see me out. Well, that takes care of Mr. Jason Buchanan. Who's next? Let me see. Here we are. Alfred Buchanan, 776 Post Road. Yes, as listed.
Who is it?
Is Mr. Buchanan in, please?
No. Go away.
Is this Mrs. Buchanan?
Yes. Go away.
My name is Cook, Mrs. Buchanan. David Cook. May I come in, please?
I don't let strangers in when my husband's away.
I'm here about free prizes, Mrs. Buchanan.
What? Free?
Prizes?
For who?
You?
From who?
Well, if you'll take the chain off and let me in, Mrs. Buchanan, I'll explain.
Well, you don't look like a crook.
I'm not, ma'am. On my honor. I always tell the truth.
Come in, Mr. What'd you say your name was?
Cook. David Cook.
This way.
Thank you.
Want some coffee?
No, thank you.
Sit there. No. What's all this about prizes? Free prizes.
Well, I'm from Worldwide Broadcasters.
Never heard of them.
Oh, you will, ma'am, you will. We're preparing a list of names for prize competitions. People who would be willing to appear on shows and win prizes. You know about that, of course.
I sure do.
Would you be willing?
Who wouldn't?
Oh, indeed, yes, who wouldn't? Have you ever won a prize in a contest?
No, I never, because I never got a chance.
Well, maybe you will now, Mrs. Buchanan. Did your husband...
Did my husband what?
Ever win a prize?
Who, Al? Never. He never got a chance either.
Well, maybe he will, too. And what about your children?
Children?
Your children. Have they ever won prizes?
Ain't got no children.
Oh. Nephews named Buchanan?
Ain't got no nephews. Just me and Alf, Mr. I forget your name.
Wook. D.H. Wook. Thank you very much, Miss Buchanan. You'll be hearing from us. Private brownstone, very elegant, very posh. This might be the hot lead, right? Well, that will be high class, too.
Yes?
I beg your pardon. Sorry to intrude. Would it be possible to see Mr. Foster Buchanan, please?
this hour?
Well, I know it's rather unconventional, but I'm from the Business Safety Council, and I...
Are you, indeed?
Oh, yes, I am, indeed. And if you'll tell Mr. Buchanan that I won't take more than 5 minutes...
I'm Buchanan.
Well, how do you do, sir? My name is Acorn. Roger Acorn. I'm here from the Safety Council.
I heard you, Mr. Acorn. Do come in.
Thank you, sir.
This way, Mr. Acorn. Tonight is servants' night out, so I'm managing myself. I think we'll be comfortable here. Can I offer you a brandy and soda? I'm about to begin myself.
No, thank you, Mr. Buchanan.
You said 5 minutes.
For what?
I have great faith in the Business Safety Council. I'll bulwark against the inroads of arrogant chicanery.
Well, the purpose of this interview is to inquire whether you have ever been defrauded by, in your words, arrogant chicanery.
The attempt has been made, Mr.
Acorn. Ronald Acorn.
To be sure. Attempts have been made, Mr. Acorn. I have never been victimized.
Your wife?
Never.
Your children? You do have children?
My son is hardly old enough to qualify as a victim of confidence tricksters.
Indeed. Interesting. Well, how old is he, Mr. Buchanan?
He's 10 years of age.
Well, is it possible that he's been tricked at school? There are crooks who specialize in victimizing children, as we know at the Safety Council.
Not at my son's school. He's well protected from such riffraff.
What school is that, sir?
Germantown.
One of the best. One of the very best. Did he ever attend a city public school?
Good heavens, never.
I see. Any other children, Mr. Buchanan?
A daughter, 17. At present in Paris, studying at the Sorbonne.
Well, thank you, Mr. Buchanan. I think my time's up. Thank you for your cooperation. I'll see myself out. Enjoy your brandy and soda.
Hey, mister.
Well, who? Who, me?
Yeah, you, mister. Oh, would you mind helping a lady in distress?
Lady in distress. Come on, they haven't used that expression since the Civil War.
Oh, honest, mister, I'm in the craziest kind of jam, and I'm scared.
Look, I've got exactly $7.50 on me. You're wasting your time.
Oh, this isn't a con, mister. Honest, it's a real jam.
Oh, it better be good.
I was driving home, and I had to stop for a right back there on the corner. See?
Yeah?
Suddenly a guy jumps out of my car.
Yeah?
He yanks up in the back door.
Yeah?
And he slams and beats it.
And that's your jam?
No, it's what he left behind.
And what did he leave behind?
A gun.
A what?
I couldn't figure it. So the first thing I did was look in the back to see if he ripped off anything. He didn't.
He didn't.
All he did was leave a gun.
And I don't believe it.
The gun's there. I saw it. I didn't dare touch it. I didn't even go near it. I got out and ran for a cop. Then you come out of that house, so I ran to you.
Are you telling the truth?
Why would I lie? Am I trying to hit you for anything?
No.
So come and look for yourself. Maybe you can figure out what I should do. Trouble is the last thing I want. Come on.
Well, I still don't believe you, Miss...
Daisy Telford.
I still don't believe you, Miss Telford, but I'm incredibly curious. My one vice.
Would I make up a story for the sake of $7.50?
You didn't know how much I had on me.
You look like you have more.
That hurts. Frankly, no.
So trust me a little. Here, this is my car. Go ahead. Look.
You said the back of the car?
On the floor.
Well, I don't see any gun.
On the far side, behind the driver's seat.
On the far side. A gun on the floor, she says. Dropped by a mysterious stranger.
Oh, Joe. You didn't have to hit him so hard. He's such a nice guy.
Daisy, baby, when Joe Davenport cools them, he cools them for keeps. Okay, let's move it out. Mr. Harrod's waiting. Come on, rise and shine. Everybody up.
All right, that'll do, Joe. I think he's coming around.
You shouldn't have clobbered him so hard. He's such a
It's
nice...
all yours, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Warbeck. Mr. Warbeck, can you hear me? Can you respond?
I won't keep you very long. You'll leave laden with apologies. Just as soon as you tell me what kind of crook you are and who's behind you.
What?
Crook? Oh. Mr. Warbeck, please, pull yourself together, or Joe will have to resume with his muscle, which can't be very pleasant.
I can make it a lot less pleasant, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Warbeck, can you tell me why you, ostensibly a harmless school teacher, have suddenly decided to cut yourself in on my Buchanan caper?
The trouble with a treasure hunt, even if it's only for a boy wonder with a wild talent, is that you may blunder into something totally unexpected. But you don't know about wild talents and their incredible value yet. You'll find out in the second act, which will begin in just a few moments. You're on a treasure hunt which involves people named Buchanan. You're trapped, slugged, and wake up in what appears to be a respectable legal office. A thief type named Joe is slapping you back to consciousness. A pretty girl named Daisy is trying to protect you. A hearty legal type named Herod wants to know all about you and your connection with people named Buchanan.
Mr. Warbeck, why have you, ostensibly a harmless school teacher, suddenly taken it upon yourself to cut in on my Buchanan caper? Come, Mr. Warbeck. No stalling, please. My name's Herod. Walter Herod, attorney at law. I've been going through your wallet. Your name is Warbeck. Marion Perkin Warbeck. Right?
Yeah, that's right. My name's Warbeck, but I never admit the marrying to strangers.
Why this interest in the Buchanan?
Why yours?
I'm asking the questions. Joe's been tailing you. You've seen 5 Buchanans per night, 30 so far. What's your angle?
You got no right to kidnap me and grill me.
Your papers and ID tell me that you're a teacher by profession, assistant principal of a public school. I thought teachers were supposed to be legitimate. How did you get mixed up in the inheritance caper?
Caper?
Racket. The inheritance racket. The heirs of Buchanan caper. What are you using? The personal approach?
I don't know what you're talking about. I honestly don't know.
You're stepping on my toes, Warbeck, and I don't buy it. I'm taking $75,000 a year out of this caper, and I'm not going to let you cut in.
Now, look, I'm an educated man. Mention Galileo or the lesser Cavalier poets, and I'm right up there with you. But there are gaps in my education, and this is one of them. I can't handle the situation. Too many unknowns.
All right, I'm going to spell it out for you, Warbeck, so we'll know exactly where we stand, and you won't be able to dummy up.
Please do.
The inheritance racket is an old, long-term con. It operates like so. The story is that James Buchanan,
15th President of the United States?
Yes, the same. Buchanan was a bachelor. The story is that he died intestate, leaving a fortune for heirs unknown.
Thrilling news.
Today, at compound interest, that estate is worth hundreds of millions. Understand?
So far.
Anybody named Buchanan is a sucker for this setup. I send them a letter. Tell them there's a chance that they may be one of the heirs. And do they want me to investigate and protect their possible share in the estate?
Oh?
It only costs a small yearly retainer. Most of them buy it. And now you...
Wait a minute. Don't belabor the obvious. I can draw a conclusion. You found out I was checking Buchanan families. You think I'm trying to operate the same racket. A caper? You think I'm trying to cut in? Cut in? Yes, cut in on you?
Well, aren't you?
Oh, heavenly guardian angel, that this should happen to me. Thank you. I'll be forever grateful.
I think you must have made him a little crazy with that clapper, Joe.
Well, aren't you trying to cut in?
No. I'm not cutting in on you, Mr. Herod. Look, you will accompany me to my office in the school, and I will show you why I'm interested in the Buchanan.
Now, just a minute, Warbeck. I said I'd make it up to you.
We'll have to use your car, Miss Telford. Mine's probably been towed away by now. Herod, I'm going into partnership with you three. You've got what I need to locate one particular Buchanan. He's 10 years old, and he's worth millions more than your phony $100 million. Now, this is my office. Come in.
Aren't they going to ask about us being here at 9?
No, Miss Telford. I often work late.
Call this closet an office?
Oh, we aren't very generous teachers, Joe. Sit down, everybody, if you can find somewhere. And this, Miss Telford and gentlemen, is my buried treasure.
You've got $1 million stashed in that file?
No, Mr. Herod, just a composition.
A composition?
Worth $1 million more than your Buchanan fortune.
I think this clown is putting us on. Quiet, Joe. We owe him his favor. Go ahead, Mr. Warbeck.
Thank you. Now, a school assistant principal has to supervise classes. He reviews work, estimates progress, irons out student problems, and so on. I do this by random samplings. We have 900 pupils in this school. I can't supervise them individually.
Is he supposed to be saying something? He is, Joe. Just listen. I'm waiting for the money talk.
Here it is, Joe. Looking through some fifth grade work last month, I came across this fantastic composition. It was written by Stuart Buchanan of the fifth grade. His age must be 10 or thereabouts. Now, the composition is entitled My Vacation. I'll read it to you, and you'll understand why Stuart Buchanan must be found.
This is the money?
Yes, Joe, this is the money. My Vacation by Stuart Buchanan. This summer, I visited my friends. I have 4 friends, and they're very nice. First, there is Tommy, who lives in the country, and he is an astronomer. Tommy built his own telescope out of glass 6 inches across, which he ground himself. He looks at the stars every night, and he lets me look even when it is raining cats and dogs.
Wait a minute, Warbeck, are you putting us on?
Patience? Now, let's see. Cats and dogs. We could see the stars because Tommy made a thing for over the end of the telescope which shoots up like a searchlight and makes a hole in the sky to see right through the rain and everything to the stars. Well, Mr. Herod, what do you think of Tommy, the astronomer?
I don't understand this at all.
Well, it couldn't be simpler. Tommy gets bored waiting for clear nights. He invented something that cuts through clouds, a funnel of vacuum, so he can use his telescope in all weather. And what it amounts to is a disintegration beam.
The hell do you say?
The hell I don't. Next friend of Stuart's, and I quote, Then I went to Ann Mary and stayed 1 whole week. It was fun, because Ann Mary has a spinach changer for spinach and beets and string beans.
What the devil is a spinach changer?
Spinach changer. Spelling isn't one of Stuart's talents. Where was I? Oh, yes, here. When her mother made us eat them, Ann Mary pressed the button, and they stayed the same outside, only inside they became cake, cherry and strawberry. I asked Ann Mary how, and she said it was by Enhev.
You've lost me.
Simple. Ann Mary doesn't like vegetables. So, she's just as smart as Tommy, the astronomer. She's invented a matter transmuter. She transmutes spinach into cake, cherry or strawberry. Cake she eats with pleasure. So does Stuart.
And you're crazy, Warbeck.
Not me. The kids. They're geniuses. There's only one label for them. They're wild talent.
Wild talent? What's wild talent?
Later. Let's finish up with Lazy Ethel. I continue to read Stewart's composition. My friend George has a sister, Ethel, who is the laziest girl I ever saw. She is big and fat and hates to walk. So when her mother sends her to the store, Ethel thinks to the store and thinks home with all the packages and has to hang around George's room hiding until it will look like she walked both ways. George and I make fun of her because she is fat and lazy, but she gets into movies for free. The end.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Great little girl, Ethel. She's too lazy to walk, so she teleports. Then she has to hide with her packages while George and Stewart make fun of her.
Teleport?
That's right, Miss Telford. She moves from place to place by thinking her way there.
There ain't no such thing.
There wasn't until Lazy Ethel came along. There wasn't any disintegration beam until Tommy the astronomer invented one. And Anne Mary invented a matter transmuter because she doesn't like spinach. That, friends, is wild talent. Children accomplishing incredible things for childish reasons.
I still don't believe it. That kid's got a wild imagination, that's all.
Possibly.
You just give me 5 minutes with this Stuart Buchanan. I'm a lawyer, and I'll find out.
I had the same idea myself. I'm a teacher, and I can find out, but I can't.
Why not?
Because Stuart Buchanan's done the impossible. He's disappeared. Lock, stock, and barrel. Gone without a trace. He can't be found.
Well, which proves he was lying. You caught him in the lie, and he ran.
You still think this was just his imagination, Mr. Herod?
Well, what else?
I'll tell you what else. And that part about Anne Mary. Where is it?
It's the one who doesn't like spinach.
That's the one, Miss Telford. Here. Now, quote. Anne Mary pressed the button, and they stayed the same outside, only inside they became cake, cherry, and strawberry. I asked Anne Mary how, and she said it was by Enhef, end quote. That's E-N-H-V.
So, that's a kid's gibberish word.
No, Herod. That's how Anne Mary transmuted manna.
Well, with a kook word like enva?
Come on. No. Not enva, Joe. It took time, but I figured it out. That's Planck's quantum equation. E equals NHV. One of the most abstruse concepts in theoretical physics. Well, Herod?
The kid invented that, too. There's coincidence.
That sound likely?
Well, then he read it somewhere.
10-year-old reading quantum mechanics? Nonsense.
Oh, damn it, you let me hit that kid for 5 minutes.
Me too, but he's disappeared. That's why I've been checking every Buchanan in the phone book, trying to locate him. The day I read this composition and sent down for Stewart to have a talk with him, he disappeared into thin air and hasn't been seen since.
Well, what about his family?
Trouble disappeared, too. What's more, every record of their location had disappeared. A few people remember them vaguely, but that's all.
They split, huh?
Oh, the very word, Joe. Thank you. Well, what a situation. Here's a child who makes friends with child geniuses. They're making fantastic discoveries for childish purposes. Who knows? Maybe Stewart's got other friends with wilder talent.
Is this Stewart a wild talent, too?
Probably. Kids generally hang out with their peer group that shares the same interests and talents.
And what kind of genius is he?
I don't know. A genius for disappearing, maybe. He blabbed like a child in his composition. When I sent for him, he got scared like a child, ran away, and covered his tracks.
How did he get into the school file?
I don't know. All I know is he destroyed anything that might lead to it. Stewart has run away, and we have got to find him.
Just to find out, is he smart?
No, Miss Telford, to find his friends. He's the only lead. Surely I don't have to explain. What would the Pentagon pay for a disintegration beam? How many millions would an element transmuter be worth? If we could teleport, travel by mind alone, how powerful would we be?
My goodness.
Mr. Herod, this professor's almost got me convinced.
How about you?
Mr. Warbeck, your caper makes us look like plankers. Thanks for letting us cut in on you. We'll pay off. We'll find that kid.
It's been suggested that children are really alien creatures, thinking their own strange thoughts to themselves and performing incomprehensible alien acts in their own private world, which no grown-up is ever permitted to enter. Is Stuart Buchanan a doorway to this alien world? And if he's found, what will his world be like? Act 3 will tell us in just a few moments. Are Stuart Buchanan's friends working miracles with their wild talents, discovering disintegration beams, matter transmuters, teleportation? If not, does he have a wild imagination? And if he merely imagined all this, why and how has he disappeared without a trace? The only answer is to find Stuart Buchanan and question him. Walter Herod, attorney at law, is explaining to the boy's teacher how this can be done.
It's not possible for anyone to vanish without a trace, Warbeck.
Even a genius with a wild talent for crime?
You've been blundering around chasing after Buchanans in the phone book. There are other angles. You don't run after a missing person. You look around on his back trail for something he dropped.
A genius wouldn't drop anything.
All right, let's grant the kid's a genius. But a kid's a kid. He must have overlooked something. He forgot about that composition. And we'll find that something. Now, where's that school of yours located?
Jefferson Park.
Any busing?
No.
And it's a neighborhood school. The kid's family must have lived around there. Let's go. Over there, Professor. The 800 block. Stop.
Oh, what's this address?
Jefferson Park Post Office substation. You move out of a neighborhood, you file a change of address card with your post office. Now, wait.
Well?
No.
And what's this?
Election board. All voters are registered. If a voter moves from one election district to another, provision is usually made that a record of the transfer be kept.
Ah, clever. Stuart could hardly think of that.
No, I'm hoping. Wait for me.
Well?
No.
Now what?
Gas and Electric Company. All subscribers must transfer their accounts if they move. If they move out of town, they usually ask for their deposit back. They're a record.
If Stuart Buchanan can break into Consolidated and destroy their records, he's a better man than I am.
We'll see. Wait.
Don't tell me he's a better man than I am.
Yes. All right, let's go. Motor Bureau.
No, huh?
No. All right, let's go back to my office. I can't stand any more disappointments.
Hi, Mr. Harris. Hi, Professor. Any luck?
No. You?
Well, maybe yes, maybe no. Please, don't be mysterious, Joe.
I'm not. I'm spooky. What about?
Well, me and Daisy and Charlie the Clown been covering the Jefferson Park maze.
What? You let Charlie in on this caper?
No. Just brought him along for window dressing. He gets along great with kids. Yes, and? Idea was to locate one of his Stuart's little pals and find out where the kid went.
Well, did you?
Nah. But Charlie located the block where the Stewart kid used to live.
Good.
Daisy took off to find out what real estate company handles the block.
Ah, that was smart.
And Charlie the Clown took a powder. He what? Disappeared. 1 minute he was with me, the next he was gone.
Did you see him go?
He was walking behind me. When I turned around to tell him something, he just wasn't there.
Holy saints, what have we got ourselves into?
You think Stuart Buchanan had something to do with his disappearance?
What else can I think?
There's got to be some rational explanation. We're going up to the Jefferson neighborhood, Joe, and look for Charlie. Warbeck, stay here and mind the store.
Office of Walter Herod, attorney at law.
Oh? This isn't Mr. Herod.
Miss Telford?
Yes, you must be the professor.
In person.
Could you put Mr. Herod on?
Not here.
Then Joe Davenport.
Same answer. They both left to do some looking.
I shouldn't say it on the phone, but you know who?
Yes.
Well, I did some finding.
Not you know who.
No, but close. I've got him here.
Got who, Daisy?
The manager of the RG Realty Company. He was in charge of the building where you know who used to live.
Daisy, you're a marvel. Bring him up to the office right away.
I can't. He hasn't got time.
That's all right. Then I'll come to him. Where are you now?
The Bristol Cafe. Third booth from the back. You'll recognize me by my black coffee without sugar. Over here, Professor.
Oh, I got here as fast as I could. Where's the manager of RG Realty? Couldn't he wait?
Oh, he's still here at the bar.
What did you get from him so far?
Well, he doesn't remember the family much. Kind of vague, you know?
Yeah.
He remembers the family signed a lease for a 4-room apartment in the Jefferson Arms.
Uh-huh. Did he show you the lease?
He couldn't.
Why not?
It wasn't in the files. It was gone.
Oh, I might have known.
Everything about the family was gone.
We've been wondering what kind of wild talent Stuart Buchanan has. Maybe the boy is a thief genius. How does he get at every trace, every record, and destroy it? Now, what's taking RG Realty so long at that bar for? Are you sure he didn't take a powder? Run out on you?
No. His hat and coat are hanging right here. He must be at the bar. In a check jacket. Oh. I don't see any check jacket. Do you?
No. 3 men there, and nobody checked. Daisy, I'm afraid we've lost another.
Oh.
I think he's knocking us off one by one.
All right, Warbeck, cool it. So the kids licked us straight down the line. Well, I've got a gimmick. They lived in Jefferson Arms. Look up the house phone number in the book.
I know it. There was a Buchanan listed at that address, and I checked them.
Well?
Moved out, gone. The janitor told me.
Great. That's our solid lead. Call the janitor.
Well, he told me everything he knew, and it was nothing. Buchanan lived there, left, period. Hello? Oh, Mr. Rysdale, I'm that teacher, Mr. Warbeck, who talked to you before about... Yes, that's right. Well, I've got a friend here who wants to ask you something else. There you are, Herod.
Hello. Yeah, well, listen, sir. When anybody moves in or out of a building, the janitor... the super... takes down the name of the movers in case they damage the building. Well, yes, I'm a lawyer. I know this. It's to protect the building in case an action has to be brought, right? Yes, that's right. Now, who moved the Buchanans out? Yes, I'll wait. Yes? Oh, thanks. We've got it made. Made. The Avon Moving Company, truck number G4. Now, this is why you're here, Daisy.
Warbeck and I couldn't get anything from the Avon movers. They had no record of moving the Buchanan family.
Well, the kid was pretty thorough.
I'm dying to meet him.
But they did have a record of the man who worked truck G4 that day. We contacted one of them, and he's going to meet us here in this bar after he quits.
What for?
Tell us everything he can remember about the job.
Including where he moved the Buchanans to.
So why me? You want I should ask him something?
No, Daisy. I want you should soften him up. You know, ask him. Here, hold it. This must be the guy. Oh, good evening, Mr. Moore. It is Mr. Moore.
Yeah, Patty Moore. Are you the lawyer guy?
Yes, Herod.
I've been thinking about what you asked me on the phone. And I asked the rest of the crew, all we can remember about that Jefferson Park job is that it was an all-day proposition.
Why all day?
Because it took us all the way to hell and gone from Chesterton Park.
Where to?
Old Town suburb.
Old Town? What street in Old Town, Mr. Moore?
Maple something. Maple Road.
What number?
I couldn't remember.
Kid again.
Well, we know the street, and I think Daisy may be able to coax Moore into remembering the number. Daisy, love, why don't you and your friend Patty Moore... Daisy?
Where'd she go?
She was right there. She just up and...
Gone. Just like that. Gone. You got that Old Town street map, Joe?
Right here. There's Maple Row. 12 blocks long. See?
All right. 12 blocks, 4 apiece. We cover every house and every apartment. Now, we've got to be careful. It looks like any time anybody threatens to get close to the kid, he wipes them out, yes?
No argument here.
All right, so we drive out to Old Town, park, start the screening operation, but we meet at the car every half hour and check in, right?
It'll take forever. There's 1 million kids per square inch in Old Town.
There's $1 million a day in it for us if we find him. Now, let's move it.
Professor? Present and accounted for, thank heaven.
Where's Joe?
Coming. I got mixed up in a stickball game.
Did you case the kids playing in the street, Professor?
I looked them over. No Stuart Buchanan.
And we don't know whether the kids playing on Maple Row live on Maple Row, so we stick to the apartment search. Any leads so far, Joe?
Nope.
Professor?
Negative.
Nothing in mind yet. All right, let's keep trying. Any luck, Professor?
Not yet. You?
No. Where's Joe?
Last time I saw him, he was down the street trying to sidestep potsy game.
Only girls play potsy.
Only girls. No Stuart Buchanan.
Where the devil is Joe?
Is he always on time?
Always.
Well, maybe got a hot lead.
You believe that?
I want to believe it.
What do you really believe?
That Joe got too close.
And the kid got it. But how? Same way he got Charlie the Clown, and that manager, and Daisy.
Maybe Joe got scared and quit.
No, not on $1 million.
Herod, how does the kid do it?
I'm scared. So am I. You want to quit now?
We can't. If the boy's that dangerous, we've got to find him.
Oh, we know what to do. We both covered Joe's sector. I'll take the right side of Maple Row, you take the left. We meet here every half hour, and we'll be strictly on time.
If Stuart Buchanan lets us.
And if one of us is late, honk the horn as a reminder. Make it 2 long, 1 short. Got that? Let's go.
has a weapon, something he invented with his wild talent, something silly like the others, a special light maybe that murders people, wipes them out like Daisy, and... Oh, what is going to happen when Stuart Buchanan grows up? What's going to happen when the rest of them grow up? He's somewhere in Herod's sector, right side of Maple Row. This block, destroying us one by one, smiling to himself, a vicious, killing genius. Stuart! Stuart Buchanan? Can you hear me? I'm here, Stuart, waiting for you. Stuart? 85, 90, 95, 100. Anybody round my base is it? Stuart Buchanan! Come out! Come out! Wherever you...
Stuart Buchanan, come out, wherever you are. Where is he? In an alley behind Maple Row, deeply involved in a game of hide and seek, aged 10, wearing sweater, jeans, and sneakers, hiding behind ash cans, determined not to be caught. He looks up at the sunset sky and sees the evening star and whispers, "Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. Wish I may, wish I might. Grant me the wish I wish tonight. I wish that anybody who tries to bother me would go away forever." I'll be back shortly. Stuart Buchanan is unaware that he has disposed of Warbeck, Herod, Joe, Daisy, and scores of others who disappeared forever. That he has forced his parents to move from Jefferson Park. That he has wiped out almost every trace of himself in his innocent desire to be left alone and happy. He is unaware that he is a genius with a wild talent. The power of this boy wonder is for wishing and making his wishes come true. And I sincerely hope that none of you has a wild talent in your family. Our cast included William Redfield, Robert Dryden, Ken Harvey, Martha Greenhouse, and Dan Ocko. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Section 42 of G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. At the sign of the world's end, the ugliness of utopia. It is a pity that the people who are trying to attack the worst sort of Bolshevism have got hold of the very worst way of doing it. I have been called a reactionary, and in one sense I am a reactionary. But I am quite sure there is one golden rule for all good little reactionaries to learn. It is no good to give a superficial answer to a fundamental suggestion, even if it is fundamentally false. Indeed, if it is fundamentally false, it is all the more necessary to answer it with what is fundamentally true. There is no answer to anything radical, even radically wrong, except being more radical still. If the other man has dug deep enough to have almost torn the plant up by its roots, we must dig deeper and see that it brings its own soil with it, so that it can live. If the enemy is mining, we must be countermining, and the countermining must be undermining. If the wrong sort of revolutionist is indeed undermining society, he will most certainly blow up society unless we can undermine him. The revolutionist will win unless we can be more revolutionary than he, in the fundamental sense of being at once more skeptical and more visionary. Now, our real hold on the skeptic is almost always in this, that there is something which he does not doubt, and we do. Challenged upon his own first principles, he finds the whole of his movement checked. Thus, for instance, as long as we tell the Bolshevist that his ideal is a beautiful and bewitching illusion, he will lead men to worse fates in the future, if they follow it now. He will not altogether unnaturally say that it seems odd to refuse to follow an ideal because it is beautiful, and that even by our own account there is as yet nothing to show that it is deceptive. But if we tell him at the beginning that we think his ideal is ugly, that it is ugly as an ideal and not merely as a reality, and that as it is ugly in itself, we are naturally not going to be bothered to follow it. If we tell him that, he is brought to a much more serious standstill. In order to convert us, at any rate, he has to show that his ideal is not ugly, but beautiful and worth following. Now, the modern materialist will find it much more difficult to charm like a poet than to plan plausibly like a company promoter. He will be less insinuating when he woos like a lover than when he takes chances like a tipster. It is not really so difficult for him to convince people that his idea is attainable, that he has figured it all out, like a man with a financial tip or a system for Monte Carlo. But we, by hypothesis, are not telling him that his idea is unattainable. We are telling him we do not want to attain it, whether it is attainable or not. What he has to create in us is a motive, that is, a thing that makes other things move. And it is not an easy business to create a motive. Not half so easy is to assume a motive and explain a plan. What he has to do, if he can, is what the great prophets and religious founders did. He has to make a sort of music in the air, to which things stir and march, even when they have seemed stiff as hedges or rooted as trees. And the modern economic materialist is no Orpheus. In short, it is easier to refute Bolshevism as an ideal than Bolshevism as a business proposition. And this for a very vital and interesting reason. That business can be mystifying, whereas idealism must be plain. Anyone can see this by imagining any working example. Suppose a man knocks at the door with a proposition for providing everybody with a pair of stilts, so that they can henceforth all walk about undefiled by mud and breathing a purer air on a level with the tops of trees. It would take a long time to prove to him that he cannot provide everybody with stilts. You might spend many happy hours with him in your library, looking up encyclopedias, uncovering papers with calculations, before you had proved to him from the census, or the reports of the timber trade, or the blue books on afforestation, that the thing was impossible. Perhaps it isn't impossible, an idea to be kept in mind about the other ideal also. If you want to get rid of the gentleman selling stilts at the door, it is much quicker to tell him that you don't want any stilts, that you don't like stilts, and that he has aroused no stilt motive like music in your mind, or in short that walking on stilts forms no part of your ideal. In short, the idealistic answer is short, sharp, and practical, whereas the practical answer is long-winded, elaborate, and tiresome. If a man proposes to take you to Johannesburg on one of those new amphibio-automatic oil bicycles, which are, for all I know, among the brightest and briskest business propositions advertised in that brilliant seat of culture, it will take a long time to disprove to the tout that the bicycle can travel over land and sea. It will need very complicated scientific calculation to demonstrate that the design is a swindle, though since it emanates from the high places of imperial and scientific finance, it very probably is. It is much simpler to tell him the truth that burns immortally in the breast of every plain, true-hearted Englishman. It is better to tell him that you do not want to go to Johannesburg, any more than to hell. That is what I have to say to the Bolshevist about the Bolshevist utopia. But the point here is that it would take a long time to go into the merits and demerits of the bicycle, whereas it takes a very short time indeed to dismiss the merits and demerits of the South African city. To get to the ideal is to get to the goal, and be done with it. To linger on the practical process may be interminable. The idealistic method is businesslike. The businesslike method is the devil of a business. In the same way, the really swift and simple modes of attack on Marxian materialism and collectivism is simply pointing out that it is ugly, not proving that it is unpractical. It is in preventing people from desiring what the innovators think desirable, much more than in merely prophesying whether they can get what they desire. For a prophecy, however practical, is always arbitrary and mystical, whereas a desire is a definite and objective fact, like a dog or door-knocker. All men know what they want, but only inspired seers know whether they can get it. If men want property and liberty and the life of the distributive state, as we maintain, we will attempt to follow it up by proving it to be practical and probable. But if men do not want collectivism and regimentation and compulsory labor and the rest of the Bolshevist utopia, then it will be a waste of our time to prove it impossible. None of us will sit down to discuss the baffling difficulties of starting a pestilence or the little hitches and worries in the way of procuring a mad dog. There is a truth, probably unconscious, in the common phrase that utopian revolutionists hope to make a new heaven and a new earth. It is true that nobody makes a new earth without first making a new heaven, and this is no more specially true when the heaven is full of gods and angels than when the heaven is empty of everything but ether and stardust. It is quite as true when the heaven is only an abyss or bottomless pit of space. It is quite as true when the heaven is rather like hell. The higher thing, towering over the earth and typifying the general nature of the universe, is still the dominant condition and determining factor in all the earthly regulations and reforms. The heaven of the atheist makes the earth of the atheist, as much as the heaven of the saint makes the earth of the saint. The basis of the whole Marxian business is the religion of monism and materialism. Every man gets his economics from his religion. Only this religion is so laboriously topsy-turvy as to teach the opposite. The notion that the religion came from the economics. The answer to this is really quite simple. The Marxian socialist says that mental states come only from material conditions, to which I reply that his material conditions are bad by his own account, and therefore his mental conclusions are wrong by his own argument. If the situation makes the soul, and if it is a bad situation to be a proletarian, then it is probably a worse situation to be a class-conscious proletarian. If capitalism is a mood of material origin, socialism is a mood of the very same material origin, and that admittedly a very bad and misleading origin. If economics produces ethics, we have no more reason to trust the psychology of a proletarian brought up in a capitalist state than that of a capitalist brought up in a capitalist state. The truth is that this is one intrinsically impossible and intolerable school of thought, because it is thought against thinking. The man who says that ideas are mere material results has in that very sentence destroyed all ideas, including that one. But there is an even deeper element among these elements of the case. It is perhaps the element of emotion rather than thought. Why should a man want to maintain that his will is a blind plant of the swamp, or that his ideals are idols made of mud? Why should men desire to entertain such a dogma as the materialist version of history? I do not speak here of puzzle-headed skeptics who reluctantly digest such dogmas, because they cannot reason their way out of them, but of men who shout them like a war cry and intone them like a creed. We can only say that there seems to be some such pessimistic perversity and spiritual suicide, and that this sect must be counted among the strange sects so afflicted. In practical fact, I think they are often fighting against very real plutocratic tyranny. But in truth, there are two very different fights against tyranny. There is the revolt against the tyrant by the slave, and there is the revolt against the tyrant by the free man. What Nietzsche said of Christianity, what was emphatically not true of Christianity, actually is true of Marxian materialism. It is a slave morality, a protest against particular authorities made by the spirit of slavery, and not by the spirit of liberty. For if it were really working from the love of freedom, it would certainly begin with free will. End of section 42.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
The Jack Benny Program. American. Fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette. And
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes,
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
Year after year, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts, men who spend their lives buying, selling, and handling tobacco, can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco. Fine tobacco that means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. American. The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest stars Victor Moore, Peter Lind Hayes, and Frank Capra.
Well, if it isn't yours truly, Don Wilson.
Hello, Rochester. Is Mr. Benny in?
No, Mr. Benny took Miss Livingston to the movies.
Oh, well, when he comes back, will you tell him that... Say, Rochester, did you bake a cake or something? I smell melted butter.
Oh, that. Well, you see, every time Mr. Benny goes to the movies, I make him a bag of popcorn.
That's ridiculous. Why doesn't he buy it at the theater? With butter and everything, it must cost more to make your popcorn at home.
Theoretically, yes, but actually, no.
What do you mean?
Well, I make 2 bags, and he sells one of them to Miss Livingston.
Oh, I see. Well, in that way, you break even.
Break even? Since the OPA went off, we're showing a profit.
But, Rochester, don't you take a loss on the kernels that don't pop?
Mr. Benny will pop them if he has to take them to a blast furnace.
Well, as long as Jack isn't home, I think I'll run along.
If you care to wait, he ought to be back any minute now. They went to the neighborhood theater.
Gosh, Jack, I'm sure glad you took me to see It's a Wonderful Life. I think it's a marvelous picture.
Yeah.
I thought the direction was great. Jimmy Stewart was sensational.
Yeah, sensational.
Jimmy gave that part just what it needed. I thought his acting was superb.
All right, so his acting was superb. He's supposed to be a great actor. That's what he got paid for.
Well, Jack, I saw your last picture.
I returned the money. So don't be so smart. Anyway, Mary, don't get me wrong. I like the picture, It's a Wonderful Life, but it's awfully hard to believe that part where Jimmy Stewart's angel comes down and shows him what would have happened if he hadn't been born. I don't know, it's too fantastic.
Oh, you've been mad at pictures ever since they put out Bank Night.
I have not. It's just that I don't...
Oh, Jack, let's stop and look in this jewelry window.
Okay.
Gee, what gorgeous jewelry they have here.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Jack,
What?
look at that beautiful engagement ring.
Mary, are you hinting?
Uh-huh.
Well, it won't do you any good. I'll never wear it. Come on, Mary, let's go.
No, I want to look at all these things in the window.
Okay.
Oh, Martha.
What is it, Emily?
Isn't that Jack Benny standing over there?
Well, I declare. My, but he's handsome. Every time I see him, I get weak and wobbly all over.
Oh, Martha.
It's the truth, Emily. He really sends me. And if I was 20 years younger, I'd go. Emily, who's that girl with Mr. Benny?
Why, that's Mary Livingston.
Look how tight she's holding on to his arm. I'd like to go over and pull her hair out.
Oh, stop being so irritable. You've been acting like this ever since Van Johnson got married.
You should talk, Emily. You broke your baseball bat when Lippy married Lorraine. Anyway, I think Jack Benny is...
Quiet. Here they come.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, hello there. Isn't it rather late for you girls to be out?
Girls.
Come on, Mary. Let's go. Gee, Mary, Wilshire Boulevard looks beautiful at night, doesn't it?
Yeah, all the light and... Say, Jack, isn't that Frank Capra?
Who?
Frank Capra, the man who directs the picture we just saw. It's a Wonderful Life.
Yes, it is. Hello, Frank.
Hello, Jack. Mary?
Well, this is a coincidence, Frank. We just came from seeing your picture.
Really? I go to that theater every day.
You go to see your picture every day?
No, I just go for the newsreel. I love to hear the governors of Georgia talk.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Capra, I want to congratulate you on your direction of It's a Wonderful Life. I thought it was great.
Thank you, Mary. How'd you like it, Jack?
Oh, I thought it was fine, Frank, but that part about the guardian angel was just a little too unbelievable.
Well, Jack, in the picture I didn't try to show what did happen. I tried to show what could happen if someone had never been born.
I know,
For example, what do you think would have happened if you'd never been born?
Well...
There'd be a lot more money in circulation.
Mary, stop. But all in all, Frank, I did think it was a very entertaining picture.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Jack. Well, I have to run along now.
Oh, just a minute, Frank. I'm glad we ran into each other because I've been wanting to talk to you about a picture for me.
For you?
Yes, you see, the studios have all been after me, but I thought that you, with your great insight into human nature, might better capture my personality.
Jack, I'm late already.
Think of it, Frank, think of it. Frank Capra presents Jack Benny in King Lear. Then there's a tremendous blast of trumpets, and the scene opens with me in royal robes walking majestically toward the throne. Can't you just see it, Frank? Can't you? Can't you?
Jack, let go of his collar. His face is turning blue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wow. Well, smog or no smog, it's good to be breathing again.
What?
Well, so long, King Lear. See you later. Goodbye, Mary.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Frank. Come on, Mary. I'll walk you home.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Oh, quiet. Rochester! Oh, Rochester!
Is that you, boss?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson dropped by, but I told him you were at the movies and he wouldn't wait.
Oh, well, I'll see you tomorrow. Come here a minute and... Rochester, what's that penny on the table?
Huh? Oh, while Mr. Wilson was here, he stepped into the bathroom and weighed himself.
Good. How much does Mr. Wilson weigh now?
I don't know, but you got a lot of broken tile in the bathroom. Say, boss, how'd you like the picture?
It's a Wonderful Life? Oh, very much, Rochester, but a little too fantastic. You know, the angel and everything. I don't know. Say, Rochester, I'm a little sick to my stomach. I'm going to the medicine cabinet and take something. There it is. A couple of swallows of this, and I'll feel much better. This ought to fix me up. Oh, darn it, I dropped the glass. Well, I'll just drink a little out of the bottle and... Oh, my goodness. Look at that label. This is iodine. I almost poisoned myself. Oh, boy, am I glad I dropped the glass. What a lucky accident.
That was no accident, Jack.
Huh?
I knocked the glass out of your hand.
You knocked the... Wait a minute. How did you get in here? Who are you?
I'm your guardian angel.
What? My guardian angel?
Yes, I've been watching over you all of your life. I've guided you and I've protected you.
Guided me? Protected me?
Yes, I governed every move you ever made.
Oh, you mean it's you who kept me from spending my money?
No, you've done pretty well with that yourself.
Thank you. But you saved my life, and you don't even know me.
Oh, you're wrong, Jack. I know everything about you. Remember when you were 7 years old, you broke a window and you blamed it on your sister, Florence?
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
And remember when you were 10 years old, how proud you were when you put on your first toupee?
That was for a school play.
Well, the play is over. Take it off.
Say, you do know a lot of things about me. Well, Angel, it was nice of you to save my life. And come again sometime. Huh?
Oh, I can't go yet. Because, you see, I was sent down here to prove something to you.
Prove what?
I'm going to show you what would have happened if you had never been born.
You mean like what I saw in the picture tonight?
Yes. Come with me.
No. I'm not coming with you. No, sir, I'm afraid.
Oh, you're nothing to fear. Come on now, come on.
I'm not coming with you. Let go of my arm. Let go of my arm. Rochester! Rochester! That's funny. Rochester!
You have no Rochester.
What do you mean I have no Rochester? You've been my butler for 10 years.
No, he hasn't. You've never been born.
You mean there's no Jack Benny?
That's right. Now come. Come with me.
Hey, where are we? What are we doing in this department store?
This is the May Company.
Oh, yes. And there's Mary behind the stocking counter, like she used to be years ago. What is she doing back here?
She never left here. You see, you were never born to take her away.
Gee, she looks good.
Well, of course, she's been eating regularly.
Oh, this whole thing is crazy. I'm going over to Mary and ask her myself. Oh, Mary! Mary!
Yes, sir? What can I do for you?
What are you doing behind the stocking counter? Why aren't you on the radio?
Well, that's a new approach. They generally ask me why I'm not in pictures.
But, Mary, please, don't you recognize me? Don't you know me? Have you forgotten all about our radio work?
What radio work?
What work? Are you crazy? What do you do every Sunday afternoon at 4 o'clock?
I take a bath. Do you mind?
Mary, please listen to me.
I'll thank you not to be so familiar. Please call me by my last name.
Okay. Now listen, Miss Livingston.
It's Mrs. Klingenpeel. Mrs. Herman Klingenpeel.
Mrs.? You're married? I can't believe... Just a little while ago, you tried to buy me an engagement ring. You can't be married.
Well, ask my husband. He's the floor walker.
What?
Here he comes now.
Oh, yes. Mister? Mister?
Yes?
Is this true? Are you two married?
Well, if we're not, we certainly gypped the bride and groom program out of a 2-week honeymoon.
Oh, stop. Mary, this is all a terrible mistake. Angel! Angel, where are you?
Just a minute. I'm opening a charge account.
Well, what's taking you so long?
They don't believe my address.
Never mind that now. Take me out of here. Take me to Dennis Day. He'll know me.
All right, Jack. Hold on. Here we go.
Angel, what are we doing here in New York City?
Why, don't you recognize this place? This is Studio H in NBC.
Oh, yeah. And there's Dennis Day walking up to the microphone. Oh, Dennis! Dennis!
Sorry, Pop. No autograph.
I don't want your autograph. Dennis, don't you recognize me? I'm Jack Benny.
Who?
Benny. Jack Benny. Listen. Can it be the trees that fill the breeze with rare and magic perfume?
I don't know about the perfume, but your singing stinks.
Angel, he doesn't even know me.
Oh, of course he doesn't know you. Jack Benny doesn't exist.
Doesn't?
You are still waiting to be born.
Waiting to be born? That's ridiculous. Look at my hair. It's gray.
Yeah, you've been waiting a long time.
Dennis, think a minute. I'm Jack Benny, the man you work for.
Oh, no, mister, you're wrong. I work for that man over there, the one with the baggy eyes.
Where?
Thank you, and welcome to... Hey, what's going on here? I've got a program to do, and I don't need any outside help.
Why, you're Fred Allen.
You were expecting maybe Uncle Remus?
Now, wait a minute, Fred, wait a minute. Don't you pretend you never met me either.
I'm sorry. I don't believe I ever had the pleasure.
Pleasure? Fred, look at me. I'm Jack Benny. The man you hate.
Me? Me hate anybody. Why, everyone knows Fred Allen loves the whole world. I love my writers. I love the NBC vice presidents and the censors, too. I love the little lads and lassies who ask me for my autograph as they wipe their little noses on my sleeve. And believe me, sir, I love you, too.
Angel, there must be something wrong. Fred Allen doesn't hate anybody.
Certainly, you weren't born yet.
Wait a minute, Fred. You and Dennis are just pretending you don't know me. But the rest of your cast will.
The rest of my cast? There are no other performers on my program, just Dennis and myself.
Oh, yeah? What about Senator Claghorn and Titus Moody and Ajax Cassidy?
Why, I thought everybody knew Dennis plays all those parts.
You mean Dennis is Senator Claghorn?
I'm from the South, son. I just got back from a party, and I'm in my cup. Dixie, that is.
Wait a minute. And he's Titus Moody?
Howdy, Bub.
Dennis, and you play Ajax Cassidy, too? How do you feel playing all those parts?
Oh, terrible, 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 terrible. And I'm not long for this world.
Now cut that out. Angel, there must be someone who knows me. I know. Take me to see Don Wilson. He's worked for me for 14 years. He'll remember me. Don's been with me through thick and thick. I mean thin.
All right, Jack, I'll take you to see Mr. Wilson.
Gee, you're such an obliging angel. Don't you mind taking me from one person to another?
No, I get mortal to mortal pay.
Oh, good. Well, come on, let's go.
Well, here we are in Lexington, Kentucky.
Lexington, Kentucky?
Yes, there's Mr. Wilson sitting on the porch. He owns this big tobacco plantations.
Hey, Don, Wilson.
Colonel Wilson to you, sir. Waukegan, Illinois, named Benny. Nice people. Always wished they had a son.
They had a son. It's me.
Well, I don't know anything about that, but if you'll excuse me, I gotta talk to my tobacco pickers. Here they come.
The tobacco pickers?
Yes. Hello, fellas. You all.
You all. Don. Colonel Wilson. Hemo boy. That's my quartet, the Sportsmen.
I don't know anything about a quartet, sir, but these boys are happy in their work picking that fine, that light, that naturally mild Lucky Strike tobacco.
Don.
And they keep singing all the time, always singing. Way down upon the Swanee River, far, far away.
LSMFTO,
There's where my heart is turning ever. There's where the auctioneers play. Where Effie Boone and Speedy Rigg learn to sing and chant. LSMFTO, there's where my heart is turning ever. There's where the old folks stay. Every boon and speedy still longing for the old plantation and for the old folks at home, old folks at
Fellas. Look, fellas, don't walk away.
They've gone, Jack. Are you convinced now?
Yeah, I'm convinced. Angel, take me back home, please.
No, not yet, Jack. There's one more place I'd like to show you. Come.
Where are we? What town is this?
Nashville, Tennessee.
Nashville, Tennessee. Hey, why, that's where Phil Harris comes from.
Yeah, and this is the nightclub where he works.
Phil Harris works in this awful dump?
Yes, you see, you weren't born, so you never took him away from here.
Well, I'm glad. This is where he belongs. Let's go in and see him.
All right. Follow me right down these stairs.
Gosh, what a crummy nightclub. Look at the name of it. The Ruis Club.
What about it?
Ruis spelled backwards is sewer.
Now, that makes very little difference to Mr. Harris. He can't even spell frontwards. Come on, Jack. Follow me down these stairs.
Way down. All right, watch your step. Let's rest. If I go down any farther, I'll get the bend.
Well, I don't like this any more than you do. I'm an angel, and the further down I go, the nearer I get to enemy territory.
Well, I guess it's just a few more steps down. Here we are.
Won't you come with me to Alabama? Let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and broiling hammy, and that's what I like about the South. There you can make no mistakey, where those nerves are never shaky. Ought to taste her layer cakey, and that's what I like about the South.
Angel, isn't that awful?
Yes, that's why we send you so much thunder. We're trying to drown him out.
Thanks.
Well, folks, here I am again, your favorite master of ceremonies, Phil Harris. Funny thing happened to me today, folks. Guy walked up to me and said, Mr. Harris, where'd you get that black eye? So I told him it was a birthmark, and he said, a birthmark? And I said, yeah, I got the wrong birth. Don't explain it to him, lady. If you don't get it, just let him suffer. Let him lay there. Don't tell him nothing.
Well, Phil Harris.
Pardon me, folks. There's an old heckler down here in the front row. Yeah? What do you want, Bob?
Phil, look at me. Look at me, Phil. Don't you recognize me?
I never saw you before in my life, Buster.
But I'm Jack Benny. I'm your boss.
What do you mean, boss? I own this joint myself. Lock, stock, and demi-john. That barrel. Don't tell me what to keep my bourbon in.
All right, so you don't work for me, but what does Alice think about you being here?
Who?
Alice Faye, your wife.
Alice Faye, the moving picture star, married to me?
Yes.
Hey, waiter, what's the idea of selling this old gentleman more than one zombie?
Look, I'm not drunk. Aren't you married to Alice Faye?
Of course I ain't. That's my little wife right over there. Hey, baby, come here. I'd like you to meet someone.
Any friend of yours is a friend of mine, talent boy.
Well, wait a minute. You should know me. You're my girlfriend. You're Gladys Zabisco.
Gladys Zabisco, Harris, if you please, and I never went out with you in my life.
Look, honey, maybe you went out with a guy on a blind date.
I'd never get that blind.
But you must remember me. Look at me. Look.
Come on, Jack. I think we better be going again.
Well, all right, Angel. But I'm not licked yet. I'll prove to you that I was born.
Well, I'll give you one last chance. Where do you want me to take you now?
Let's see. I know. Take me to Warner Brothers Studios. They'll know me there.
Well, Jack, here we are at the studio.
Yeah, and there's the executive offices. Let's go in and see the Warner Brothers. See, listen to him laugh. Listen to him. Listen to him. Why are the Warner Brothers so happy?
Because you were never born, so you didn't make the horn blows at midnight.
Oh, I see. Listen to me, Mr. Warner. Listen to me. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. Quiet, quiet, quiet. Where do they go? Where do they... Oh, Angel. Angel. Angel, where are you?
Here I am, boss.
Huh? Oh, hello, Rochester.
I rushed in here when I heard a glass crash.
Oh, yes. I just dropped my medicine.
Your medicine? Boss, that bottle in your hand is iodine.
I know. I was just putting it back. Thanks, Rochester. Ladies and gentlemen, the part of the angel was played by Victor Moore, who will soon be seen in that wonderful picture It Happened on Fifth Avenue. Fred Allen was impersonated by Peter Lynn Hayes, while Frank Capra appeared through the courtesy of Mr. Capra. The bottle of iodine came from the corner drugstore.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, Basil Rysdale.
As you listen to the chant of the tobacco auctioneer, remember LSMFT.
American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
Mr. Floyd Green Clay of Versailles, Kentucky, has been an independent tobacco warehouseman for 26 years. He said,
I've seen American buy tobacco that's ripe and mild. Tobacco with real flavor and mellowness. And I know you can't beat that fine tobacco for top smoking enjoyment. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 17 years.
Remember, at auction after auction, year after year, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Clay can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. No doubt about it.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes?
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco means real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Say, Rochester, have you ever had a feeling that there's somebody watching everything you do? You know, somebody who knows every move you make, knows everywhere you go, even when you think he doesn't?
Yes, boy.
You know who it is?
Yes, now we should cut it out.
I don't mean me. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Father, what is it? I must tell you where the treasure is. It is hidden in... No! Keep him out! There at the window. What is it? That face! The sign of the fall.
I can still hear those words echoing in my memory, for in a sense they changed my life. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and I was privileged to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I will tell you how we first came across the sign of the Four. I can see it still. Our rooms in Baker Street and Sherlock Holmes, and in such detail you will be there yourself. If I may collect my thoughts for just a moment.
My mind rebels at stagnation, Watson. Give me the most abstruse cryptogram or the most intricate analysis, and I'm in my own proper atmosphere. But I abhor the dull routine of existence. That's why I've chosen my own particular profession. Or rather, created it, for I'm the only one in the world.
You're the only unofficial detective?
The only unofficial consulting detective. The work itself is my highest reward. But, Watson, you've had some experience of my methods of work.
I was never so struck by anything in my life. I even embodied the experience in a small brochure with the somewhat fantastic title of Study in Scarlet.
I read it. Honestly, I cannot congratulate you on it.
Oh?
Detection is or ought to be an exact science and should be treated in the same cold and unemotional manner. You have attempted to tinge it with romanticism, which produces much the same effect as if you worked a love story into the fifth proposition of Euclid.
But the romance was there.
My practice has extended recently to the continent. I was consulted last week by Francois Lavilla, who, as you probably know, has come rather to the front lately in the French detective service. He's now translating my small works into French.
Your work?
Yes. I've been guilty of several monographs. Here, for example, is one upon the distinction between the ashes of the various tobaccos. In it, I enumerate 140 forms of cigar, cigarette, and pipe tobacco.
140?
Here is my monograph upon the tracing of footsteps, with some remarks upon the uses of plaster of Paris as a preserver of impressions. But I weary with my hobby.
No, not at all. But you were speaking just now of observation and deduction. Surely the one, to some extent, implies the other.
By no means. Observation shows me that you've been to the Wigmore Street post office this morning.
Hmm?
But deduction lets me know that when there you dispatched a telegram.
Oh.
Observation tells me that you have a little reddish mold adhering to your instep. Now, just opposite the Wigmore Street post office, they've taken up the pavement and thrown up some earth which lies in such a way that it's difficult to avoid treading in it on entering. The earth is of this peculiar reddish tint, which is found, as far as I know, nowhere else in the neighborhood.
Bravo. But how did you deduce the telegram?
Well, of course, I knew that you'd not written a letter since I sat opposite you all the morning. I see also in your open desk there that you have a sheet of stamps and a thick bundle of postcards. Well, what could you go into the post office for, then, but to send a wire? Eliminate all other factors, and the one which remains must be the truth.
Dear me.
See, Watson, how the yellow fog swirls down the street and drifts across the dun-colored houses? What could be more hopelessly prosaic and material? What's the use of having powers, Doctor, when one has no field upon which to exert them? Crime is commonplace, existence is commonplace, and no qualities save those which are commonplace have any function upon earth.
What is it, Mrs. Hudson?
A young lady for Mr. Holmes, sir.
I have no appointments.
Here's her card, sir.
Oh, Miss Mary Morstan. I have no recollection of the name. Oh, very well. Ask her to step in, Mrs. Hudson.
Very good, sir. Will you go in, please, Miss Morstan?
Thank you.
Pray come in, madam.
It's good of you to see me, Mr. Holmes.
This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Doctor?
How do you do, Miss Morstan? Will you take the basket chair?
Thank you. I've come to you, Mr. Holmes, because you once enabled my employer, Mrs. Cecil Forrester, to unravel a little domestic complication. She was much impressed by your kindness and skill.
Mrs. Cecil Forrester. Oh, yes, I believe that I was of some slight service to her.
Mr. Holmes, I can hardly imagine anything more strange than the situation in which I find myself.
Then pray state your case.
Briefly, the facts are these. My father was an officer in an Indian regiment who sent me home when I was quite a child. My mother was dead, and I had no relative in England. So I was placed in a comfortable establishment in Edinburgh. When I was 17 years of age, my father arrived in London on leave and directed me to come down at once. On reaching the Langham Hotel, I was informed that Captain Morstan had gone out the night before and had not returned. From that day to this, no word has ever been heard of my unfortunate father.
The date?
He disappeared on the 3rd of December, 1878.
1878.
Nearly 10 years ago.
His luggage?
There was nothing in it to suggest a clue.
Had he any friends in London?
Well, only one that we know of. Major Sholto of his own regiment, the 34th Bombay Infantry.
Sholto.
Major Sholto had retired some little time before my father came home. He lived at Upper Norwood.
Upper Norwood?
We communicated with him, of course, but he didn't even know that his brother officer was now in England.
I see.
I haven't yet described to you the most singular part. About 6 years ago, in 1882 to be exact, an advertisement appeared in the Times asking for the address of Miss Mary Morstan.
1882.
I had just entered the family of Mrs. Cecil Forrester as governess, and by her advice, I published my address in the advertisement column. The same day, there arrived through the post a small cardboard box addressed to me. It contained a very large and lustrous pearl.
Remarkable.
No word of writing was enclosed. Every year since then, on the same date, there has come a box containing a similar pearl, without any clue as to the sender. You can see for yourselves that they are very handsome.
This is most interesting. Has anything else happened?
Yes. This morning I received this letter.
Oh, thank you. The envelope too, please.
Of course.
Thank you. Postmark London, SW, date July 7th. Man's thumb mark on the corner. Probably postman. Best quality paper. Envelopes at 6p a package. Particular man in his stationery. No address.
What's it say, though, Holmes?
Be at the third pillar from the left outside the Lyceum Theater tonight at 7 o'clock. If you are distrustful, bring 2 friends. You are a wronged woman and shall have justice. Do not bring police. If you do, all will be in vain. Signed, your unknown friend.
What do you intend to do, Miss Morstan?
That is exactly what I want to know, Mr. Holmes.
We shall most certainly go. You and I and... Yes, Dr. Watson's the very man. We've worked together before.
Oh, you're both very kind. If I'm here at 6, will it do?
You must not be later.
No.
Oh, there is one point, however. Is this handwriting the same as that upon the pearl box addresses?
I have them all here.
You're certainly a model client. Let's see now. These are disguised hands. But they're undoubtedly by the same person. Well, we shall look out for you at 6. Au revoir, then.
Au revoir.
Good afternoon. I say, what a very attractive woman.
My dear Watson, it's of the first importance not to allow your judgment to be biased by personal qualities. I assure you that the most winning woman I ever knew was hanged for poisoning 3 little children for their insurance money.
Yes, but in this case...
I never make exceptions. An exception disproves the rule. Well, I'm going out now. I have a few references to look up. I shall be back in an hour. No, my dear Watson, there's no great mystery in this matter. The facts appear to admit of only one explanation.
But you haven't solved it already.
I've just found on consulting the back files of the Times that Major Sholto of Upper Norwood, late 34th Bombay Infantry, died on the 28th of April, 1882.
I may be very obtuse, Holmes, but I fail to see what this suggests.
No? You surprise me. Captain Morstan disappears. His only acquaintance in London is Major Sholto. 4 years later, Sholto dies. Within a week of his death, Captain Morstan's daughter receives a valuable present, which is repeated from year to year, and now culminates in a letter which describes her as a wronged woman. Why should the presents begin immediately after Sholto's death, unless it is that Sholto's heir knows something of the mystery and desires to make compensation?
Yes, but the letter speaks of giving her justice. What justice can she have? It's too much to suppose that her father is still alive.
There are certainly difficulties. But our expedition of tonight will solve them all. I think that's a 4-wheeler. Yes. And there's Miss Morstan inside. Are you all ready?
I'm ready, Holmes.
Yes, Major Sholto was a very particular friend of Papa's. They were in command of the convict guard on the Andaman Islands.
The Andamans, eh?
By the way, Mr. Holmes, a curious paper was found in Papa's desk. I don't suppose it's of the slightest importance, but I thought you might care to see it.
Oh, thank you. Seems to be a plan for part of a large building. At one point, here, you see, there's a small cross done in red ink. In the left-hand corner, there's a curious hieroglyphic like 4 crosses in a line with their arms touching. And beside that, there's written in very rough and coarse characters, the sign of the 4. Jonathan Small, Mohammed Singh, Abdullah Khan, Dost Akbar. Preserve it carefully, Miss Morstan.
I shall.
I suspect that this matter may turn out to be much deeper and more subtle than I at first supposed.
That's right. This one.
And I fancy this is our man.
Are you the party who have come with Miss Morstan?
I am Miss Morstan, and these 2 gentlemen are my friends.
I was to ask you to give me your word, miss, that neither of your companions is a policeman.
I give you my word.
Thank you, miss. If you'll follow me, the cab's over here.
Oh, I lost my bearings ages ago.
Wandsworth Road.
I You know how you do it, Holmes.
Stockport Place. Cold Harbor Lane. Dear me. Our quest doesn't appear to be taking us to very fashionable regions.
The staff awaits you.
Show them his bit, Gone. Show them straight into me.
You are coming this way, please.
Your servant, Miss Morstan. Your servant, gentlemen. Pray step into my little sanctum. My name is Thaddeus Sholto. These gentlemen?
This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and this Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Oh, a doctor, eh? I'm a great sufferer, and I've long had suspicions as to my mitral valve. Had your father, Miss Morstan, refrained from throwing strain upon his heart, he might have been alive now. Really, sir, pray have some consideration for the lady.
I knew in my heart that he was dead.
Miss Morstan, I can give you every information, and what is more, I can do you justice, and I will, whatever Brother Bartholomew may say. But let us have no outsiders, no police or officials.
Whatever you may choose to say will go no further.
Thank you.
Mr. Sholto, it's getting late, and I should like the interview to be as short as possible.
Well, at the best, it must take some time, for we shall certainly have to go to Norwood and see Brother Bartholomew. He's very angry with me for taking the course which has seemed right to me. Norwood, then wouldn't it be as well to start at once? Well, I must prepare you by laying the facts before you.
Then pray do so, sir.
My father, Major John Sholto, retired from the Indian Army some 11 years ago and came to Pondicherry Lodge, Upper Norwood, with a considerable sum of money, a large collection of valuable curiosities, and a staff of native servants. My twin brother Bartholomew and I were the only children. I very well remember the sensation which was caused by the disappearance of Captain Morstan. We read the details in the papers, but never for an instant did we suspect that my father had the whole secret hidden in his breast. We did know, however, that some mystery overhung our father. Early in 1882, my father received a letter from India which was a great shock to him. From that day, he sickened to his death. Towards the end of April, we were informed that he wished to make a last communication to us. Sons, the only one thing which weighs upon my mind at this supreme moment is my treatment of poor Morstan's orphan, Mary. At least half of the treasure should have been hers. You, my sons, will give her a fair share of the Argula treasure. Father, when we were in India, Morstan and I, through a remarkable chain of circumstances, came into possession of a considerable treasure. I brought it over to England, and on the night of Morstan's arrival, he came straight here to claim his share. We had a difference of opinion. Morstan sprang out of his chair, and then he suddenly pressed his hand to his side and fell backwards. I found, to my horror, that he was dead. Good God. I was still stooping over him when I saw my servant, Elspeth, in the doorway. Do not fear, Saab, he said. No one need know that you have killed him. I did not kill him, said I. Elspeth shook his head and smiled. I heard you quarreling, Saab, said he. And I heard enough to decide me. If my own servant couldn't believe my innocence, how could I hope to make it good before 12 foolish tradesmen? In the jury box. And then? Well, Elspeth and I disposed of the body that night.
And within a few days, the London newspapers were full of the mysterious disappearance of Captain Morstan. Father, what is it? I must tell you where the treasure is. It is hidden in... No! Keep him out! There, at the window. What is it? That face! The sign of the four.
Can you describe the face of the window, Mr. Sholto?
Bearded, hairy, with cruel eyes, and an expression of concentrated evil. When we returned from the window, we found that my father's pulse had ceased to beat. In the morning, we found his window open, his cupboards and boxes rifled, and on his chest there was fixed a torn piece of paper with the words, "The sign of the four."
Ah.
Sign of the four.
And the treasure?
For weeks and months, my brother and I dug in every part of the garden. Oh, it was maddening to think that the hiding place was on my father's lips at the very moment he died. To this day, I have seen only one piece of it. That little chaplet over there.
Yes?
Yes, Doctor.
Some of the pearls are missing from it.
Well, after my father's death, I persuaded Bartholomew to let me find out Miss Morstan's address and send her a detached pearl at intervals, so that at least we might make part of the restitution my father had wished.
That was a kindly thought, Mr. Sholto.
Oh, not at all. We were your trustees. Well, that was the view I took of it, though Bartholomew could not altogether see it in that light. So I left Pondicherry Lodge.
And may I ask now, Mr. Sholto, exactly why you brought us here this evening?
Because yesterday I learned that the treasure had been discovered.
Discovered?
It only remains for us to drive to Norwood and demand that Brother Bartholomew give us our share. I explained my views to him last night, so we shall be expected, if not very welcome.
Mr. Sholto, you have done well. We had best put the matter through without delay.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. A cab will be waiting outside.
How did your brother find the treasure?
Oh, Bartholomew was a clever fellow. He worked out the cubic space of the house. He found that the height of the building was 74 feet. But on adding together the heights of all the separate rooms and the spaces between, he could not bring the total to more than 70 feet. The 4 feet unaccounted for could only be at the top of the building. He knocked a hole in the ceiling of the highest room, and there, sure enough, the treasure chest stood in the center. He computes the value of the jewels at not less than £500,000 sterling.
£500,000?
Oh, no.
Then Miss Morstan must be about the richest heiress in the country.
I believe you're right, Watson.
Well, let us be going. Perhaps we shall see for ourselves.
Who's there?
It's I, McMurdo. Sure you know my knock by this time.
Oh, aye.
That you, Mr. Thaddeus? But who are these others with you?
Well, I told my brother last night that I should bring some friends.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Thaddeus. I don't know any of your friends.
Oh, yes, you do, McMurdo.
Eh? Not Mr. Sherlock Holmes. In you come, sir, in you come. You and your friends. Very sorry, Mr. Thaddeus, but Master's orders are very strict.
Oh, well, come along then. We've wasted enough time.
If you'll just follow me, ma'am and gents, I'll light the way up to the house with my lantern.
I can't understand it. I distinctly told Bartholomew that we should be here. And yet there's no light in his window.
I see the glint of a light in that little window beside the door.
Ah, that's the housekeeper's room. That is where old Mrs. Burnstone sits.
What's that?
What?
I was sure I could... Yes, listen.
Huh?
It's a woman crying.
You're right, by Jove. Oh, Mr. Holmes, something seems to be amiss. Oh, will you come into the house with me, please?
Certainly.
I think I'm a little afraid.
Nothing to fear, Miss Morstan, I assure you. Would you care to take my hand?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Dr. Watson.
There. Better now?
Much better.
Miss Morstan, I feel I feel we should follow them. Oh, now, Mrs. Bernstone, what is the matter?
Oh, Mr. Paddy, sir, there is something amiss with Mr. Bartholomew.
My brother?
He's locked himself in and won't answer me. All day I've wanted to hear from him, and so an hour ago I went up and peeked through the keyhole. You must go up quickly. You must go up and look for yourself.
Oh, dear.
Give me your lantern, McMurdo, and you stay here with Miss Morstan.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Salter, Watson, come with me quickly.
And there's his room, the first door on the left. How can we see into it if there's no light in there? Well, there's plenty of moonlight.
Let's see. Good heavens. Something damnable. You take a look, Watson.
He's just sitting there with a horrible smile on his face. He looks inhuman.
Oh, dear me. The door must come down.
Right. Together, then.
Again.
Now, this time. Now we shall see. Oh, dear. Oh, dead. Oh, terrible.
Why was that so?
The Sign of the Four is one of the Sherlock Holmes stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. We're presenting it in 3 parts. You've just heard part 1. My name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Michael Hardwick wrote the script for this BBC production from London. Of course, I look forward to the pleasure of your company again very soon for part 2 of The Sign of the Four. He's just sitting there with a horrible smile on his face. He looks inhuman.
The door must come down.
Right. Together, then.
Again.
Now, this time.
Sign of the Four.
So, was the Sign of the Four again to be the sign of death? A further mystery for my friend Sherlock Holmes. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and I was privileged to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. First, I will refresh your memory on the case so far, and then I will tell you what happened next in our investigation of the Sign of the Four.
Sherlock Holmes is approached by a most suitably attractive young lady, Miss Mary Morstan,
concerning the disappearance of her father, Captain Morstan, 10 years earlier. Each year since then, she had been receiving through the post a single large pearl. And now the anonymous sender had expressed a wish to meet her. We accompanied her to the rendezvous and heard from an eccentric fellow, Sir Salto, how his father and Captain Morstan had gained a fabulous treasure which had disappeared after both their deaths. Now it had been rediscovered by his brother, Bartholomew Salto, whom we were to visit to claim Miss Morstan's rightful share. Arriving at Bartholomew's house, we found him sitting in a chair, a horrible smile on his face, and quite dead. Oh, what on earth does it all mean, Mr. Holmes?
It means murder.
Murder?
Ah, just as I expected. Look here, Watson. Stuck in the skin, just above his ear.
A long, dark thorn.
Be careful. He's poisoned.
Poisoned? Oh, what a fantastic mystery, Holmes.
On the contrary, my dear Watson, I only require a few missing links, and I shall have an entirely connected case.
Oh! Mr. Sholto, what is it? The treasure. It's gone.
Are you sure?
Oh, there is the hole in the ceiling. We lowered it through. I helped him to do it. I left him here last night, and I heard him lock the door. The treasure was locked in this room with him.
What time did you leave?
It was 10 o'clock. Oh, dear me. Now the police will suspect me of having a hand in it.
Take my advice, Mr. Sholto. Drive down to the police station and report the matter.
The police station?
Offer to assist them in every way. We shall wait here until you return.
But
please do as I say. It will be for the best.
Oh, very well. I suppose you know best. Oh, dear.
Now, Watson, we have a little while to ourselves. Let us make good use of it.
Very well, Holmes.
In the first place, let us consider how these folk came and how they went.
Now, Sholto reckoned the door hasn't been opened since last night.
Then how about the window? No, it's fastened on the inside. Solid framework. I'll just open it. No water pipe near. Roof quite out of reach. Yet a man mounted by the window.
How do you know?
Here is the print of a foot in the mold upon the sill. And here is a circular muddy mark. See here again on the floor. And here again by the table.
But that's not a footmark.
It's something much more valuable to us. These are the impressions of a wooden stump.
A wooden-legged man?
But there's been someone else here.
Oh?
Could you scale that wall yourself?
Let's see. Whoa, certainly not. A good 60 feet from the ground and not a foothold all the way.
But supposing you had a friend up here who lowered you that good stout rope which I see in the corner, then, if you were an active man, you might swarm up wooden leg and all. Of course, you'd depart in the same fashion, and your ally would draw up the rope, shut the window, secure it from the inside, and depart in the way that he originally came.
Yes, but look here, this accomplice, how did he get in? The door's locked, the window is inaccessible. Did he come down the chimney?
The grate's much too small.
Well, then, how?
My dear Watson, how often have I said to you that when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. He didn't come through the door, the window, or the chimney. He couldn't have been concealed in the room as there is no concealment possible. Then where did he come from?
Through the hole in the roof.
Of course he did. Now, if you will have the kindness to hold the lamp for me, we shall now extend our researches to the secret room above where the treasure was found.
Can you manage to get up?
I fancy I can just get up.
On this rafter. Good. Now I'm coming up, too. 10 minutes? Yeah.
Here you are, you see. Oh, there's a trap door leading out onto the roof. I fancy I can press it back. Yes. And the roof slopes at a gentle angle.
This is how he got in, then.
Now, let's see if we can find some other traces of this queer individual.
It doesn't look as though this place has been entered for years. Confounded dust.
But even dust has its uses. Look at these footprints. As clear as we could wish.
But these are the prints of a child's naked foot. Holmes, a child has done this horrid thing.
Come along, Watson. There's nothing more to be learned here. If my memory hadn't failed me, I should have been able to forestall this. Now, where did I put my lens?
Here it is.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we're certainly in luck.
What is it now?
Our naked-footed friend has had the misfortune to tread in this creosote that has leaked out of the carboy there in the corner. You can see the outline of the edge of his small foot here.
What then?
Why, we've got him. That's all. I know a dog that would follow that scent to the world's end. Hello. Here come the accredited representatives of the law. Now, before they come, Watson, just put your hand here on this poor dead fellow's arm.
Yes.
And here on his leg.
Yes.
What do you feel?
The muscles are as hard as a board.
Quite so. They're in a state of extreme contraction, far exceeding the usual rigor mortis. Coupled with this distortion of the face, what conclusion would it suggest to your mind?
Oh, death from some powerful vegetable alkaloid. Some strychnine-like substances which produce tetanus.
As you saw, I discovered a thorn which had been driven or shot with no great force into the scalp. You observed that the part struck was that which would be turned towards the hole in the ceiling if the man were erect in his chair. Now then, examine this thorn.
You go first, Mr. Sholto. It looks as though some gummy substance has dried on it.
Quite so. But is that an English thorn?
Oh, no. No, it certainly is not.
Then with all these data, you should be able to draw some inference. But here, the regular, so the auxiliary forces may beat a retreat.
Here's a pretty business. The house seems to be as full as a rabbit warren.
Ah, Mr. Jones. You must recollect me.
Indeed I do. It's Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the theorist. Remember you? I'll never forget the Bishopsgate jewel case.
Ah.
But what's all this? Bad business. Stern facts here. No room for theories. Lucky I happened to be out at Norwood on another case. What do you think the man died of?
Oh, this is hardly a case for me to theorize.
No. Still, we can't deny that you hit the nail on the head sometimes. Door locked, I understand. Jewels worth $500,000 missing. How was the window?
Fastened. But there are footmarks on the sill.
Well, if it was fastened, they could have had nothing to do with the matter.
Oh, I see.
Ah, I've got it. These flashes come upon me at times. Just step outside, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
And you, please, Mr. Sholto?
Oh, very well. I shall go mad. I'm sure I shall go mad.
Inspector, this is my friend Dr. Watson.
How do you know?
He's assisting me. May he remain?
Yes, I suppose so. Now, Mr. Holmes, Sholto was with his brother last night. The brother died in a fit, and Sholto walked off with the treasure. How's that?
Upon which the dead man very considerately got up and locked the door on the inside.
Yes, there's a flaw there.
You're not in possession of all the facts here. This splinter of wood, which I have every reason to believe to be poisoned, was in the man's scalp, where you still see the mark. There, you see?
Ah, yes.
This card, inscribed the sign of the four, was on the table. How does all that fit into your theory?
If this splinter's poisonous, the Diaz may well have made murderous use of it. The card is some hocus-pocus, blind as like as not.
I see.
The only question is...
Oh, there is a question, then.
The question is, how did he get out? Ah, of course. Here's a hole in the roof. You see, facts are better than theories after all. There's a trap door communicating with the roof, and it's partly open.
I opened it.
You? Oh, well, no matter. It shows how our gentleman got away. Sergeant!
Yes, sir?
Ask Mr. Sholto to step this way.
Paper, sir. This way, sir, if you please.
Mr. Thaddeus Sholto?
Yes?
It's my duty to inform you that anything which you say may be used against you. I arrest you in the Queen's name as being concerned in the death of your brother.
Oh, there now. Didn't I tell you what they would say?
Don't trouble yourself, Mr. Sholto. I think I can engage to clear you of this charge.
Oh, you can, Mr. Holmes.
Don't promise too much, Mr. Theorist. You may find it a harder matter than you think.
Not only will I clear him, Mr. Jones, but I'll make you a free present of the name and description of one of the two people who were in this room last night. His name, I have every reason to believe, is Jonathan Small. He's small and active, with his right leg off, and wearing a wooden stump which is worn away on the inner side. He's been a convict. As for the other man...
Ah, the other man.
He is a rather curious person. I hope before very long to be able to introduce you to the pair of them. Oh, a word with you, Watson, please.
Yes, coming, Holmes.
Watson, You must escort Miss Morstan home.
Oh, delighted.
Then I want you to go to number 3 Pinchin Lane.
Yes.
Down near the water's edge at Lambeth. The third house on the right-hand side is a bird stuffer's. Sherman is the name.
Sherman, yes.
Knock old Sherman up and tell him with my compliments that I want Toby at once. You'll bring Toby back in the cab with you.
Toby?
A queer mongrel with the most amazing power of scent. I'd rather have Toby's help than that of the whole detective force of London.
But I want a dog.
I won't be arguing with now. Stand clear. When I say 3, there goes this viper snake on your head.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, what? A friend of Mr. Sherlock is always welcome.
Thank you.
Step in, sir. Just keep clear of the badger, sir. He bites. Now, sir, what was it Mr. Sherlock Holmes wanted? He wanted a dog of yours. Ah, that will be Toby. Yes, Toby Watson, then. Toby lives at number 7 on the left here. Thank you. Well, Mr. Sherman, I'm much obliged. Come on, Toby. There's a good fella.
Ah, you have him then, Watson. Leave the dog here and come up.
Yes, I'd better tie him to this banister, I suppose. Oh, boy. Unprepossessing brute, isn't he?
Ah, Toby and I understand one another. Oh, Sergeant, lend me your bullseye, please.
Certainly, sir.
Thank you. Now then, I must kick off my boots and socks. Watson.
Yeah?
Just carry them for me, will you, please?
Where to, Holmes?
I'm going to do a little climbing. Oh, yes, and I must dip my handkerchief into this creosote. There. That'll do. Now, come up through the hole in the ceiling with me for a moment. Do you observe anything noteworthy about these footmarks?
Well, they belong to a child or a small woman.
Apart from the size, what's the chief difference?
Well, your toes are all cramped together. The other print has each toe distinctly separated.
That is the point. Now, would you kindly step over to that roof window and smell the edge of the woodwork? I shall stay over here, as I have this handkerchief in my hand.
Yes. By Jove, yes, there's a strong, tarry smell.
That's where he put his foot in getting out. If you can trace him, I should think Toby will have no difficulty.
Thank you.
Now, while I get out onto the roof, you run downstairs and wait for Toby in the garden below.
Very well, Holmes.
That you, Watson?
Yes, Holmes.
Have you got the dog?
Well, I let him loose.
This water pipe feels pretty firm, so
yeah, goes. No, careful, Holmes. Oh, do be careful. Oh, well done.
My boots and stockings, if you please.
There you are.
Thank you. It was easy to follow his course across the roof.
No?
Oh, yes. Tiles were loosened the whole way, and... Oh, yes. In his hurry, he dropped this.
Some sort of a pouch made out of beads. Anything inside? Ah, some more of those thorns.
They're hellish things. Now, Watson, will your legs stand a 6-mile trudge?
Certainly.
Then here you are, doggy. Good old Toby. Smell it, Toby, smell it.
What's that you're showing you, Holmes?
A handkerchief with a creosote on it. And watch him go.
What?
What? Come on, Watson. He's going to set us a stiff pace.
Well, now, Holmes, I'll
Well, I think we can allow ourselves a breather. We've had no very heavy rain since yesterday. They had 28 hours fast, but their central still lie upon the road.
Holmes, how could you describe the wooden leg man with such confidence?
The simplicity itself. Two officers who were in command of the convict guard learned an important secret as to buried treasure. A map drawn for them by an Englishman named Jonathan Small.
Jonathan Small?
You remember we saw the name on the chart Miss Moulton showed us.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Small had signed it on behalf of himself and his associates. The sign of the four, as he somewhat dramatically called it.
Ah, yes.
Well, aided by this chart, the officers, or one of them, gets the treasure and brings it to England. Now then, why didn't Jonathan Small get the treasure himself? The answer is obvious.
Oh? Is it?
You haven't a pistol with you, have you?
No, I have my stick.
I shall leave Jonathan to you, but if the other turns nasty, I shall shoot him dead. Come along now. Toby's anxious to be getting off.
Well, he's baffled again. There's nothing but the river from here.
Yes, but out of luck. They've taken to a boat.
Stolen it?
No. These fellows are sharper than I expected.
Daddy! Daddy!
Oh, what, Ma?
You come back to me, Walt. Come back to youngin. If your father comes home and finds you like that, he let us hear about it.
Oh, dear little chap. A fine child, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, bless you, sir, he is that. Here, how do you know my name?
The signboard over your door. Mordecai Smith.
Oh, that.
Away, is he? I wanted to speak to Mr. Smith.
He's been away since yesterday morning, sir. But if it was about a boat, sir, maybe I could serve as well.
I see from the board that he has a steam launch. That's what I'd like to have.
Why, bless you, sir, it's in the steam launch that is gone. That's what puzzles me. I know there ain't more coal in there than would take it to about Woolwich and back.
He might have bought some at a wharf downriver.
He might, sir, but it weren't his way. Many a time I've heard him go on about the prices they charge for a few odd bags. Besides, I don't like that wooden-legged man with his ugly face and outlandish talk.
A wooden-legged man?
I roused him up yesterday night, I did.
Oh, then I'm unlucky, Mrs. Smith. Oh. I wanted a steam launch, and I've heard good reports of the, let me see, what is her name?
The Aurora, sir.
Ah, yes, of course, yes. She's not an old green launch with a yellow line, very broad on the beam.
No, indeed. She's as trim a little thing as any on the river, black with two red streaks.
Ah, yes. Well, I hope you'll soon hear from Mr. Smith. I'm going down the river. If I should see anything of the Aurora, I shall let him know that you're uneasy. A black funnel, you say?
No, sir. Black with a white band.
Oh, of course, yes. It was the sides which were black. Well, good morning, Mrs. Smith.
Good morning, sir.
Clever, Holmes.
The main thing with people of that sort is never to let them think their information can be of the slightest importance to you. If you do, they'll instantly shut up like an oyster.
Well, our course seems pretty clear now.
What would you do, then?
Well, I would engage a launch and go down the river on the track of the Aurora.
My dear fellow, it would be a colossal task. She may have touched at any wharf on either side of the stream between here and Greenwich.
Try the police, then.
Worse and worse.
What are we to do, then?
I want you to take a hansom and return Toby to his owner with my compliments. Then drive home, have some breakfast, and get an hour's sleep. It's quite on the cards that we may be afoot tonight again.
Very well.
I must send a wire.
To whom?
You remember the Baker Street irregulars whom I employed in our study in Scarlet Gate?
Oh, those little ragamuffins.
This is just where they might be invaluable. The wire will be to my dirty little Lieutenant Wiggins. I expect he and his gang will be with us before I have time to finish my breakfast. In future, they can report to you, Wiggins, and you to me. I cannot have the house invaded in this way.
Horrible rabble, sir.
Stay in, Ron, I'm warning you.
However, it's just as well that you should all hear the instructions. Now then, I want to find the whereabouts of a steam launch called the Aurora. black with 2 red streaks. Funnel, black with a white band. Owner, Mordecai Smith. She's downriver somewhere. Is that clear?
Yes, Governor.
The old scale of pay and a guinea to the boy who finds the boat.
Thank you, Governor.
Oh, here's a day in advance. Now, off you go.
Oh, thank you, Governor. Come on, you lot, all out. And quiet down that day there. Come on, all of you. Kick one.
Horrible rabble, all right.
If the launch is above water, they'll find her. In the meanwhile, we can do nothing.
You going to bed, Holmes?
No, I'm not tired. I never remember feeling tired by work, though idleness exhausts me completely. Now I'm going to think over this queer business to which our fair client has introduced us. Wooden-legged men are not so common, but I should think the other men must be absolutely unique.
Oh, that other man again.
Diminutive footmarks, toes never fettered by boots, naked feet, great agility, small poisoned darts. Now, what do you make of all this?
Perhaps he's one of those Indians who associated with Jonathan Small.
Hardly that. Some Indians are small men, but none could have left such marks as that. Now, let's consult the gazetteer. Now, then, what have we here? Antananarivo's too far. Andes, no. Andaman Islands, situated 340 miles to the north of Sumatra and the Bay of Bengal. A moist climate, coral reef, sharks, convict barracks. The Aborigines of the Andaman Islands may perhaps claim the distinction of being the smallest race upon this earth. The average height is rather below 4 feet. They're a fierce, morose, and intractable people who are capable of forming most devoted friendships. Now then, listen to this. Their feet and hands are remarkably small. They've always been a terror to shipwrecked crews, braining the survivors with their stone-headed clubs or shooting them with their poisoned darts.
Amiable fellow.
Watson, you look done. Why not lie down there on the sofa and see if I can put you to sleep?
Oh, well, Holmes. I don't mind admitting I could do with a few winks.
Oh, my dear Watson. You slept soundly. I was afraid our talk would wake you.
Talk? I heard nothing.
Oh, Wiggins has just been up to report. He says no trace can be found of the launch.
Can I do anything? I'm perfectly fresh now.
We can only wait. If we go ourselves, the message might come in our absence, and that would cause delay.
Yes, but...
Oh, you can do what you will, Watson, but I must remain on guard.
Well, then I shall run over to Camberwell and call on Mrs. Cecil Forrester. She asked me to yesterday.
On Mrs. Cecil Forrester? I see.
Well, of course, on Miss Morstan, too. They were anxious to hear what's happened.
I understand. I wouldn't tell them too much, though. Women are never able to be entirely trusted. Not the best of them.
What's the atrocious sentiment, Holmes?
Don't be too late back, my dear Watson. I expect to hear something definite before the night's out.
The Four was one of the Sherlock Holmes stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. We're presenting it in 3 parts, and you have just been listening to part 2. My name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played the part of Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Michael Hardwick wrote the script for this BBC production from London. And, of course, I look forward to the pleasure of your company again very soon for the 3rd and last part of The Sign of the Four.
The BBC, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Be ready to fire if he raises his hand.
I'm ready, Holmes. Action and danger were a frequent climax to the investigations of Sherlock Holmes. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and it was my privilege to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. First, let me refresh your memory concerning the case so far, and then I will tell you what happened in the end of The Sign of the Four. Sherlock Holmes and I were upon the track of Jonathan Small, the one-legged ex-convict responsible for the theft of the Agra treasure, which we were endeavoring to recover on behalf of our charming young client, Miss Mary Morstan. The scent had led us to the River Thames, upon which it seemed the thief and his mysterious accomplice were preparing to escape in the steam launch Aurora. After instructing his young Baker Street irregulars to find where this vessel at present lay, Holmes restlessly awaited the news that would lead to the resumption of the chase. Oh, here I am, Holmes. Anything happened?
Nothing yet, Watson. You're just in time to take over watch, though.
I say, what's the idea of the sailor outfit?
I'm off down the river, Watson. I've been turning it over in my mind, and I can see only one way out of it.
Well, surely I can come with you, then.
No. You can be much more useful if you remain here as my representative. Some message may come early in the morning. I want you to open all notes and telegrams and act on your own judgment. Can I rely on you?
Yes, certainly.
Well, get some sleep while you can. If we're in luck, you may have news of some sort before I get back.
Oh, very well, Holmes. I should be going with you, but best luck to you.
Here's your breakfast, Dr. Watson.
Ah, thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
Oh, and Mr. Anthony Jones is here to see you, sir.
Ah, come in, Mr. Jones. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Watson. Mr. Sherlock Holmes is out, I understand.
Yes, he's been out all night, and I can't be sure when he'll be back. Take that chair and join me in a cup of coffee.
I don't mind if I do.
How's that? There you are. Now, may I know what brings you here so early?
Well, I got a wire from Mr. Holmes this morning.
Yes. What does he say?
Go to Baker Street at once. If I have not returned, wait for me. I am close on the track of the Sholto gang. You can come with us if you want to be in at the finish. Sent from Poplar.
He's evidently picked up the scent again.
Ah, then he's been on a false chase too, has he? Well, even the best of us are thrown off course sometimes. This may prove to be a false alarm, you understand. But it's my duty as an officer of the law to allow no chance to slip. Isn't that someone come to the door? Ah, perhaps it's Mr. Holmes.
I say, who are you, my man? What do you mean coming in like this?
Is Mr. Sherlock Holmes here?
No, but I'm acting for him. If you've a message for him, you can tell it to me.
It was to himself I was to tell it.
I tell you, I am acting for him. Was it about Mordecai Smith's boat?
Yes. I knows well where it is, and I knows where the men he's after are. And I knows where the treasure is.
Look here, my man.
It was to Mr. Sherlock Holmes I was to tell it.
Well, then you must wait for him.
No. I ain't going to lose a whole day to please no one.
Wait a bit, my friend. You have important information, and you're staying here whether you like it or not.
Oh, all right.
I think you might offer me some coffee, though. I thought my disguise was pretty good, but I hardly expected it would stand that test.
You rogue. You'd have made a rare actor. Those weak legs of yours would be worth, £10 a week on the stage. But I thought I knew the glint of your eye, though.
Oh, did you, Jones? Well, it's nice to get these whiskers and things off for a while. I've been working in that get-up all day. You see, a good many of the criminal classes begin to know me, especially since our friend Watson's here took to publishing some of my cases. So I can only go on the warpath under some simple disguise like this. You got my wire, Jones?
That was what brought me here.
Here's a coffee, Holmes.
Thank you. And how's your case prospered, Inspector?
I've had to release 2 of my prisoners, and there's no evidence against the other 2.
Never mind. We shall give you 2 hours in the place of them. But you must put yourself under my orders.
Oh, now, look here.
You are welcome to all the official credit, but you must act on the lines that I point out. I shall want a fast police boat to be at the Westminster Stairs at 7 o'clock this evening.
Well, that's easily managed.
Good. Then I shall want 2 good men in case of resistance.
There'll be 2 or 3 in the boat. What else?
When we secure the men, we shall get the treasure. I think it'll be a pleasure to my friend here to take the box round to the young lady to whom half of it rightfully belongs. Let her be the first to open it. Eh, Watson?
It will be a great pleasure to me, Holmes. Rather an irregular proceeding. However, the whole thing is irregular. I suppose we must wink at it.
Exactly.
The treasure must be handed over to the authorities afterwards, until after the official investigation.
Certainly.
Is there anything else?
Only that I insist upon your dining with us before we set out.
Oh, well...
I have oysters and a brace of grouse with something a little choice in white wines. Watson, you never yet recognized my merits as a housekeeper. Oh, by the way, Watson.
Yes, Holmes.
You'd best clean that old service revolver of yours. It's as well to be prepared.
Tidy-looking craft.
Is there anything to mark her as a police boat?
Well, yes, that green lamp on the side.
Then take it off.
Oh. All right.
You can tell them to cast off now.
Right. Cast off. Yes, sir. Where to?
To the tower. Tell them to stop opposite Jacobson's yard.
Opposite Jacobson's yard. All right, sir.
Splendid craft. We ought to be able to catch anything.
Get that river steamer well behind us. There aren't many launches to beat this, I can tell you.
Still, she'll need to be smart to catch the Aurora. She has a name for being a clipper. Now, I'll tell you how the land lies.
Yes?
Howard Small concealed the launch until he knew how the police inquiries were shaping. If I were in his shoes, I might hand her over to some boat repairer with directions to make a trifling change in her. She would then be removed to his shed or yard, and so be effectually concealed, while at the same time she'd be available again at a few hours' notice.
Yeah, that seems logical enough.
At Jacobson's yard, I learned that the Aurora had been handed over to them by a wooden-legged man with some trivial directions as to her rudder. At that moment, who should come down but Mordecai Smith, the missing owner?
But how did you recognize him?
Oh, he bellowed out his name and the name of his launch. I want her tonight, said he, at 8 o'clock sharp, for I have 2 gentlemen who won't be kept waiting. I was lucky enough to pick up one of my boys on the way, so I stationed him as a sentry over the launch. He used to stand at the water's edge and wave his handkerchief to us when they started.
I should have had a body of police in Jacobson's yard and arrest them when they came down.
Which would have been never. Eh? This man Small is a pretty shrewd fellow. If anything made him suspicious, he'd lie snug for another week.
If you might have stuck to Mordecai Smith, Holmes, he would have led you to their hiding place.
I think it's 100 to 1 against Smith knowing where they live. Why should he ask questions?
Well, there's Jacobson's yard anyway. Where those masts are standing up.
Ah, yes, I see.
Ah, yes. Yes, I can see my sentry through these night glasses. There's no sign of a handkerchief yet.
Suppose we go downstream a short way and lie in wait for them.
It's 10 to 1 that they'll go downstream, but we can't be certain. It'll be a clear night and plenty of moon. Now, we must stay where we are. Will you give instructions, please?
Very well, as you say.
Look, Watson. See how the folks swarm over yonder in the gaslight?
Yes, they're coming from work in the yard.
Dusty-looking rascal. But do I see a handkerchief? There, surely there is a white flutter over yonder.
Yes, I can see it plainly.
Yeah, and there's the Aurora, and going like the devil. Full speed ahead, engineers. Make out for that launch for the yellow light. My heaven, I shall never forgive myself if she proves to have the heels of us.
She's very fast, Miss Holmes. I doubt we shall catch her.
We must catch her. Keep it on, Stoker. Make her do all she can. If we find the boat, we must have them. Hold it on, men. Hold it on. Get him in front of the
We're gaining a little.
I'm sure we'll be up there in a very few minutes.
Confound it. That dark train on here. It's blundering straight in between. The Aurora will gain good 200 yards while we're dodging round.
We must have more speed. Hold it on, men. Keep it up.
check the stern. Looks like a new Parliament dog. I can tell. We're getting close to the punctured marshes. Now we're really gaining on them. Look, see! What? That chap's standing up on the stern. A wooden leg.
Oh, you're right, Holmes. That thing next to him eats a little black man. I've never seen anything like it. Bigger than a child. I'll give them a hand. He's down there! He's down in the name of the Lord!
Yes, Professor Waldo.
Yes, Holmes.
Look at that. He's grinning like that thing like that. He raises a part. He raises his head.
I'm ready, Holmes.
Brilliant. You've got him. Straight over to the river. He's gone. Straight down. He's a goner for sure. Keep after the launch. Look, wooden leg pulling the tiller over.
He's making for sure.
You're on his run. Off for him. Mr. Jonathan Small, I fancy. Down this mud.
I'll come quietly. Give me that.
Well, Jonathan Small, I'm sorry that it's come to this.
And so am I, Mr. Holmes. But I don't believe I can swing for the job. I give you my word, I never raised a finger against Mr. Sholto. It was that little Alan Tonga who shot one of his darts into him.
You're under the charge of Inspector Ethelned Jones of Scotland Yard. He's going to bring you up to my rooms, and I shall ask you for a true account of the matter. If you make a clean breast of it, I may be of use to you.
No, I shall never fear.
I think I can prove that the poison acted so quickly that the man was dead before ever you reached the room.
That he was, sir. You seem to know as much as if he'd been there. Pity we didn't take that alive, but there was no choice.
All's well that ends well.
We'll be at Vauxhall Bridge presently. Dr. Watson.
Yes, Inspector?
I shall land you with the treasure box. It's most irregular, but an agreement's an agreement. And you shall take it round to the young lady yourself. Where's the key?
At the bottom of the river.
We've had work enough already, told you. Well, Doctor, Miss Mawson might at least see her box. Bring it with you to Baker Street as soon as you can.
Greatest of pleasure, Inspector.
Yes, Miss Mawson. I thought I heard a cab drive up. Well, what news have you brought me?
I brought something better than news.
Oh?
I've brought you a fortune.
Is that the Agra treasure?
The great Agra treasure. Half of it is yours and half is Thaddeus Sholto's. You'll have a couple of 100,000 each. There'll be few young ladies in England richer than you.
If I have it, I owe it to you.
No, it's my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes whom you thank.
When do you sit down? No, here, beside me, and tell you all about it.
No, I have to get round to Baker Street with it as quickly as I can. I just got leave to bring it so that you should be the first to see it.
Where's the key, then?
It's been mislaid. The police will soon have it open, though.
You don't like to see into it now, Dr. Watson.
Well, I don't really think that would be...
Oh, but you can't treat a woman's curiosity in this way. Oh, come on, I insist.
The police might...
Oh, as part owner of the contents.
Would you really?
Of course. Now, what should we use?
Well, I think that's okay.
Well, you have my permission, Doctor.
Now then, get the end of it under the heart. Good. Now, use it as a lever.
Bravo! Well done.
And now, you must lift the lid.
Very well. No, I feel quite nervous. It's empty.
Thank God.
Why'd you say that?
Because it puts you within my reach. Because I love you, Mary. As truly as ever a man loved a woman. because this treasure, these riches, sealed my lips. Now that they're gone, I can tell you how I love it. That's why I said, thank God.
Then I say, thank God, too, John.
Whoever has lost the treasure this night, I know that I have gained one.
And did you say, Dr. Watson?
Yes, Inspector.
This is yours, my small.
Yes. The only man is any right to it. Say 3 men who are in the Andaman convict barracks from this house. And I know they'd have me do just what I done, rather than let it go to Kip or Kim or Sholto or Morstan.
Cut out that bragging. Where is it?
You'll find the treasure where the key is, and where little Tonga is.
In the river. You're deceiving us, Small. Why didn't you throw the box in as well?
The man that was clever enough to hunt me down is clever enough to pick an iron box from the bottom of a river. But trying to pick up what's scattered over 5 miles or so may be a harder job.
This is a very serious matter, Small. If you'd had justice instead of hindering us like this...
Justice? Talk about justice. Look how I earned that treasure. 20 long years in that fever-ridden swamp, chained up all night, bullied by every native guard who left to take it out of a white man.
You forget that we know nothing of all this. Until we've heard your story, we cannot tell how far justice may originally have been on your side.
Well, that's true, Mr. Holmes. Now, you've been very fair-spoken to me. If you want to hear my story, I'd no wish to hold it back. If you please.
Keep it short. I shall want it in full when we get to the station.
Very well. Well, it begins when I was 18, and soldiering in India with the 3rd Bucks. A crocodile in the Ganges nipped off my right leg. With this piece of timber strapped to my stump, I was useless for anything active. But lucky for me, I got a good job as overseer on an indigo plantation. And that was all right till the mutiny. I got into Agra just before the siege closed it off. Well, to cut a long story short...
That's right. Get on with it.
I joined up with 3 Indians. Major Abdullah Khan, Muhammad Singh, and Dos Akbar, in a bit of a plot to get some treasure off a refugee merchant. Mind, that wasn't none of my idea.
No, of course not.
They couldn't work it without me, and they put it to me at the point of a knife. Join them, or kick them in. Well, I killed the merchant. I never touched him, mind. I hid the body in the fort. Well, there was no use dividing the treasure while we were under siege, so he had that too. I drew 4 plans of where it was, and we put the sign of the 4 of us at the bottom and swore that we should each always act for all.
Leave out the fine sentiments.
Well, the mutiny was broken, and we thought we were safe. But the merchant's body was found, and so now we were suspected. We were brought to trial. We all got penal servitude for life.
Wasn't the treasure found then?
Not a word of it came out at the trial. But there we were, shipped off to the Andamans to serve our time, and worth a fortune we couldn't touch. Well, after a few years, I was put to dispensing for the surgeon. They gave me a little hut next to his quarters. Now, some of the officers used to come and play cards with him in the evenings. There was Major Sholto and Captain Morstan and some others. Well, I used to overhear them talking, and it pretty soon struck me that Major Sholto was falling in for some pretty big losses.
That was it.
And one evening I heard him say, "It's all up, Morstan. I'm a ruined man." So when the captain had walked off to his quarters, I nipped out and asked the Major if I could have his advice. "What about?" says he. "Oh, well, sir," I said, "I happen to know where $500,000 in hidden treasure lies. And I thought if I told the proper authorities, it might get my sentence shortened for me."
Get on with it.
I could see him think it over, like. Well, the upshot of it is that he comes back next day with Captain Morstan and a little, what you might call, unofficial proposition.
You don't mean to say it.
Mind, I didn't betray my friends. We held a little meeting, the 3 Indians and the 2 officers and me, and it was decided Major Sholto would go to Agra and recover the treasure. Then he'd send a small yacht provisioned for a voyage. The Indians and I would get away in it. Captain Morstan would apply for leave to go to Agra, and we'd all meet there for a final share out of the treasure.
Say this way, Small, if this is a yarn you're spinning, I've never heard the like of it before. What do you say, Mr. Holmes?
I fancy we're hearing the truth. And you can guess what happened next. That villain Sholto went off to Agra, but he never came back. No yacht to fetch us, nothing.
Well, what else did you expect?
An officer's word, sir. If 4 convicts could keep faith with each other, then you might have thought that...
let's hear the rest of it.
From that day, I lived only to escape and track down Sholto. But it was weary years before my time came. One day, a little Andaman Islander was picked up in the woods, sick nearly to death with fever. He was venomous as a young snake. But as I nursed him round, he took quite a fancy to me. Was this Tonga?
That's right, sir. He was a fine boatman, and he owned a big, roomy canoe. He didn't need much talking into getting me away from that place. Now we got to Singapore. From there, we wandered about the world until we reached England 3 or 4 years ago. I earned our living showing Tonga off at fairs as a cannibal. He used to eat raw meat and do a war dance. I was staunch and true with little Tonga.
Don't say enough about him. Get back to shelter.
It wasn't long before I found where he lived, but I was too late. We went to his place and looked through the window of his room. He was lying in bed with his sons at either side of him. Even as we watched him, he died. Well, I got into the room that night. I searched his papers, but there wasn't a line about where the treasure might be. And before I left, I thought of my poor Indian friends still back there in the Andamans. I wanted to leave our mark behind, so I scrawled down the sign of the 4 of us on a piece of paper, and I pinned it on him.
Oh, that explains that then, Holmes.
Yeah. Pray continue, Smoke. Well, after a while, I heard that the treasure had been found at the top of Pondage Cherry Lodge. Well, I couldn't hope to get up there, not with this leg, so I brought Tonga with me, with a long rope wound round his waist. He could climb like a cat. But as ill luck would have it, Bartholomew and Soto was still in the room when Tonga got in. Little devil killed him with his blowpipe. Thought he'd done something very clever until I gave it to him with the rope's end. Anyway, there was nothing else to do but lower the jewels down, leave the sign of the 4 on the table, and get away as quick as we could. And there you are, gentlemen. I told him all. And every word the truth, I swear.
A fitting wind-up to an extremely interesting case. There's nothing at all new to me in the latter part, except that you brought your own rope. That I didn't know. By the way, I had hoped that Tonga had lost all his dart, yet he managed to shoot one at us in the boat. I have it here.
Did you find that, Holmes?
You'll examine your hat when you have a moment, my dear Watson. I managed to pick it out without your noticing.
Well, sir, he did lose them all, except the one he had in the blowpipe ready, you see.
Ah, of course.
Well, Mr. Holmes, you're a man to be humoured, but duty's duty. I'll feel more at ease when we have our storyteller here safe under lock and key. All right, I shan't make any trouble. Of course, you'll both be wanted at the trial. Good night, dear. Good night, gentlemen both. Good night.
Well, Holmes. There's the end of our little drama. Thank you, Watson.
Well, good help.
And to you.
I'm afraid it may be the last chance I shall have of studying your methods, Holmes.
Oh? Why, sir?
Miss Morstan has done me the honor to accept me as a prospective husband.
I feared as much. I really cannot congratulate you.
Any reason to be dissatisfied with my choice?
Oh, not at all. I think she's one of the most charming young ladies I've ever met. But love is an emotional thing. And whatever is emotional is opposed to that true cold reason which I place above all things. I should never marry myself lest I bias my judgment.
I trust my judgment may survive the ordeal. You're weary, Holmes.
Yes. The reaction is already upon me. I shall be as limp as a rag for a week.
Strange how terms of what in another man I should call laziness alternate with your fits of splendid energy and vigor.
Yes. So I need the makings of a very fine loafer. And also of a pretty surprise, actually.
Is one of the stories of Sherlock Holmes written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. And now you know how it ended. My name, my real name, is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Wedding bells are ringing for me now, it seems. Michael Hardwick wrote the script for this BBC production from London. And need I say I look forward to the pleasure of your company again, and soon, for more of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Story Dramas, brought to you by Nelson Olmsted. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another story drama, presented by NBC's outstanding narrator, Nelson Olmsted. The narrative tonight is included in Nelson Olmsted's list of the 10 best short stories ever written, representing one of the finest tales of the supernatural ever to appear in the English language. Here is Charles Dickens' The Signal Man and Nelson Olmsted.
Hello, below there!
When the signalman heard my voice calling to him, he was standing at the door of his little hut with a flag in his hand furled around its short pole. One would have thought, considering the nature of the ground, that he could not have doubted from what quarter the voice came. But instead of looking up to where I stood at the top of the steep man-made cutting nearly over his head, he turned himself about and looked down the railway line.
Hello, below there!
From looking down the line, he turned himself about again, and raising his eyes, he saw my figure above him.
Is there any path by which I can come down and talk to you?
He looked up at me without replying, and I looked down at him without pressing him too soon with the repetition of my idle question. Just then there came a vague vibration of the earth and air as a train passed over the line beside him at the bottom of the cutting and roared into the tunnel at the far end. Then the signalman pointed to a round, zigzag descending path notched out of the side of the cutting, down which I made my way. The cutting was extremely deep and unusually precipitate. It was made through a clammy stone that became oozier and wetter as I went down. When I came down low enough upon the zigzag descent to see him again, he was standing between the rails on the way by which the train had lately passed. He was a dark, sallow man with dark beard and rather heavy eyebrows. His post was in as solitary and dismal a place as ever I saw. On either side, a dripping wet wall of jagged stone, excluding all view but a strip of the sky, one end terminating in a gloomy red light, and the gloomier entrance of a black tunnel in whose massive architecture there was a barbarous, depressing, and forbidding air. So little sunlight ever found its way to the spot that it had an earthy, deadly smell, and so much cold wind rushed through it that it struck chill to me. He just looked at me, didn't talk. So I said something about the lonesome post he had to occupy, and that it had riveted my attention when I looked down from up yonder. He directed a most curious look around the red light near the tunnel's mouth, and looked all about it, as if something were missing from it. I said, that light is part of your charge, isn't it? Don't you know it is? He answered in a low voice. Well, you look at me as if you had a dread of me. I was doubtful whether I'd seen you before. Oh, where? He pointed to the red light he'd looked at. There, I asked. Yes. Oh, my good fellow, what should I be doing there? However, be that as it may, I never was there, believe me. I think I believe you. Yes, I'm sure I do. His manner cleared like my own, and I questioned him about his duties in that lonely spot and about those many long and lonely hours spent there. He was friendly enough and took me into his little hut where there was a fire, a desk, a telegraphic instrument, and a little signal bell. We talked easily, and from the conversation I found that he had once been in college but had run wild for a while, misused his opportunities, gone down, and had never risen again. He had no complaint to offer about that. He'd made his bed, and he lay upon it. Several times we were interrupted by the little bell, and he had to read off messages in the telegraph and send replies. In the discharge of his duties, I observed him to be remarkably exact and vigilant. As I rose to leave him, I said, "Well, you almost make me think that at last I met with a contented man." I believe I used to be so. But I'm troubled. I'm troubled. Oh, what do you mean? It's very difficult to tell, sir. It's very, very difficult to speak of. Let me ask you, what made you cry, "Hello, below there tonight"? Oh, heavens knows, I cried something to that effect. Not to that effect, sir. Those were the very words. I know them well. Well, if they were, I said them, no doubt, because I saw you below. For no other reason. What other reason could I possibly have? You had no feeling that they were conveyed to you in any supernatural way? No. Oh. I took you for someone else this evening. That troubles me. Oh. Who is this person? I don't know. Is he like me? I don't know. I never saw the face. The left arm is always across the face, and the right arm is waved, violently waved. This way. I followed his action with my eyes, and it was the motion of an arm gesticulating with the utmost vehemence. An action, if interpreted into words, would probably say, "For God's sakes, clear the way." One moonlit night, I was sitting here when I heard a voice cry, "Hello, below there." I jumped up and looked from the door and saw this someone else standing by a red light near the tunnel, waving as I just now showed you. The voice seemed hoarse with shouting, and it cried, "Look out! Look out!" And then again, "Hello, below there! Look out!" I caught up my lamp and turned it on red and ran toward the figure, calling, "What's wrong? What's happened? Where?" It stood just outside the blackness of the tunnel. I advanced so close upon it that I wondered at its keeping the sleeve across its eyes. I ran right up to it and held out my hand, stretched out to pull the sleeve away. When it was gone. What? Gone? Gone where? Into the tunnel? No. I ran on into the tunnel, 500 yards, but saw nothing. Then I ran back here. I telegraphed both ways. An alarm has been given. Is anything wrong? The answer came back both ways. All well. Within 6 hours after that appearance, the memorable accident on this line happened. And within 10 hours, the dead and wounded were brought along through the tunnel over the spot where the figure stood. A disagreeable shudder crept over me, but I did my best against it. It was not to be denied, I rejoined, that this was a remarkable coincidence, calculated deeply to impress his mind, but it was unquestionable that remarkable coincidences did continually occur everywhere. He interrupted to say that he wasn't yet finished. This was just a year ago. 6 or 7 months passed, and I'd recovered from the surprise and shock when one morning, as day was breaking, I, standing at the door, looked toward the red light and saw the specter again. Did it cry out? No, it was silent. Did it wave its arm? No, it leaned against a shaft of light with both hands before the face, like this. Well, once more I followed his action with my eyes. It was an action of mourning. I'd seen such an attitude in stone figures on tombs. He continued, "That very day, as a train came out of the tunnel, I noticed at the carriage window on my side what looked like a confusion of hands and heads, and something waved. I saw it just in time to signal the engineer to stop. He shut off and put his brakes on, but the train drifted past here 150 yards or more. I ran after it, and as I went along, heard terrible screams and cries. A beautiful young lady had died instantaneously in one of the compartments and was brought in here and laid down on this floor. Now, sir, mark this, and judge how my mind is troubled. The specter came back a week ago. Ever since it has been there, now and again by fits and starts." Well, at the light? Yes, at the danger light. It calls to me for many minutes together in an agonized manner. "Below there! Look out! For God's sakes, clear the way!" By this time you will fully understand, sir, that what troubles me so dreadfully is the question, what does the specter mean? No, I'm afraid I don't understand. What is the warning against? What is the danger? Where is the danger? There's danger overhanging somewhere in the line. Some dreadful calamity will happen. It's not to be doubted this third time after what's gone before. But surely this is a cruel haunting of me. What can I do? He pulled out his handkerchief and wiped the drops from his heated forehead. His pain of mind was most pitiable to see. It was the mental torture of a conscientious man oppressed beyond endurance by an unintelligible responsibility involving life. I offered to stay through the night with him, but he wouldn't hear of it. So I took leave of him while an uncomfortable cold finger seemed to make traces up and down my spine. Well, the next evening was lovely. I walked out early to enjoy it, heading for the deep cutting. Upon arriving, I stepped to the brink and mechanically looked down. There was a group of men standing by the danger light, which was not yet lighted. With an irresistible sense that something was wrong, I descended the notched path with all the speed I could make. What's the matter? I asked one of the men. A signalman killed this morning, sir. What? Not the man belonging to this place? Yes, sir. You'll recognize him, sir, if you know him. So saying, one of the men solemnly uncovered the face of my strange friend. I was horrified. How did this happen, I asked. He was cut down by an engine, sir. No man in England knew his work better. But somehow he wasn't clear of the outer rail. It was just at broad day. He'd struck the light and had the lamp in his hand. And as the engine came out of the tunnel, his back was toward her, and she cut him down. That man drove her, and he was showing us how it happened. Show the gentleman, Tom. Tom, who wore a rough, dark suit, stepped to the mouth of the tunnel. Well, coming round the curve in the tunnel, sir. I saw him at the end. There was no time to check speed, and I knew him to be very careful. As he didn't seem to take heed of the whistle, I shut it off when we were running down upon him and called to him as loud as I could call. Oh. Well, what did you say? I asked. I said, below there. Look out! Look out! For God's sakes, clear the way! I was astounded. Oh, it was a terrible time, sir. I never left off calling to him. I put this arm before my eyes not to see, and I waved this arm to the last. But it was no use.
This has been another of the world's greatest stories presented by Nelson Olmsted, who now has some closing comments.
Well, Charles Dickens, a 19th century English author, was an astounding man. With practically no formal education, he took his experiences in life and set them on paper with such spontaneous humor and abandon that he became in his day one of the most popular characters in England. He's best known for his Pickwick papers, David Copperfield and The Tale of Two Cities. He wrote quite a few short stories, and yet his Signalman, which we presented tonight, is probably one of his least known works. Why, I don't know. Because The Signalman, to me, represents one of the most polished examples of the perfectly formulated supernatural fiction. It's a story which builds its mood from the first line and carries a plot through to a breathtaking and imaginative climax. I only wish that Dickens had written more like it. Our next story, Wednesday night, is by the Russian Leonid Andreyev, entitled Silence. Until tomorrow night, then, good night and good reading.
NBC presents Nelson Olmsted and his story dramas 3 nights each week over most of these same stations. This program has come to you from our Chicago studios, and this is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Now it's time for our afternoon theatre play. It's by Geoffrey Siegel, based on the novel of the same name by J.D. Beresford, and it's called The Hampdenshire Wonder.
Oh, excuse me.
Only just in time, eh?
Afraid so. But there's no other train that stops at Aylesworth for an hour or so.
Quite. Yes, that's where I'm bound for, Aylesworth.
Ah. My heart sank a little at the information. I'm not one who particularly enjoys the conversation of fellow travellers, and I was happy to have the excuse of my breathlessness for making no more than a brief rejoinder. By the time I'd recovered, I was deeply immersed in the book I had with me, and I barely noticed the woman with the child who got on at one of the train's frequent stops. They had been sitting in one of the seats opposite me for some time before I became aware that I was reading and rereading the page open before me. The words there conveyed no meaning to me. My attention was being pulled irresistibly elsewhere. As I looked up, the eyes of the infant sitting demurely on his mother's lap caught my own and held them. Its gaze was steady and clear as that of a normal child, but what differentiated it was the impression one received of calm intelligence. The child turned its head, and I felt my muscles relax. Until then, I had not been conscious that they'd been stiffened. My gaze was released, pushed aside, as it were, and I found myself watching the object of the child's next scrutiny. This was my would-be loquacious travelling companion. He, too, had been reading, until the child's gaze claimed his attention, and he, too, was held motionless by that strange, appraising stare. When he was released, his surprise found vent in words.
That's a remarkable child, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
The woman who answered him, if she was indeed the child's mother, was older than one might have expected, well into her 40s, and while dressed soberly and becomingly, had an air of belonging to an older fashion. Her face was not that of a countrywoman. The thin, high-bridged nose, the untidy black eyebrows, the shadows under her pale, introspective eyes denoted the town and confinement within doors. The child, meanwhile, its great bald head shining resplendently like a globe of alabaster, now focused indefinitely on some point outside the carriage window. It seemed remote, utterly unconcerned with any human being.
Very remarkable. Can it talk?
No, sir. He's never made a sound.
Dumb, eh?
He's never spoke, sir.
Not water on the brain, eh?
Oh, no, sir, no. He's got more sense than an ordinary child.
How old is he?
Year and 9 months.
Ought to have spoken before that, oughtn't he?
Never even cried, sir.
Have you had a doctor for him?
Oh, yes, sir.
And what do they say?
At this point, the child turned its head and looked the interrogator full in the eyes. Never in the face of any human being have I seen such an expression of sublime pity and contempt. My fellow passenger, his mouth open, leant quickly back into his corner, and the infant, satisfied perhaps with its victim's ignominy, turned and looked at me with a cynical smile. I was, as it were, taken into its confidence. I felt undeservedly, yet enormously flattered.
Right it down! Right it down!
Oh, this is where we get out.
Allow me.
Oh, thank you, sir. Oh. Good day, sir.
Good day. Good day. Well, what do you make of that?
Aye.
Water on the brain. Don't care what anyone says.
She, the mother, seemed certain it was not.
Well, what's your opinion then, sir?
Well, it certainly is a very remarkable child. By profession, I am a journalist, and it has been my good fortune to have avoided the drudgery of the mere reporter, in that those matters upon which I have been called to write have always been of particular concern and interest to me. In the case of cricket, this has at times amounted to a passion. The town of Aylesworth, for which I was bound when that encounter on the train took place, will always be associated for me with the Hamptonshire side in their brief hour of glory as county champions, and with the principal instrument of their victory, Ginger Stott. His phenomenal technique, in some measure the result of his having taught himself to bowl in the narrow strip of yard behind his mother's paper shop, involved getting the ball to swerve. No easy task when bending the arm at the elbow is forbidden. He did this by spinning the ball with a twist of his immensely powerful middle finger and thumb at the same time as his arm, lithe and flexible, was rapidly on the move. No batsman ever succeeded in standing up to him for any appreciable length of time, and there were many who feared that as long as he held sway, it could mean an end to first-class cricket. But, as history knows, it was not so. Stott's accident saw to that. During a match against Notts at Trent Bridge, Stott, at cover point, had gone for a rising ball, and the seam had caught his vital middle finger, splitting the skin of its tip. A series of unlucky circumstances led to the finger becoming infected, and by the beginning of the following week, the only course open to the doctors was to amputate. Stott's career as a cricketer was over. The club stood by him, and he continued with them as groundsman and bowling coach, a position that occasioned him considerable chagrin and frustration.
Oh, look at that.
That's the third six he's been hit for this over.
I can't learn him nothing. Half volleys and long hops and then a full pitch. He's a disgrace, that flower.
They've knocked him off his length. On a wicket like
I've
this...
been trying to learn him, but it's no use. He's got habits you can't break him of.
I suppose it is difficult.
It's the same with me. I've been trying to learn myself to bowl without my finger, or left-handed, but I can't. Now, if I'd started that way, no, I'm always feeling for that finger as is gone. In time, maybe, but second class, no better than that.
It's early days, yeah?
I'm not going to kid myself. I know. Fact, I've been looking around.
Huh?
Well, as I see it, if I could get hold of some youngster and learn him, only he must be young. No habits, you know?
Oh, I see what you're getting at.
Oh, God. I can hardly bear to look at this. If you'll excuse me, Mr. Davis.
I'll come with you. I'm afraid it's a foregone conclusion.
Do you know Stoke-under-Hill, Mr. Davis?
A couple of miles from here, up the valley.
That's right.
Pretty place.
I've took a cottage there.
Oh. You're leaving your mother's place?
I'm to be married in a few weeks' time.
Oh, well, that's very nice. Of course, you've your place here as a groundsman.
Yes. And the money from the benefit, that's invested. I reckon I can afford it, all right.
I'm sure you can.
Yeah.
Let me offer my congratulations. I hope you're very happy.
Well, as to that, sir, better wait and see.
It is a lottery, of course.
Huh? Oh, that. Well, I take my chance on that. Oh, it's the kid I'm thinking of.
The kid?
Well, what else would I tie myself up for? See, I must have a kid of my own and learn him from his cradle. It's come to that.
I see. Teach him to bowl.
That's it. Have him right from his cradle before he's got habits.
And you hope a boy of your own?
Oh, not hope. It's a cert. I'll see no boy of mine touches a ball afore he's 14. And then he'll learn from me, and learn right from the first go off. My God. He'll be a bowler such as has never been.
I was unable to attend Stott's wedding. I was, in fact, in America, and the ensuing 2.5 years broke up for a time many of my old habits of thought, among them, amazingly, my devotion to cricket. True, I wondered occasionally about Stott and how his marriage had turned out. Indeed, on the day of that train journey to Aylesworth, passing through Stoke-under-Hill, he had briefly crossed my mind, but the encounter with the child eclipsed all else. Another couple of months of English life, however, and I found myself reverting to old tastes and interests. And although the season had virtually ended, cricket once more began to occupy my thoughts, and with it, curiosity about Stott and his ambition. On inquiry, I learned that he had left Stoke-under-Hill for the village of Pym, and it was a fine Sunday in late September when I set out on the 4-mile walk from Great Hittenden Station. Some distance up a little lane, which had been pointed out to me at the side of the pond, I came upon Stott's dwelling. The door was open, and I peered in. Sitting in a rocking chair was a woman with black, untidy eyebrows, and on her lap, held with rigid attention, was the remarkable baby I had seen in the train 2 months before. As I stood, doubtful, and, I will confess it, intimidated, the child opened his eyes and honoured me with a cold stare. Then he nodded, a reflective, recognizable nod.
He remembers seeing you in the train, sir. He never forgets anyone.
Cigarette, Stott?
Oh, passer.
That's a very remarkable baby of yours.
How
old is he?
Nearly 2 years.
Can he talk yet?
He can, but he won't.
Oh. How do you know? Well, I'm sure he can. Look, don't you want to talk about the child? Sure.
I've heard him speak. Once. And speak proper, too. Not like a baby.
What did you hear him say?
I don't know. Something about learning and talking. I didn't get the rights of it. And the missus near fainted. She thinks he's God Almighty or something.
Why don't you make him speak?
Make him? Oh, make him. Well, you tried on.
Well, why not?
'Cause he'd look at you. That's why not. And you can't no more face him than a dog can face a man.
Yes.
I shan't stand it much longer.
Curious. Very curious.
He's a blasted freak, that's what he is. Just to think of all the trouble I took when he was coming. There was nothing the missus fancied as I wouldn't get. Not as she was difficult. I mustn't get habits, George, she used to say. Caught that from me. I was always on about that then. You know? The thinking of learning him to bowl.
Yes, I remember.
Learn him bowling. Oh, my God.
Well?
No fear. The game's off. Oh, I could have done it if he'd been a decent, ordinary child instead of a blasted freak.
Can he walk?
Yeah, gets about easy enough. For all his body and his legs is so small. When the missus tries to stop him, she's afraid he'll go over like. He just looks at her. And she has to let him have his own way.
The time he spoke, was he alone?
In the garden, practicing walking all by himself.
And was that the only time?
Only time I've heard him.
Lately, was this?
About 6 weeks ago.
But he never made a sound otherwise? Cried? Laughed?
Hardly. He gives a sort of grunt sometimes when he wants anything. And points.
He's very intelligent. Abnormally so.
Worse than that. He's a freak, I tell you.
Well, I must be on my way.
Oh, you're not coming up? Take a bite or something?
Well, I have to catch that train.
Of course. We don't have many visitors.
No, you are a bit remote here.
I'll walk back to the road with you.
I suppose, leaving all personal considerations of friendship for the man aside, what was aroused in me most by this strange situation was the journalist, the observer and interpreter. Knowledge of a unique phenomenon had come my way, and, so far as I knew, my way alone. Here was something for me to tell the world about. But it must be something more than the bald facts. And the very next day found me in the reading room of the British Museum looking for precedents, for similarities to which I might relate Ginger Stott and his blasted freak. There had, as I suspected, been similar cases of precocity, but the Stott child, Victor, they had christened him, was somewhat different. At 2, he had done no study, gathered no knowledge from books, nor from any other person, and yet appeared possessed of a wonderful intellect with great powers of memory and deduction. Was he perhaps withholding his energy deliberately, keeping prodigious faculties in reserve? And then it came to me, from a few remembered phrases of his father's.
No habits. I learn him from the cradle before he's got habits. That's what I'll do. No, George. I mustn't get habits, George, she used to say. Not if he's to have none.
That was it. The great restraining force in the evolution of man has been the restriction imposed by habit. What we call instinct is an hereditary habit, and upon this instinct, already there in the human infant, we immediately superimpose the habits of conformity, all the bodily and intellectual conventions that have been handed down from generation to generation. And the child learns by the hereditary simian habit of imitation. And yet here, by some freak of nature, was a child born without that. And I would have some part in his life, in submitting knowledge to his reason, in standing between him and the delimiting training of the pedagogue. But circumstances in the immediate event dictated otherwise. This is not my own story, and the nature of the sudden upheaval in my own life, which took me to the other side of the world, need not concern us here. Suffice it to say that it was 6 years before I was in England again, and found my life intertwined with that of the wonder child. What you will now learn of the life of Victor Stott in those years comes from the first-hand experience of a number of people, not least his mother, Ellen Mary. And we must go back now to the occasion of her first meeting with the man who was to be her husband, and to father upon her the Hamptonshire wonder.
I've seen your mother, George.
Where?
She was telling me, well, she gave me her confidence, like.
What about?
You.
Me?
This here plan of yours, since your accident.
Oh. Well, I don't suppose there's no harm you knowing. You're a friend of hers. Still, I...
You know anything about it?
What do you mean?
Well, you want to have a son. You want to be the greatest cricketer in the world.
Well, the greatest bowler, yeah.
Well, you done anything about it? Do you have anyone in mind?
Oh,
Or his mother? You're not keeping company with anyone?
No.
Well, that's what your mother said. Not much opinion of women, she said.
No, not really. I mean, you see a girl try to throw a cricket ball, huh? Put you off women for life.
So how are you going to have a son then?
Oh, well, that's different.
Is it? He'll need someone to bear him, won't he? Bring him up, look after him.
You mean...
Someone who knows about your plan for him? Well, go along with it. Keep it in mind all the time she's carrying, not to mention when he's born. No habits. That's what your mum said you wanted, that right?
Yeah. And did she tell you that you might...
Oh, no. Don't worry, there is some young flighty piece of goods getting her hands on your benefit money. No, what I've come to offer is only my idea.
Come to offer? You mean... God, you're a cool one.
And a bit forward, eh?
Yeah. Well, I mean to say, you're not all that...
Pretty? No, George, but I'm not a fool. Not much book learning, I grant you, but I'm not a fool, never have been. Still, by the time I was 35, I knew for certain I wasn't likely to get a husband. And even if I had, would I have been likely to keep him? This is different. You want something special, George. Only thing is, I'm 42 now, so there's not much time.
My God. You are a cool one and no mistake.
And you hold that against me?
You don't care what people will say?
No. I know what it is you've set your eye on, George. I'll be a good wife to you. And all being well, I'll give it to you. What do you say?
Oh. I don't know. Still, I don't know why not.
She'll do, nurse, if there are no complications. Let her sleep as long as she likes.
Yes, Doctor.
She's a wonderful woman to have delivered such a child alive, especially at her age.
He can't live.
Never cried after delivery. The worst sign. To be sure, it's a freak of some kind. Nurse.
Yes, Doctor?
Come here.
Yes, Doctor.
There seems to be complete paralysis of all the motor centres, but the child is not dead. We'll try artificial respiration.
Is it worthwhile? Wouldn't it be better to let it die?
Let's have none of that talk, nurse.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Quite outside my experience. No heartbeat, no breath, yet it is indubitably alive. There's the heart. Yes, beating now. But still no breath. Come along, nurse. Let's move its arms. You know how?
Its arms? Poor little thing.
It's more like twigs, I grant you, but come along.
There now. I saw its chest move.
Yes. Yes, it's breathing. Quite well, too. Right now, let's have a look at his eyes. Glory be.
Doctor.
Yes. Well, let's see. We'd better keep it separate from the mother for the time being. The next room is prepared, is it?
Yes.
Yes, well, you take it in there. I'll go and tell the father he can come up.
But, Doctor...
What? Now, come on, nurse, pick him up.
Yes, Doctor, but... Oh, his eyes are shut again.
Of course they are. He's a newborn baby. I'll be back later.
Come in, Mr. Stott.
Doctor didn't seem all that happy.
Didn't he?
Oh, my God. What a head. Here, nurse, it's a wrong one, isn't it?
Oh, I'm sure I can't tell you, Mr. Stott.
It's more like a tadpole than anything else.
Oh, Mr. Stott, for goodness sake, don't. If only you knew.
Knew what?
Well, there's something. You'll know when it opens its eyes.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Mr. Stott, the woman who's going to look after them, Mrs. Reed, shouldn't she be here by now?
She'll be here directly, but what do you mean, something? Something what?
I don't know. Uncanny.
Are you there?
Oh, Mrs. Reed? Yes, up here.
What do you mean, uncanny? How uncanny? What do you mean?
I'm not as quick as I'd like. Not upstairs.
Shh, quiet.
Oh, God.
Mrs. Stott's sleeping still, but the baby's in here.
Here. In here. Now, let's have a look at him. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Oh, how unfortunate. And her first, too. Oh, it'll be an idiot, I'm afraid.
What?
Oh, that head. Mrs. Harrison's third was the very spit of it. Oh, healthy, I dare say. It'll live. But helpless. Learn him everything. Learn him to open his mouth. Learn him to close his hands. Learn him everything.
Oh, God.
Lord help us. Did you see that? When he opened his eyes, he looked... Oh, Lord help us. He might have been 100 years old, and wise with it. A look like that.
Nurse, I don't think it'll be necessary for me to come again.
Not come again?
I've seen them both every day for a week now, and they're both doing perfectly well.
Perfectly well?
Well, as could be expected. It's hydrocephalus with the baby, no doubt of that. There's nothing we can do.
Perhaps. I don't know, Doctor.
No doubt at all. But everything else is normal. Heart, breathing, taking nourishment. Not from the mother, I know, but you and Mrs. Reed are looking after that. So, if I wanted, you can easily send for me, all right?
Yes, Doctor.
I'll bid you good day, then.
Good day, Doctor.
Good day, good day.
Lord have mercy on us all.
Gone, has he?
Yes. And he won't be back unless we need him.
Right then. It's time she was told. Nay more, it's time she saw him. I've never held with keeping it from her myself, and I've had more experience than many.
But is she strong enough? Do you think she can bear the sight of him? I'm afraid it may turn her head.
She's his mother, and I can't say I haven't prepared the way. Never mind what you and the doctor have told me. Drop the odd hint I have here and there. She knows he's not normal. But all the same, it's time she saw him, time she held him.
Very well. Will you take him to her?
Oh. All right, while he's sleeping. Let's have him then. Here he is. Here's your son, dear, at last. Oh.
Well?
I don't know. Didn't seem to worry her at all what he looked like.
Yes.
It was like, well, I don't know, it was like she was in church, like she'd seen a vision. Not that I'd say as much before the rector, you know what he's like, but I don't know. I never see anything like it, that look on her face. Never in all my born days.
Not yet baptized, Mrs. Stott?
Well, no, Mr. Crayshaw, sir.
What is the child now, 6 weeks old?
Come this Thursday, yes.
A shameful neglect, Mrs. Stott. But then, as I recall, you were not married in the church here.
No, we was married in Aylesworth.
In church?
No. But we do want him baptized.
So I should hope.
We were thinking, though, my husband and me, that we'd like it private.
Private? Why?
Well, we both had a bad time, and he's not very strong.
Even if he were at death's door, there would still be no reason to avoid dedicating him to God before the whole congregation.
Oh, he's not ill, sir.
Then I don't see why the recognized practice should be altered, shall we say?
Well, if we could leave it a little while yet.
Leave it? Have you no thought of his immortal soul? Every day delayed puts it in greater peril.
Yes, I know.
Let me see the child. Where is he?
He's just in here, sir. In his cot.
Yes.
He's asleep. Sleeps a lot, he does. No trouble.
Yes. Well, perhaps on second thoughts, a private ceremony might be arranged after all.
Do you think so, sir?
Yes, to exhibit the child before the congregation yes, if you or your husband would let me know when will be convenient, I'll make the necessary arrangements. Godparents, is there anyone?
Just me and my husband. I think that's all right, isn't it?
Yes, that is permitted. Yes. Well, then.
Hello there. How do you do, Crayshaw?
Why, Mr. Chalice, this is quite a surprise.
I suppose it is. Mind you, I've been back at Chalice Court for more than a week.
I hadn't heard. You were away a long time.
Best part of 3 years. Tell me, don't you have a new and distinguished parishioner?
Oh? Who is that?
Such is fame. Ginger Stott, the cricketer.
Ah, yes.
He'd just had his accident when I left. Are the good folk of Stoke Underhill basking in his former glory, or is it all forgotten?
I'm afraid the Stott family have a certain notoriety in the parish, but not for that reason.
Oh? What then?
You don't know about the child.
Oh, they have a child?
If you can call it that.
Tell me.
Oh, I baptized it. I'm aware of my Christian duty, privately, of course. And even there I have my doubts as to whether I was right in administering that holy sacrament.
Why? What is it? An idiot? Deformed?
I would allow, I think, more latitude to medical men. Such a child becomes a burden on the community. I might even say a danger.
What on earth do you mean, man?
The growth of lunacy is an ever-present danger.
The child's an imbecile, then?
I would say more than that. You probably have no belief in the positive existence of evil, of malign possession and incarnation.
No, you're right, Crayshaw, I haven't. Do the rest of the people of Stoke share your view?
To a greater or lesser degree. The Stotts keep to themselves, of course. But the others give them as wide a berth as is possible in a small community.
I should like to see this black swan. It sounds exceptional, and anything exceptional interests me.
No doubt Mrs. Stott would be proud to exhibit the horror to you.
Oh, forgive me for calling again so soon, Mrs. Stott.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Chalice, sir. Won't you come in?
Oh, thank you. Mr. Stott, good evening.
Evening.
Now, please don't let me interrupt your meal. Just carry on, both of you, and I'll sit down here, if I may.
No, not in that old armchair,
No,
sir.
really, this is fine. Since I came to see you and your son with the rector yesterday, I've been thinking, would you say you were happy here?
Well,
Your neighbours, would you say you got on with them?
Don't waste my time on them.
They're not highly intelligent, I suspect. Even Mr. Crayshaw, I fancy, doesn't appreciate the peculiarities of the situation.
He's worse than any.
A little narrow, a little dogmatic, no doubt. Well, I was going to propose that you might like to live at Pym. There's an excellent cottage there, which I can have put in repair for you right away.
Pym. That's much further for me than getting to the ground in Aylesworth.
No doubt, but you have other interests to consider. I understand that Mrs. Stott hardly takes the child out at all here.
Yes, sir. Well, I don't care to make an exhibition of him.
Quite right. But the child should have air, and you must be free, Mrs. Stott, to take him out in it. In Pym you will have few neighbours, and you need not, I'm sure, fear their criticism.
They got one idiot up there already.
Oh, you surely don't regard your own child as likely to develop into an idiot?
Dr. O'Connor says it will.
When did he see him last?
Not since he were a week old.
Well, in that case, his authority goes for nothing. Oh, by the way, has the child been vaccinated?
Not yet, sir.
Well, better have that done. Oh, would you like me to arrange it? Dr. Walters, a very good man and a friend of mine.
Oh, well, it's very good of you, sir, to take the trouble.
Not at all. And I'll set things in train, shall I, as regards the cottage at Pym?
Yes.
Now,
well,
please, don't get up. I'll be on my way. Good evening to you both, for the present.
Good evening, sir. Well, you ain't fair on that child, George. There's more there than you or anyone else sees. More than Mr. Chalice, even. And it won't be so out of the way for you at Pym, not with your bike. And it's true, we can't stop here.
we might have taken a place in Aylesworth.
But it'll be so much healthier at Pym. It'll be fine air up there for him.
Oh, yes. All right for him. Just so long as it's all right for him. Right.
Well, he's done it up real nice for us, Mr. Chalice. Hasn't he, George?
Yeah. Still, it has got us away from that lot down there. And I didn't see no one about when we arrived.
Well, I spoke to the old couple next door. They seem to want to keep themselves to themselves.
Yeah? Well, suit me. What did I just say? Nobody about? Who's that hanging about down there?
Where?
Out in the lane, down by our fence.
Oh, that must be him.
Who?
Mrs. Harrison's boy. One what Mrs. Reed was always on about.
Oh, yeah. Great lolling head. You clear off, will you? Just get out of it before I take a stick to it.
It's all right, George. He can't get in. The gate's fastened.
All the same, I don't want him hanging about here.
He's going.
A great balmy lout.
George. What? Well, I ask you, George, is he anything like him in his cradle there?
Yeah.
Of course he isn't. You'll see. Grow up good and strong and healthy up here, this one will.
I'm here. Here's my tea.
George, thought I heard you. Just getting your tea.
That child's in my chair.
Still, is he?
Huh?
Well, I did mention it, but he hasn't moved then.
Take him out.
Does it matter, George? Tea's just ready. Time that's done, he'll be ready for his bath.
Why can't you just move him? He knows that's my chair.
Oh, what a fuss about that old armchair. Don't know how you sit in it anyway.
That's neither here nor there. That's my chair. He should know that by now. First thing when I come in of an evening, I have a sit down in that chair.
I know.
And so does he know. He's old enough. He's seen me do it often enough.
George, he's only 2.
Plenty old enough to have a bit of respect.
There's a tea made. Now come and sit at the table.
Just look at him. Just sitting there. Like we wasn't here at all.
Oh, sit down. Leave him be.
I'll be hanged if I will. Now look here, you. Just get out. That's my chair. Do you hear me?
George.
Look, I'm talking to you. You have got to get out of my chair. Don't you look at me like that. You've got to get out of my... I'll make you.
Oh, no.
God damn him. God damn him!
Who is God?
So that's what it comes to, I reckon. I've had enough. After what happened earlier, I reckon that's it.
You never going to teach him then?
What? To be a bowler?
Ah.
Him?
Oh, I gave up that idea long ago.
What will you do, George?
Find a room in Aylesworth near the ground, near my work. I can understand that, cricketing, you see. Not this, though. Not him.
I know.
How could you? I mean, you and me, we're just ordinary.
Not you, George. You're not ordinary. Greatest bowler ever, isn't that what they say?
Oh, not anymore. It's all finished. But you've no cause to worry, Ellen. I know my responsibilities. You should have enough to keep you and him. I can make it 30 shillings a week with no trouble. But I've got to go. I got to get out.
I see.
You say I married you, and it's my duty to stay by you, but there it is.
I see.
Well?
Well, I'm sorry it's come to this, George. I knew it had to be sometime, but I don't think there's need to be any hard words over it.
My God. You always was the cool one.
Well, I don't mean to offend you, George.
Oh, I ain't offended. At least not that way. It's just that with him, there's that about him that I don't know.
I don't expect you to understand him, no more than I do myself. It ain't nature as you should, but that all said and done, there's no bones broken. Well, if we have to part, why shouldn't we part reasonable?
Fair enough. I'll go tomorrow.
George, don't wish him no harm. He's different to us, and we don't understand him proper. Someday...
I don't wish him no harm.
You mayn't never see him again.
I suppose not.
You must forgive me, Mr. Crayshaw, for not having been able to receive you before.
I was not even aware until recently that you had returned to Chalice Court.
Well, I have been back for some months, but occupied in a task that has required my undivided attention.
Indeed.
A work of scholarship, Mr. Crayshaw. It's time I put something of what I've gained from my travels to good use. I'm preparing a monograph for the Royal Anthropological Institute. Mr. Lewis, whom I think you've met, is assisting me. Oh, but there. So much for my excuses for not seeing you before. Your letter implied that it was a matter of some moment.
Yes, it is. Not perhaps entirely unconnected with the work you mentioned.
Oh? No Polynesians come to settle in Stoke, have they?
On broad lines connected. Anthropological lines.
Go on.
You may remember that abnormal child of the Stotts. They were my parishioners.
Oh, yes. They moved to Pym, 3 years ago. And the child?
Its development has upset me in a most unusual way. I really believe you are the only person who can give me any intelligent assistance in the matter.
Oh, very good of you.
You see, I happen to be the child's godfather.
Really?
By the merest accident. The baptism was a private ceremony, just the parents present, and therefore I, as the rubric ordains, stood as second godfather.
So you have responsibilities?
Undoubtedly. I am aware that on one point I can expect little sympathy from you, but I make an appeal to you, nevertheless, as a man of science and as a magistrate, for assistance.
And what do you want me to do, Mr. Crayshaw?
Have the child certified as an idiot and sent to an asylum.
On what grounds?
He is undoubtedly lacking mentally, and his influence is, or maybe, malignant.
Oh, yes, you hinted as much, I remember, when you first told me about him. In what way does this malignity manifest itself?
He has denied God.
I see.
I have myself heard this infant of 4 years utter the most abhorrent blasphemy.
That's bad.
I think you'll agree with me that something should be done.
Well, can you give me some details?
They are most repugnant to me.
I understand, but if you want my assistance...
Although they are no longer my parishioners, I thought it my duty as his godfather to see to his spiritual welfare. However, when I went to Pym some months ago, the mother would not permit me to see him. However, a few weeks back, I met him on the common alone.
And then?
I spoke to him, and he replied with an abstracted air, and without looking at me. He has not the appearance in any way of a normal child.
No, that's true. A very large head, almost hydrocephalic, as I recollect, but with an abnormally intelligent expression.
You may have seen it as that. However, I asked him if he knew his catechism. He replied that he did not know the word. I may mention that he speaks the dialect of the common people hereabouts, but he has a much larger vocabulary. His mother has taught him to read, it appears.
Well, at 4 years of age, that would argue some degree of intelligence.
I then spoke to him of some of the broad principles of the Church's teaching. He listened quietly, and then when I stopped, he began asking me questions.
What sort of question?
I don't remember precisely. One, I think, was as to the sources of the Bible, questions which betrayed an unusual curiosity in a child so young, but...
But no signs of idiocy.
Worse. At the end of my instruction, this creature shook his misshapen head and informed me that what I had said was not true and could not be true.
This is the blasphemy you spoke of?
Isn't it enough? To defy a minister of the Church, to pour scorn on its teaching, to repudiate the very conception of the deity? What is it but the clearest indication of maleficent possession? Oh, I wonder I didn't strike and injure the child.
I hope you didn't.
I was too overcome. Overcome by the implication of what was happening. Just think. If it became known that an unlettered infant, the child of ignorant parents, was freely questioning the authority of the Church and its place in society, then anarchy, revolution, chaos could not be far away.
Nevertheless, you cannot confine a child in an asylum on those grounds. The law does not permit it.
The Church is above the law.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Crashaw. Not in these days.
It should be.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. However, I must obviously see this child for myself.
Tell me, though, are you going as a magistrate, or is it by way of scientific investigation?
Both. And in both capacities, I'd like you to be there, Lewis.
I must say, I find it hard to credit. A child of, what, a few months?
3, when I saw it.
And with the power to... well, to what exactly?
The power to make one feel in its presence just like a schoolboy. Harvey Walters, who vaccinated it, felt it too.
How did it do that, for heaven's sake?
By the way it had of looking at you, of sizing you up, and then, having stared you out of countenance, rejecting you.
It couldn't have been a trick of the light, say, or your imagination, or a combination of both?
Or affecting myself and Walters in the same way, not to mention Crashaw when he first encountered the infant.
But you three are the only ones to have experienced this phenomenon.
To the best of my knowledge. Oh, apart from the parents, who were also aware of, well, something special about the child. That's why I'm particularly anxious for someone else to be there when I visit.
It's now 4 or 5?
4.5.
You've not mentioned it to anyone in the interim?
No. I suppose I thought it would die. After I'd made life easier for the parents by offering them the cottage at Pym, I must confess I'd not thought about it again until Crashaw appeared just now.
It certainly appears to have confounded him.
It did more. It provoked him to fury. How dare it make light of his divine authority?
What did Crashaw do, shake him?
No. He appears not to have laid hands on the child. What did he say? He didn't know how it was that he did not do the child an injury. Now, that's one of the things that interests me enormously. That power must have been retained. Along with the other developments, I really am most eager to see for myself.
I'm sure. But for the moment, I'll keep an open mind.
Oh, please sit down, Mrs. Stott, and go on with your tea.
Oh, thank you, sir, but I just finished.
We seem to be fated to intrude upon you when you're at table.
It's no intrusion, Mr. Chalice, sir. But if you'll excuse me, I'll just refill his cup. He likes a second cup.
Oh, please, go on. I hear your son has been engaging in religious controversy with Mr. Crashaw.
Yes, sir.
Your son told you?
Oh, no, Mr. Lewis, sir. He never told me. It was Mr. Crashaw. He's been here several times lately.
He seems rather upset about it.
I'm sorry, sir, but... well,
Oh, please, speak freely, Mrs. Stott. I assure you we shall respect your confidence.
Well, I can't see as it's any business of Mr. Crashaw's.
He's been worrying you and your lad here.
Oh, he's not seen Mr. Crashaw again.
Sonny, you're not particularly interested in Mr. Crashaw, I suppose? I say you're not interested in Mr. Crashaw. Doesn't he hear me?
Oh, we can hear you, Mr. Chalice, sir.
Mr. Crashaw is the rector, someone important, and you've been arguing with him.
Begging your pardon, take no heed, sir. He won't answer unless he's a mind to. He doesn't... well, he doesn't speak unless he needs to. He just draws my attention and points. It's his way, sir.
Yes, I see. Well, I hope that the matter of Mr. Crashaw can be settled and that you won't be bothered further.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'm very much obliged to you.
I've been wondering if I might not be able to help your son in some other way. I understand he can read.
Well, I learned him what I could, sir. Ain't much.
Well, perhaps I could lend him a few books.
Oh, yes. We've no books, and we never hardly see a paper now either.
But you taught him?
Well, we've a Bible, and there's 2 copies of Lily White's cricket annual as my husband left behind.
And has he read those?
The Bible he has, I believe.
All of it?
I believe so.
I'm sorry, but I find this most disconcerting. Your son obviously has an unusual power of intelligence, and we talk about him as if he wasn't here. Do you want to read? I have between 40 and 50,000 books in my library. I think it possible you might find 1 or 2 which would interest you.
What would I learn out of all them books?
Well, now... Well, it's a difficult question, that, eh, Lewis?
If you take the question literally.
Well, how else can we?
Well, he might learn the essential part of all knowledge that has been discovered by mankind so far.
Should I learn what I am?
No. No, that you won't learn from the books in my possession, or indeed from any book. But you will find grounds for speculation.
Grounds for speculation.
Material from which you can formulate theories of your own.
Don't know them words. Going out now. I'll come to your library.
You let him go out by himself?
Oh, he likes to be in the air, sir.
You have to let him go his own way.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, I'll send the governor's cart for him tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Oh, that is, of course, if you've no objection to his coming.
He said he'd come, sir.
I wonder if letting him browse in my library may not be such a wise thing after all.
Why not?
Well, if that child has all the powers I credit him with, think of the possibilities of original thought if he's kept unsullied by our traditional habits of learning.
But surely some groundwork is necessary.
Is it? I wonder. I sometimes doubt whether we've ever learned anything at all that is worth knowing. Perhaps that child, if he were kept away from books...
The thing is done now.
Yes, indeed. And in any case, he'd never have been able to dodge the school attendance officer.
Have you read all these?
In effect, perhaps.
Every one?
No, but I might say I have a nodding acquaintance with what's contained in the greater part of them.
Book about words.
A dictionary? Of course. What do you think, Lewis?
Why not? You've the latest production of the century. All the volumes are there.
Why not?
Chair. There.
Oh, no, it'll be a bit low for you. Something to raise him up, Lewis.
Books to sit on, too, eh? The Britannica should be about the right size. 6 volumes, the India paper edition. Here, these should do it.
Yes, splendid. Now, if you can climb up, or shall I lift you up? Fine. Now, this is volume 1, starting with letter A.
Go.
But don't you want me to explain? Oh, if you've never seen a dictionary before...
Leave me.
But...
I should leave him to it, Mr. Chalice. He's taking no account of us. We might just as well not be here. Well?
He took a biscuit and drank some milk without even looking up.
How far has he got?
Well on in letter A.
Still with volume 1 in front of him?
Yes.
He's consistent.
Ah. You've changed your view, then?
No. He could be humbugging us. See, he's admitted he knows very few words, yet when we saw him start on the introduction, he didn't stop to look up any of the new words he must have met there. He just ploughed on, like an adult reader.
Precisely.
Is it possible he could actually be reading as fast as that? No, he's pretending for our benefit whenever one of us is near.
I don't think so.
What's your explanation, then?
I think he's committing it to memory.
What?
They say that Macaulay had a phenomenal memory as a child. It's conceivable that this one outclasses him. The boy is in effect learning the whole dictionary by half from page 1, intending to collate it all later in his mind.
Oh, come.
Why not? The concentration is there. A child of 5 couldn't simulate that.
It's too far-fetched.
Think of the gap between your intellectual powers and that of, say, a Polynesian savage. It's possible that this child's powers equally transcend our own.
I think you're theorizing on too little evidence.
Yes, you're right. We must wait. Heathcote, tell me, has the Stott child left the house?
I've not seen him, sir.
Well, then someone must have opened the library door. The handle's too high for him to reach.
The maids are off this afternoon, sir, and I certainly didn't.
This window's open.
What? Well, he could hardly...
He has, though. His footprints are in the flower bed. There.
By Jove, yes.
And see what he's done to the daffodils. Cheeky little brute.
Yes, but the logic of it. He didn't waste time trying to attract attention, just decided it was time to go and went by the shortest route. Heathcote, you'd better send Jessup over to Pym. See if he's home safely.
Yes, sir. Begging your pardon, sir.
Yes?
Will the child be coming again?
I hope so. Jessup has been told to collect him each morning, and you don't look very happy, Heathcote.
I'm sure it's not my place to comment, sir.
Regard it as another of my eccentricities. Eh, Heathcote?
Very good, sir. I'll go and tell Jessup. A glass of milk and a plate of bread and butter every day at lunchtime. That's the order. To be taken to the library. Though I don't mind telling you, it gives me the creeps. And never in all my born days did I think to see a melon-headed imp in a cricket cap ordering the master about like that. I just don't know what we're coming to, I'm sure.
The dictionary from A to Z in 5 days. Already at M in the Britannica, and still that same concentration, same rate of reading, always the same. I can't resist looking in on him time and time again. When he left last evening, he was at the end of W. He's obviously just finishing the last article in the final volume. Have you finished?
All this. All this?
Yes?
All this.
Yes. Yes, tell me. Tell me, what do you think of all this?
So elementary, inchoate, a disjunctive patchwork. If this presents, in essence, the sum of human knowledge, then...
It means nothing to you, then?
I find no relationship. Concepts of space and time are postulated, come to be taken as absolute. Yet how reconcile them with the physical and material universe that is described here? Leading to philosophies which are no longer systems of thought, analyzing, specifying, working deductively or inductively. Ethical basis for conduct, when all the time the spheres in which these creeds operate. And that same history, which forms so critical an element in politics, how is it used? How does it function? And as to the underlying motivations, what function? What purpose? Why? These appear not to be cared about. Only how is a matter of concern, and even there, such answers as may be presented are irrelevant, or at best non sequiturs. If this is all, there is a great void, a great emptiness here.
I find... Well, I cannot dispute your analysis, and yet all you've seen, all you've described, it's not like that.
Yes, to me, from the outside.
From the outside?
I find no comprehension of the infinite oneness of space and time, of the wholeness of being. I see no appreciation of ultimate finality or of infinity, both of which coexist.
How can we appreciate either?
How can you not?
It isn't in us. Not yet.
Not yet. Is there then no one else that sees? Is there none of my kind? Is this all?
There is none of your kind.
May I introduce Mr. Foreman?
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do? Fine day.
Yes, indeed. Well, Mr. Crayshaw, you asked me to call.
Yes. The child Victor Stott. I gather that for some time now he's been spending the greater part of his day playing in your library.
If you remember, I undertook to find some way of diverting his mind, so as to prevent him speaking against religion to the yokels.
Seems quite a character, if I may say so.
He hasn't been offending in that way.
No, but neither does he receive instruction in any sacred subject, nor, for that matter, attend Sunday school or any place of worship.
Well, what is it you want me to do now?
Possibly you've realized that the child is well past his 5th birthday.
I suppose he must be.
Past the age at which the state requires him to receive the elements of education.
Eh?
Time he went to school. I've been after him, you know. I'm the attendance officer for the district. It's a serious matter. Come now.
Oh, forgive me. Of course you don't know, you can't possibly know the utter absurdity of putting that child to recite the multiplication table with village infants of his own age.
I fail to see any absurdity in the proposition, Mr. Chalice.
5 is the age fixed by the state.
Well, how can I explain? Let me take an instance. You teach him the elements of arithmetic.
It's part of the curriculum.
Well, I've only had one true conversation with this child, but in the course of it he had occasion to refer, by way of illustration, to some abstruse theorem of the differential calculus. His aim was to make his meaning clear on a particular point, though I may say the illustration was utterly beyond me.
God bless me. You don't say so.
The reference was an act of intellectual condescension.
If the child is, as you infer, some sort of mathematical genius, and it's true there have been instances in history, he would not, of course, receive elementary instruction in that subject.
You would not find any subject, believe me, Crayshaw, in which he could be instructed by any teacher in a council school.
There I cannot agree with you. He is sadly in need of some religious instruction.
He would not get that in a council school.
No, indeed. Why not bring the child here and let the Reverend Mr. Crayshaw or myself put a few questions to him?
If I brought him, he wouldn't answer your questions. He's very difficult to deal with.
Oh, is he? Of course, I've not spoken to him.
In any case, the decision does not rest with us.
No, it rests with the local authority.
Which has the right to prosecute.
The parent is responsible, may be brought before a magistrate and fined for the first offence.
I shan't fine her if she comes before me.
Well, of course, no one wishes to proceed to extremes, but you, Mr. Chalice, are the one who has most influence in the matter. I cannot believe that you will go against the established authority of both church and state, if only for the sake of example.
Mr. Crayshaw, regulations, laws, religious and lay authorities come into existence in order to deal with the rule, the average. But if we are reasoning, intelligent people, we must also have some means of dealing with the exception, for whom a particular law can have no application. Are we to exhibit a crass stupidity by enforcing it? Or are we, as reasoning, intelligent men, going to take the case into our own hands and act according to the dictates of common sense?
I don't agree with you. I don't consider this an exception.
You must agree with me, Crayshaw. I have a certain amount of influence, and I shall use it.
In that case, I shall fight you to the bitter end. I am determined that this infidel child shall go to school, that he shall find and occupy his preordained place in the order of society.
Quite right. Very right.
I think you will be better advised to let the matter rest.
It's possible.
I shall fight.
Very well. As you think best. I don't know if you're aware, Mrs. Stott, that the English education system requires every child to attend school from the age of 5, unless the parents are able to provide approved instruction elsewhere.
No, sir, I didn't know.
The Elementary Education Act of 1870 and its subsequent amendments. Yes.
Ah. Now, there is an individual... Oh, well, why shouldn't you know? It's the Reverend Mr. Crashaw again, who insists that you should attend the elementary school.
Oh, I thought we were shot of him, sir.
I have argued with him. I've also seen this afternoon, in point of fact, a friend of mine, who is chairman of the Education Authority. What has emerged is that you can't be exempted unless you're able to convince the authority that you should be.
Cannot you stand in loco parentis?
Oh, in that I'm providing you with an education.
Yes.
There's still Crashaw to deal with.
Inform him.
He can't or won't understand. I know these things must seem to you utterly absurd, but I'm sure you realize that you are an exception to the world about us. People like Crashaw, like myself, indeed all of us, from the meanest to the greatest minds of the day, are not subject to the fine logic you exercise. Well, that being so, you must also realize that whatever your wisdom, you have to live in this world of comparative ignorance. A world that cannot appreciate you, which could fall back on compulsion, even the use of physical force.
You suggest, then?
That you consent to answer certain elementary questions which a few selected members of the local authority will put to you.
What are these members?
There are 4 of them. Their chairman, he's the friend I mentioned, Sir Dean Elmer. He's a man of open mind, an amateur scientist of some note, with a progressive outlook. And then there's the former mayor, Councillor Purvis. Oh, he's the grocer, Purvis and Company. You'll know the shop, Mrs. Stott, in the square at Aylesworth.
Oh, yes, sir. Well, ain't he another churchman, though?
A lay preacher, I believe. But on the authority, he represents the trading interest.
The other 2?
The headmaster of the grammar school, Mr. Stephen. So that's another man of learning. And finally, there's Mr. Standing, who's the political appointee.
Will you be there, sir?
Yes. Oh, and Crashaw, I'm afraid.
Oh.
But the examination will be conducted here, in the library, so there will be minimal interruption in your studies. Now, will you consent?
I'll answer their questions. Let them come.
Well, I think, Stephen, you're best placed to conduct the examination. Will you open the proceedings?
Yes, very well. Now then, tell me, what is the square root of 226?
15.03329 to 5 places.
Dear me. Is that right?
I think so. 225 is 15 squared.
What's that book he's got in front of him? It's not a crib, is it?
May I see? Ah, yes, Spinoza, the short treatise. Van Floten's Dutch text and Latin translation.
Huh? Well, what's all that about, then?
It has nothing to do with elementary arithmetic. Mr. Stephen will reassure you on that point.
Certainly.
All right, then. What does half a stone of loaf sugar at 2 3 farthings come to?
Don't recognise the terminology employed.
What is 7 times 2 3/4?
19.25.
What's that in shillings?
1.60416.
Wrong.
I think not, Mr. Purvis. Right. The examinee has given the correct mathematical answer to 5 places of decimals, so far as I can check him mentally.
Well, seems to have gone a long way round. Just to do a sum as any 5th standard child could do in his head.
Yeah.
I'll give him another.
I thought Mr. Stephen had been delegated to conduct the first part of this examination.
Yes, will you go on, Mr. Stephen? Perhaps something a little more advanced.
What is the binomial theorem?
A formula for writing down the coefficient of any stated term in the expansion of any stated power of a given binomial.
I am satisfied under this head.
Oh, beyond me, I don't mind saying so.
I think, Mr. Chairman, we've had enough theoretical arithmetic. There's a few practical questions I'd like to put.
Yes, Mr. Purvis.
Yeah. How old was our Lord when he began his ministry?
Uncertain.
Well, come now. Any Sunday school child knows that.
Of course.
Mr. Crayshaw, please.
Are you sure, Mr. Purvis, you've understood the purport of the answer?
Oh, of course I am. I asked how old our Lord was when he began his ministry, and he says he is uncertain.
He meant that the answer to your question is uncertain.
Well, how's that? I have always understood it to...
But what we've always understood does not always correspond to the actual fact.
If you don't mind, Chalice. Now, what did you intend by your answer?
The evidence rests mainly on Luke's Gospel, but the phrase "a hominos Jose aeton tria conta" is vague. It allows latitude in either direction. According to the chronology of John's Gospel, the age might have been about 32.
Well, it says 30 in the Bible, and that's good enough for me.
Heresy.
Well, it sounds like blasphemy to me, doubting the word of God. I am for sending him to school.
All in good time, Mr. Purvis. Now tell me, how many elements are known to chemists?
81 well characterized, others have been described.
And which has the greatest atomic weight?
Uranium.
And the weight is?
On the oxygen basis of 16, 238.5.
If nothing else, extraordinary powers of memory.
What's your opinion of tariff reform?
An empirical question that cannot be decided from a theoretical basis.
What are you to say to that, Standing?
I say that tariff reform is the only way to save the country. And if this government is not...
For mercy's sake. Are we here to argue the trivialities of present-day politics? Aren't you satisfied? What more evidence do you need?
I'm not satisfied. And nor is the Reverend Crayshaw, I fancy.
He has no vote. Elmer, what do you say?
I think we may say that the child has been and is being educated satisfactorily elsewhere, and that he need not attend the elementary school.
On a point of order, Mr. Chairman, is that what you put to the meeting?
Well, this is quite informal. Our findings will be put to the full education committee.
That's all very well.
Well, shall we argue the point in the other room?
Yes, certainly. And our examinee can get back to his Spinoza.
I apologize for my fellow children.
No more.
What do you mean?
They are the last. Your kind have no interest in truth. So no more.
Of these events in the life of Victor Stott, the Hamptonshire wonder, I, of course, at the time knew nothing. Now, on my returning, however, it was to that corner of Hamptonshire and to Pym itself that my steps turned. The vagaries of fortune had provided me with the means and the leisure to fulfill an old ambition, to write a book, a work of philosophy which would attempt to reconcile a conflicting variety of viewpoints and theories. Those former visits of mine to Pym had established it, by its very isolation, as an ideal place to embark on such a task, and I had engaged a room for the summer at a local farm.
Hold on to your luggage, Mr. Davis. We're going to have to pull over to the side here. Let this lot pass us by. Come on, girl.
There's not a lot of room on the road.
Can't rightly call it a road. Disgrace it is. Whoa, no, girl.
They're well and truly loaded. Someone moving house?
Ah.
I say, Bates, that's not the Stott child.
Where?
On that cart. Didn't you see? Great swollen head, slobbering mouth.
Come on, girl. Lord bless you, no. That's the Harrison boy, with his mother. Old Harrison's dead. Wrong and he were. Moved away from here 5 or 6 years ago. Now she and the boy have come back. Worse luck. Thought we was shot of them.
The boy's an idiot, is he?
Yeah, horrible. Can't speak nor nothing. He goes about bleating and barring like an old sheep.
And the Stotts? Do they still live at Pym?
Not Ginger. He's over at Aylesworth. But Mrs. Stott and her son lives here.
Oh, the boy's still alive then?
Ah.
Intelligent child?
Oh, so they say. For an 8-year-old. Book learning and such. They say he's read every book in Mr. Chalice's library.
Does he go to school?
Oh, no, they let him off. Leastways Mr. Chalice did. They say Reverend Crayshaw down at Stoke were fair put out about it.
My memory had been stirred. And as I crossed the common next day, passing the pond where Ginger Stott had told me of his dwindling hopes, I remembered his ambition for the child, to teach it to become the world's greatest bowler, to ensure it stayed uncorrupted by any habit that might interfere with that aim, And I remembered, too, my resolve to be a part of that child's life, its protector and mentor. May I come in?
Mr. Davis, yes, please do.
How are you, Mrs. Stott?
Oh, we're both very well, thank you. And yourself? It's a long time.
It is indeed. I had to go abroad suddenly and have only recently returned.
Oh, I see.
And this is your boy. I hear he's a great scholar.
Oh, yes, sir.
You won't remember me, I shouldn't think. You were still in baby clothes the last time I saw you.
Oh, yes, sir, he remembers. He never forgets anything.
I hear you're a great reader. What have you been reading? I've come to spend the summer here. I'm staying at Bates Farm.
Oh, yes, I go there for our milk and eggs and things.
I brought a great many books with me. I thought perhaps he might care to read some of them.
Oh, he's given up reading the past 6 weeks, sir, but I dare say he'll come and see your books.
Would you?
No.
I beg your pardon?
He'll go with you. Now.
Oh, splendid. Ah, Mrs. Stott.
Oh.
Just calling for your provisions.
That's right, sir.
The lad got home all right last evening.
Oh, yes, he's used to coming and going as he pleases, ever since he could first walk.
Mrs. Stott, I want to understand about your son.
Yes, well, he hardly ever speaks to me.
But you understand each other?
In some ways, sir.
What perturbs me is, well, what is he going to do? When he grows up, I mean.
I can't say, sir. We must leave that to him.
Well, I wonder, is there any way in which I could be of use to him?
Well,
Yes?
there is a way you could help him if you would.
Well, tell me.
Well, I hope I'm not asking too much.
What is it?
It's the Harrison boy. He's a brute beast, if you know what I mean, sir, and since he come back, he's been hanging round my boy, like he did before they went away.
He was here yesterday. I sent him packing.
Was he? Here at the farm?
Yes. He didn't molest the lad on his way home.
No, I don't think so. He never said, but then he wouldn't. Thing is, though, he don't seem to have the same hold over that boy as he does over others. What I was thinking, sir, was that if you go with him when he takes his walks, well, I think he'd be glad of your company.
You do?
He seems to have taken a fancy to you, sir. He won't say as much, but I sometimes know his meaning without the need of any words.
I see. Yes, certainly. I'll come and fetch him. Who knows? It may be a way of coming to understand him a little better. The principal reason for my presence on those walks, however, the Harrison oaf, was rarely in evidence, although there was one occasion when he summoned up courage enough to approach us. Oh.
Let him be.
But I thought... The idiot's behaviour was that of a nervous puppy wishing to propitiate some as yet unknown master. He was within a few feet of us, crouching and wriggling in the grass, when the wonder gave him one of his deliberate, devastating stares that I remembered so well from that first encounter on the train. The idiot, however, regarded this as a sign of encouragement, and he came nearer still, at last reaching out a hand to touch the boy he so curiously regarded as a playmate.
No. Send him away.
All right, that'll do.
Send him away.
Get away, will you? Go on, or you'll feel my stick about you. The wonder made no comment on the incident as we walked home. He had shown no sign of fear, and it occurred to me that my guardianship of him was merely a convenience, not a protection from any danger. Moreover, doubts began to grow in my mind as to the wonder's learning and intelligence. Perhaps it was no more than an unprecedented memory, manifesting itself in some kind of freak pedantry. Nevertheless, I could not break away. I was grappled to the wonder by bonds whose nature I could not fathom. I resolved to consult the one other person who had some intimate awareness of the wonder's abilities. And this is where he acquired the main body of his knowledge.
I suppose so. As far as I know, he's had no other access to books.
No wonder he spent so little time on the meagre collection I brought with me. He probably read them all here.
And in their original languages. He learns a language as you or I would learn a page of history.
Do you really believe that he's assimilated all this?
It defeats the imagination. But yes, I do.
You say he did talk to you at length on one occasion?
Yes, in the early days. Later he was happily less forthcoming.
Happily? Why do you say that? What did he talk about?
To tell you the truth, I have a very confused memory of what he said, and what little I might remember I prefer to leave undisturbed.
But why?
I suppose partly vanity. I don't enjoy being made to feel like an immature schoolboy.
I'm with you there. It's like being confronted with some elaborate theorem of the higher mathematics. Is it possible, one says, that anyone can understand these things?
Precisely.
But in fact, I suppose someone does. The mathematician, whose trained mind is far in advance of us, the non-mathematicians.
I don't think that you could compare that knowledge gap with the one that exists between us and the Stott child.
Can't we try to bridge it? Learn from him.
There are no data to bridge the gap.
He used those words to me once.
Oh, you've been favoured then.
So it would seem.
In man's few thousand years on earth so far, it's only a feeble store of knowledge that he has accumulated. I suppose this library contains a fair summary of it. Over the years, other books will be added to it as step-by-step knowledge is increased. But it is only step by step.
Nevertheless, it seems to me that this child knows a great many things which we have been patiently trying to discover since the dawn of civilization.
I admit that. But, well, I don't think I want to know.
He could give us the key, I'm sure of that.
We're not ready for it. You can't teach metaphysics to children.
I shall go on. There are those moments of almost comprehension, occasional flashes of illumination. Somehow this vast resource must be tapped. Yes, I shall go on. This newly found resolve had taken the best part of a day to grow in me. I had gone to Chalice Court early in the morning, stayed for lunch, and as a result missed my afternoon appointment to accompany the Wonder. As I entered my lodging at Bates Farm, I was confronted by an anxious figure.
He's not with you?
Mrs. Stott.
Have you seen him?
No. I'm sorry I didn't come to collect him today, but I was
He
delayed.
hasn't been into his tea. I've been up on the common looking for him.
Well, he may have made a mistake in the time.
He never makes a mistake in the time. He always knows the time to the minute without clock or watch. Why did you leave him alone?
I have said I'm sorry, and it isn't as if he's not used to going out on his own.
He's never been late before, not a minute. And now it's an hour after his time.
Come now, calm yourself. He may even be at home by now. Let's go and see. But the child was not there, and it was not long before the woman's agitation began to affect me. I sent a neighbour to notify Chalice, and meeting Bates in the lane, told him to find out if any of his people had seen the boy, and if not, to start searching the common. When I arrived back at the cottage, the sun was already setting. I met Chalice in the lane. Has he come back?
No. There'll be a mad woman in that cottage if we don't find him by nightfall.
I've been up Dean Hill. There was no sign of him there.
Ah, Heathcote, any news?
Not between here and the court, sir.
Well, take our people and try the woods.
Well, I shan't be able to do much tonight, sir. It'll be dark in half an hour.
Well, do what you can in half an hour.
Oh, very good, sir.
He's such a little chap. It would be easy to miss him if he were unconscious.
Darkness fell, and with it the rain came, and still the Wonder had not been found. Mrs. Bates stayed with Ellen Mary, and the two kept their silent vigil. I pictured them in the cottage, and wondered how near the latter was to the limit of human endurance. But, lulled by the rain, I eventually fell asleep. Once during the night, I awoke suddenly, and thought I heard a long, wailing cry out on the common. But when I got up and looked out, and the cry was not repeated, I wasn't sure whether or not I had dreamed it. Another image, between sleeping and waking, had me sitting bolt upright as the daylight streamed in. The pond. No one had looked in the pond.
Can you see anything, sir?
No. Wait. If I hang on to the tree, I can lean out.
Careful, sir. Yeah. All right, I've got your arm. See something, sir?
Well, I'm not sure. It's white in the mud on the bottom. It could be a bit of a broken basin or something. Give me that torn branch there.
Here you are, sir. Kids have been using it by the look of it.
Yes, it's long enough to reach the bottom. Oh, my God.
What is it, sir?
Pull me back, Bates. Pull me clear. I'm afraid I'm going to be sick. The men made a chair of their arms as they carried him down the lane. No one had any fear of him now. That little body with its pale head, still too large for it, drooping now. I was reminded, disgustingly, of Children with a Guy. Then from nowhere, the Harrison idiot shambled up.
Now then, you. Cut along off. Keep away. Keep your hands off him.
He passed me as he ran, stumbling and scrambling, and I saw his face suffused with terror. The one creature who had never feared the wonder living now feared him horribly when he was dead. The coroner's jury returned a verdict of accidental death. But I knew perfectly well that the wonder did not fall into the pond by accident. He was too perfectly controlled. I know that he was pushed into the pond. I know that he was held down and pressed into the mud, probably with that very branch from the ash tree which I had used to discover him. I hope it was the Harrison idiot who was to blame, but I doubt it. So there is but one other person who could have been implicated, one who went beyond fear into hatred. I recall all the terrifying acts of misapplied courage and ferocious brutality that the fanatics of history have been capable of when their creed and their authority have been set at naught. And how many of those hateful deeds had been done in the name of a cause whose founder preached a doctrine of love. So I said nothing, and indeed I hesitate even now to name him, but I know it was the Reverend Percy Crayshaw who destroyed what he feared and hated. As for the others in this story, Ellen Mary Stott was broken quite by the death of her God. She never recovered her sanity and died not long after in the county asylum. I heard that her husband attended the funeral. And Henry Challis, the only one whom the Hamptonshire wonder had favoured with an adumbration of the world into which he had found himself born. Tell me, why do you not want to talk about what you heard from him that afternoon?
I glimpsed a finality, and that appalled me. Ignorance is the means of our intellectual pleasure. It's the solving of the problem that brings enjoyment. The solved problem has no further interest. When all is known, the stimulus for action ceases.
And for Victor Stott, all was known.
Precisely. Pity the child for whom there could be no mystery. The first and greatest joy of life. In our childhood, there is unexplained mystery, just beyond the gate. When that is explored, there are new and wonderful possibilities beyond the hills, and then beyond the seas, beyond the known world, and so into the world of imagination, of speculation.
And he reached that point in a few weeks.
And even further beyond. His vision of the world, of the cosmos itself, was something utterly beyond our comprehension. And in our present infantile state, what we cannot comprehend, we must fear.
I believe he was beginning to understand that.
Too late, though. Someone feared him enough to destroy him. And we breathe again. Relieved. Suppose that unique brain, that pure, untrammeled intellect, had not been burdened with all the dead weight of information, of facts. What then?
We can never know. Now.
No. Still, the world is young yet. Let's play in the nursery of our times. The day will come when humanity has grown to his mental stature. but not in our day. Not for 1,000 years.
The wonder is buried in the churchyard over at Chilborough, well away from the Reverend Percy Crayshaw's parish. The stone bears the initials V.S. and a date. People speak of him as that poor little boy of Mrs. Stott's. No one remembers that he had been in any way different from other poor little fellows who had died an untimely death.
That was The Hamptonshire Wonder by Geoffrey Segal, based on J.D. Beresford's novel of the same name. The narrator, John Davis, was played by Jonathan Newth. Ginger Stott was Steve Hodson, Mary Ellen Stott, Carol Boyd, and Victor Stott, Vicky Ireland. Henry Challis, Richard Herndl, the Reverend Percy Crayshaw, Hugh Dixon, Dr. O'Connor, Crawford Logan, the nurse, Penelope Brownjohn, Mrs. Reed, Catherine Parr. Gregory Lewis was Richard Gibson, Heathcote, John Forbes Robertson, the Harrison boy, Robin Langford. Mr. Stephen, Frank Ellis, Mr. Foreman, Bruce Alexander, Sir Dean Elmer, Geoffrey Segal, and Bates and the man on the train, David Goodison. Mr. Purvis and Mr. Standing were played by Steve Hodson and Crawford Logan. The Hamptonshire Wonder was directed by Christopher Venning.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Brian Roberg, www.brianroberg.org. The Innocence of Father Brown by G.K. Chesterton. The Sign of the Broken Sword. The 1,000 arms of the forest were grey, and its 1,000,000 fingers silver. In a sky of dark green-blue like slate, the stars were bleak and brilliant like splintered ice. All that thickly wooded and sparsely tenanted countryside was stiff with a bitter and brittle frost. The black hollows between the trunks of the trees looked like bottomless black caverns of that Scandinavian hell, a hell of incalculable cold. Even the square stone tower of the church looked northern to the point of heathenry, as if it were some barbaric tower among the sea rocks of Iceland. It was a queer night for anyone to explore a churchyard. But, on the other hand, perhaps it was worth exploring. It rose abruptly out of the ashen wastes of forest in a sort of hump or shoulder of green turf that looked grey in the starlight. Most of the graves were on a slant, and the path leading up to the church was as steep as a staircase. On the top of the hill, in the one flat and prominent place, was the monument for which the place was famous. It contrasted strangely with the featureless graves all round, for it was the work of one of the greatest sculptors of modern Europe. And yet his fame was at once forgotten in the fame of the man whose image he had made. It showed, by touches of the small silver pencil of starlight, the massive metal figure of a soldier recumbent, the strong hands sealed in an everlasting worship, the great head pillowed upon a gun. The venerable face was bearded, or rather whiskered, in the old, heavy Colonel Newcome fashion. The uniform, though suggested with a few strokes of simplicity, was that of modern war. By his right side lay a sword, of which the tip was broken off. On the left side lay a Bible. On glowing summer afternoons, wagonettes came full of Americans and cultured suburbans to see the sepulchre, But even then they felt the vast forest land, with its one dumpy dome of churchyard and church, as a place oddly dumb and neglected. In this freezing darkness of midwinter, one would think he might be left alone with the stars. Nevertheless, in the stillness of those stiff woods, a wooden gate creaked, and two dim figures dressed in black climbed up the little path to the tomb. So faint was that frigid starlight that nothing could have been traced about them, except that while they both wore black, one man was enormously big, and the other, perhaps by contrast, almost startlingly small. They went up to the great graven tomb of the historic warrior, and stood for a few minutes staring at it. There was no human, perhaps no living thing, for a wide circle, and a morbid fancy might well have wondered if they were human themselves. In any case, the beginning of their conversation might have seemed strange. After the first silence, the small man said to the other, "Where does a wise man hide a pebble?" And the tall man answered in a low voice, "On the beach." The small man nodded, and after a short silence said, "Where does a wise man hide a leaf?" And the other answered, "In the forest." There was another stillness, and then the tall man resumed, "Do you mean that when a wise man has to hide a real diamond, he has been known to hide it among sham ones?" "No, no," said the little man with a laugh. "We will let bygones be bygones." He stamped his cold feet for a second or two, and then said, "I'm not thinking of that at all, but of something else, something rather peculiar. Just strike a match, will you?" The big man fumbled in his pocket, and soon a scratch and a flare painted gold the whole flat side of the monument. On it was cut in black letters the well-known words which so many Americans had reverently read: "Sacred to the memory of General Sir Arthur St. Clair, hero and martyr, who always vanquished his enemies and always spared them, and was treacherously slain by them at last. May God in whom he trusted both reward and revenge him." The match burnt the big man's fingers, blackened, and dropped. He was about to strike another, but his small companion stopped him. "That's all right, Flambeau, old man. I saw what I wanted. Or rather, I didn't see what I didn't want. And now we must walk a mile and a half along the road to the next inn, and I will try to tell you all about it. For heaven knows a man should have a fire and ale when he dares tell such a story." They descended the precipitous path, they re-latched the rusty gate, and set off at a stamping, ringing walk down the frozen forest road. They had gone a full quarter of a mile before the smaller man spoke again. He said, "Yes, the wise man hides a pebble on the beach. But what does he do if there is no beach? Do you know anything of that great St. Clair trouble?" "I know nothing about English generals, Father Brown," answered the large man, laughing. "Though a little about English policemen. I only know that you have dragged me a precious long dance to all the shrines of this fellow, whoever he is. One would think he got buried in 6 different places. I've seen a memorial to General St. Clair in Westminster Abbey. I've seen a ramping equestrian statue of General St. Clair on the Embankment. I've seen a medallion of St. Clair in the street he was born in, and another in the street he lived in. And now you drag me after dark to his coffin in the village churchyard. I am beginning to be a bit tired of his magnificent personality, especially as I don't in the least know who he was. What are you hunting for in all these crypts and effigies?" "I'm only looking for one word," said Father Brown. "A word that isn't there." "Well," asked Flambeau, "are you going to tell me anything about it?" "I must divide it into two parts," remarked the priest. "First, there is what everybody knows, and then there is what I know. Now, what everybody knows is short and plain enough. It is also entirely wrong." "Right you are," said the big man called Flambeau cheerfully. "Let's begin at the wrong end. Let's begin with what everybody knows, which isn't true." "If it's not wholly untrue, it is at least very inadequate," continued Brown. "For, in point of fact, all that the public knows amounts precisely to this. The public knows that Arthur St. Clair was a great and successful English general. It knows that after splendid yet careful campaigns both in India and Africa, he was in command against Brazil when the great Brazilian patriot Olivier issued his ultimatum. It knows that on that occasion St. Clair, with a very small force, attacked Olivier with a very large one, and was captured after heroic resistance. And it knows that after his capture, and to the abhorrence of the civilized world, St. Clair was hanged on the nearest tree. He was found swinging there after the Brazilians had retired, with his broken sword hung round his neck." "And that popular story is untrue?" suggested Flambeau. "No," said his friend quietly. "That story is quite true, so far as it goes." "Well, I think it goes far enough," said Flambeau. "But if the popular story is true, what is the mystery?" They had passed many hundreds of grey and ghostly trees before the little priest answered. Then he bit his finger reflectively and said, "Why, the mystery is a mystery of psychology. Or, rather, it is the mystery of two psychologies. In that Brazilian business, two of the most famous men in modern history acted flat against their characters. Mind you, Olivier and St. Clair were both heroes. The old thing, and no mistake. It was like the fight between Hector and Achilles. Now, what would you say to an affair in which Achilles was timid and Hector was treacherous?" "Go on," said the large man impatiently, as the other bit his finger again. "Sir Arthur St. Clair was a soldier of the old religious type, the type that saved us during the mutiny," continued Brown. "He was always more for duty than for dash, and with all his personal courage was decidedly a prudent commander, particularly indignant at any needless waste of soldiers. Yet in this last battle he attempted something that a baby could see was absurd. One need not be a strategist to see it was as wild as wind, just as one need not be a strategist to keep out of the way of a motor bus. Well, that is the first mystery. What had become of the English general's head? The second riddle is, what had become of the Brazilian general's heart? President Olivier might be called a visionary or a nuisance, but even his enemies admitted that he was magnanimous to the point of knight-errantry. Almost every other prisoner he had ever captured had been set free or even loaded with benefits. Men who had really wronged him came away touched by his simplicity and sweetness. Why the deuce should he diabolically revenge himself only once in his life, and that for the one particular blow that could not have hurt him? Well, there you have it. One of the wisest men in the world acted like an idiot for no reason. One of the best men in the world acted like a fiend for no reason. That's the long and the short of it. And I leave it to you, my boy." "No, you don't," said the other with a snort. "I leave it to you, and you jolly well tell me all about it." Well, resumed Father Brown, it's not fair to say that the public impression is just what I've said, without adding that two things have happened since. I can't say they throw a new light, for nobody can make sense of them. But they threw a new kind of darkness. They threw the darkness in new directions. The first was this. The family physician of the St. Clares quarreled with that family, and began publishing a violent series of articles in which he said that the late general was a religious maniac. But as far as the tale went, this seemed to mean little more than a religious man. Anyhow, the story fizzled out. Everyone knew, of course, that St. Clare had some of the eccentricities of Puritan piety. The second incident was much more arresting. In the luckless and unsupported regiment which made that rash attempt at the Black River, there was a certain Captain Keith, who was at that time engaged to St. Clare's daughter, and who afterwards married her. He was one of those who were captured by Olivier, and, like all the rest except the general, appears to have been bounteously treated and promptly set free. Some 20 years afterwards this man, then Lieutenant Colonel Keith, published a sort of autobiography called A British Officer in Burma and Brazil. In the place where the reader looks eagerly for some account of the mystery of St. Clare's disaster may be found the following words. Everywhere else in this book I have narrated things exactly as they occurred, holding as I do the old-fashioned opinion that the glory of England is old enough to take care of itself. The exception I shall make is in this matter of the defeat by the Black River. And my reasons, though private, are honourable and compelling. I will, however, add this in justice to the memories of two distinguished men. General St. Clare has been accused of incapacity on this occasion. I can at least testify that this action, properly understood, was one of the most brilliant and sagacious of his life. President Olivier, by similar report, is charged with savage injustice. I think it due to the honour of an enemy to say that he acted on this occasion with even more than his characteristic good feeling. To put the matter popularly, I can assure my countrymen that St. Clare was by no means such a fool, nor Olivier such a brute as he looked. This is all I have to say, nor shall any earthly consideration induce me to add a word to it. A large frozen moon, like a lustrous snowball, began to show through the tangle of twigs in front of them, and by its light the narrator had been able to refresh his memory of Captain Keith's text from a scrap of printed paper. As he folded it up and put it back in his pocket, Flambeau threw up his hand with a French gesture. Wait a bit, he cried excitedly. I believe I can guess it at the first go. He strode on, breathing hard, his black head and bull neck forward, like a man winning a walking race. The little priest, amused and interested, had some trouble in trotting beside him. Just before them the trees fell back a little to left and right, and the road swept downwards across a clear, moonlit valley, till it dived again like a rabbit into the wall of another wood. The entrance to the farther forest looked small and round, like the black hole of a remote railway tunnel. But it was within some 100 yards, and gaped like a cavern, before Flambeau spoke again. I've got it, he cried at last, slapping his thigh with his great hand. 4 minutes thinking, and I can tell your whole story myself. All right, assented his friend. You tell it. Flambeau lifted his head, but lowered his voice. General Sir Arthur St. Clare, he said, came of a family in which madness was hereditary, and his whole aim was to keep this from his daughter, and even, if possible, from his future son-in-law. Rightly or wrongly, he thought the final collapse was close and resolved on suicide. Yet ordinary suicide would blazon the very idea he dreaded. As the campaign approached, the clouds came thicker on his brain, and at last in a mad moment he sacrificed his public duty to his private. He rushed rashly into battle, hoping to fall by the first shot. When he found that he had only attained capture and discredit, the sealed bomb in his brain burst, and he broke his own sword and hanged himself. He stared firmly at the grey facade of forest in front of him, with the one black gap in it, like the mouth of the grave, into which their path plunged. Perhaps something menacing in the road thus suddenly swallowed reinforced his vivid vision of the tragedy, for he shuddered. "A horrid story," he said. "A horrid story," repeated the priest with bent head. "But not the real story." Then he threw back his head with a sort of despair and cried, "Oh, I wish it had been." The tall Flambeau faced round and stared at him. "Yours is a clean story," cried Father Brown, deeply moved. "A sweet, pure, honest story, as open and white as that moon. Madness and despair are innocent enough. There are worse things, Flambeau." Flambeau looked up wildly at the moon thus invoked, and from where he stood one black tree bough curved across it exactly like a devil's horn. "Father, father," cried Flambeau with the French gesture, and stepping yet more rapidly forward. "Do you mean it was worse than that?" "Worse than that," said Paul like a grave echo. And they plunged into the black cloister of the woodland, which ran by them in a dim tapestry of trunks, like one of the dark corridors in a dream. They were soon in the most secret entrails of the wood, and felt close about them foliage that they could not see, when the priest said again, "Where does a wise man hide a leaf? In the forest. But what does he do if there is no forest?" "Well, well," cried Flambeau irritably, "what does he do?" "He grows a forest to hide it in," said the priest in an obscure voice. "A fearful sin." "Look here," cried his friend impatiently, for the dark wood and the dark saying got a little on his nerves. "Will you tell me this story or not? What other evidence is there to go on?" "There are 3 more bits of evidence," said the other, "that I have dug up in holes and corners, and I will give them in logical rather than chronological order. First of all, of course, our authority for the issue and event of the battle is in Olivier's own dispatches, which are lucid enough. He was entrenched with 2 or 3 regiments on the heights that swept down to the Black River, on the other side of which was lower and more marshy ground. Beyond this again was gently rising country, on which was the first English outpost, supported by others which lay, however, considerably in its rear. The British forces as a whole were greatly superior in numbers, but this particular regiment was just far enough from its base to make Olivier consider the project of crossing the river to cut it off. By sunset, however, he had decided to retain his own position, which was a specially strong one. At daybreak next morning he was thunderstruck to see that this stray handful of English, entirely unsupported from their rear, had flung themselves across the river, half by a bridge to the right, and the other half by a ford higher up, and were massed upon the marshy bank below him. That they should attempt an attack with such numbers against such a position was incredible enough, But Olivier noticed something yet more extraordinary. For instead of attempting to seize more solid ground, this mad regiment, having put the river in its rear by one wild charge, did nothing more but stuck there in the mire like flies in a treacle. Needless to say, the Brazilians blew great gaps in them with artillery, which they could only return with spirited but lessening rifle fire. Yet they never broke, and Olivier's curt account ends with a strong tribute of admiration for the mystic valor of these imbeciles. Our line then advanced finally, writes Olivier, and drove them into the river. We captured General St. Clair himself and several other officers. The colonel and the major had both fallen in the battle. I cannot resist saying that few finer sights can have been seen in history than the last stand of this extraordinary regiment. Wounded officers picking up the rifles of dead soldiers, and the general himself facing us on horseback, bareheaded and with a broken sword. On what happened to the general afterwards, Olivier is as silent as Captain Keith. "Well," grunted Flambeau, "get on to the next bit of evidence." "The next evidence," said Father Brown, "took some time to find, but it will not take long to tell. I found at last in an almshouse down in the Lincolnshire fens an old soldier who not only was wounded at the Black River, but had actually knelt beside the colonel of the regiment when he died. This latter was a certain Colonel Clancy, a big bull of an Irishman, and it would seem that he died almost as much of rage as of bullets. He, at any rate, was not responsible for that ridiculous raid. It must have been imposed on him by the general. His last edifying words, according to my informant, were these: 'And there goes the damned old donkey with the end of his sword knocked off. I wish it was his head.' You will remark that everyone seems to have noticed this detail about the broken sword blade, though most people regard it somewhat more reverently than did the late Colonel Clancy. And now for the third fragment. Their path through the woodland began to go upward, and the speaker paused a little for breath before he went on. Then he continued in the same businesslike tone. Only a month or two ago, a certain Brazilian official died in England, having quarrelled with Olivier and left his country. He was a well-known figure both here and on the continent, a Spaniard named Espado. I knew him myself, a yellow-faced old dandy with a hooked nose. For various private reasons, I had permission to see the documents he had left. He was a Catholic, of course, and I had been with him towards the end. There was nothing of his that lit up any corner of the Black St. Clair business, except 5 or 6 common exercise books, filled with the diary of some English soldier. I can only suppose that it was found by the Brazilians on one of those that fell. Anyhow, it stopped abruptly the night before the battle. But the account of that last day in the poor fellow's life was certainly worth reading. I have it on me, but it's too dark to read it here, and I will give you a resume. The first part of that entry is full of jokes, evidently flung about among the men, about somebody called the Vulture. It does not seem as if this person, whoever he was one of themselves, nor even an Englishman. Neither is he exactly spoken of as one of the enemy. It sounds rather as if he were some local go-between and non-combatant, perhaps a guide or a journalist. He has been closeted with old Colonel Clancy, but is more often seen talking to the Major. Indeed, the Major is somewhat prominent in this soldier's narrative, a lean, dark-haired man, apparently, of the name of Murray, a North of Ireland man and a Puritan. There are continual jests about the contrast between this Ulsterman's austerity and the conviviality of Colonel Clancy. There's also some joke about the vulture wearing bright-colored clothes. But all these levities are scattered by what may well be called the note of a bugle. Behind the English camp, and almost parallel to the river, ran one of the few great roads of that district. Westward, the road curved round towards the river, which it crossed by the bridge before mentioned. To the east, the road swept backwards into the wilds, and some 2 miles along it was the next English outpost. From this direction there came along the road that evening a glitter and clatter of light cavalry, in which even the simple diarist could recognize with astonishment the general with his staff. He rode the great white horse which you have seen so often in illustrated papers and Academy pictures. And you may be sure that the salute they gave him was not merely ceremonial. He, at least, wasted no time on ceremony, but, springing from his saddle immediately, mixed with the group of officers, and fell into emphatic, though confidential speech. What struck our friend the diarist most was his special disposition to discuss matters with Major Murray. But, indeed, such a selection, so long as it was not marked, was in no way unnatural. The two men were made for sympathy. They were men who read their Bibles. They were both the old evangelical type of officer. However this may be, it is certain that when the general mounted again, he was still talking earnestly to Murray, and that as he walked his horse slowly down the road towards the river, the tall Ulsterman still walked by his bridle rein in earnest debate. The soldiers watched the two until they vanished behind a clump of trees, where the road turned towards the river. The colonel had gone back to his tent, and the men to their pickets. The man with the diary lingered for another 4 minutes, and saw a marvelous sight. The great white horse which had marched slowly down the road, as it had marched in so many processions, flew back, galloping up the road towards them as if it were mad to win a race. At first they thought it had run away with the man on its back, but they soon saw that the general, a fine rider, was himself urging it to full speed. Horse and man swept up to them like a whirlwind, and then, reining up the reeling charger, the general turned on them a face like flame, and called for the colonel like the trumpet that wakes the dead. I conceive that all the earthquake events of that catastrophe tumbled on top of each other rather like lumber in the minds of men such as our friend with the diary. With the dazed excitement of a dream, they found themselves falling, literally falling, into their ranks, and learned that an attack was to be led at once across the river. The general and the major, it was said, had found out something at the bridge, and there was only just time to strike for life. The major had gone back at once to call up the reserve along the road behind. It was doubtful if even with that prompt appeal help could reach them in time. But they must pass the stream that night, and seize the heights by morning. It is with the very stir and throb of that romantic nocturnal march that the diary suddenly ends. Father Brown had mounted ahead, for the woodland path grew smaller, steeper, and more twisted, till they felt as if they were ascending a winding staircase. The priest's voice came from above, out of the darkness. There was one other little and enormous thing. When the general urged them to their chivalric charge, he half drew his sword from the scabbard, and then, as if ashamed of such melodrama, thrust it back again. The sword again, you see. A half-light broke through the network of boughs above them, flinging the ghost of a net about their feet, for they were mounting again to the faint luminosity of the naked night. Flambeau felt truth all round him as an atmosphere, but not as an idea. He answered with bewildered brain. "Well, what's the matter with the sword? Officers generally have swords, don't they?" They are not often mentioned in modern war, said the other dispassionately. But in this affair, one falls over the blessed sword everywhere. Well, what is there in that? Growled Flambeau. It was a twopence coloured sort of incident, the old man's blade breaking in his last battle. Anyone might bet the papers would get hold of it, as they have. On all these tombs and things it's shown broken at the point. I hope you haven't dragged me through this polar expedition, merely because two men with an eye for a picture saw St. Clare's broken sword. No, cried Father Brown, with a sharp voice like a pistol shot. But who saw his unbroken sword? What do you mean? Cried the other, and stood still under the stars. They had come abruptly out of the grey gates of the wood. I say, who saw his unbroken sword? Repeated Father Brown obstinately. Not the writer of the diary, anyhow. The general sheathed it in time. Flambeau looked about him in the moonlight, as a man struck blind might look in the sun, and his friend went on, for the first time with eagerness. Flambeau, he cried, I cannot prove it, even after hunting through the tombs, but I am sure of it. Let me add just one more tiny fact that tips the whole thing over. The colonel, by a strange chance, was one of the first struck by a bullet. He was struck long before the troops came to close quarters. But he saw St. Clare's sword broken. Why was it broken? How was it broken? My friend, it was broken before the battle. Oh, said his friend with a sort of forlorn jocularity. And pray where is the other piece? I can tell you, said the priest promptly. In the northeast corner of the cemetery of the Protestant cathedral at Belfast. Indeed? Inquired the other. Have you looked for it? I couldn't, replied Brown, with frank regret. There's a great marble monument on top of it, a monument to the heroic Major Murray, who fell fighting gloriously at the famous battle of the Black River. Flambeau seemed suddenly galvanized into existence. You mean, he cried hoarsely, that General St. Clare hated Murray and murdered him on the field of battle because... You are still full of good and pure thoughts, said the other. It was worse than that. Well, said the large man, my stock of evil imagination is used up. The priest seemed really doubtful where to begin, and at last he said again, Where would the wise man hide a leaf? In the forest. The other did not answer. If there were no forest, he would make a forest. And if he wished to hide a dead leaf, he would make a dead forest. There was still no reply, and the priest added, still more mildly and quietly, And if a man had to hide a dead body, he would make a field of dead bodies to hide it in. Flambeau began to stamp forward with an intolerance of delay in time or space, but Father Brown went on as if he were continuing the last sentence. Sir Arthur St. Clare, as I have already said, was a man who read his Bible. That was what was the matter with him. When will people understand that it is useless for a man to read his Bible unless he also reads everybody else's Bible? A printer reads a Bible for misprints. A Mormon reads his Bible and finds polygamy. A Christian Scientist reads his and finds we have no arms and legs. St. Clare was an old Anglo-Indian Protestant soldier. Now, just think what that might mean, and for heaven's sake, don't cant about it. It might mean a man physically formidable, living under a tropic sun in an Oriental society, and soaking himself without sense or guidance in an Oriental book. Of course, he read the Old Testament rather than the New, of course, he found in the Old Testament anything that he wanted: lust, tyranny, treason. Oh, I dare say he was honest, as you call it. But what is the good of a man being honest in his worship of dishonesty? In each of the hot and secret countries to which the man went, he kept a harem, he tortured witnesses, he amassed shameful gold. But certainly he would have said with steady eyes that he did it to the glory of the Lord. My own theology is sufficiently expressed by asking, which Lord? Anyhow, there is this about such evil, that it opens door after door in hell, and always into smaller and smaller chambers. This is the real case against crime, that a man does not become wilder and wilder, but only meaner and meaner. St. Clair was soon suffocated by difficulties of bribery and blackmail, and needed more and more cash. And by the time of the Battle of the Black River, he had fallen from world to world to that place which Dante makes the lowest floor of the universe. "What do you mean?" asked his friend again. "I mean that," retorted the cleric, and suddenly pointed at a puddle sealed with ice that shone in the moon. "Do you remember whom Dante put in that last circle of ice?" "The traitors," said Flambeau, and shuddered. As he looked around at the inhuman landscape of trees, with taunting and almost obscene outlines, he could almost fancy he was Dante, and the priest with the rivulet of a voice was, indeed, a Virgil leading him through a land of eternal sins. The voice went on. Olivier, as you know, was quixotic, and would not permit a secret service and spies. The thing, however, was done, like many other things, behind his back. It was managed by my old friend Espado. He was the bright-clad fop, whose hook nose got him called the Vulture. Posing as a sort of philanthropist at the front, he felt his way through the English army, and at last got his fingers on its one corrupt man, please God, and that man at the top. St. Clair was in foul need of money, and mountains of it. The discredited family doctor was threatening those extraordinary exposures that afterwards began and were broken off. Tales of monstrous and prehistoric things in Park Lane. Things done by an English evangelist that smelt like human sacrifice and hordes of slaves. Money was wanted, too, for his daughter's dowry, for to him the fame of wealth was as sweet as wealth itself. He snapped the last thread, whispered the word to Brazil, and wealth poured in from the enemies of England. But another man had talked to Espado the Vulture as well as he. Somehow the dark, grim young major from Ulster had guessed the hideous truth, and when they walked slowly together down that road towards the bridge, Murray was telling the general that he must resign instantly, or be court-martialed and shot. The general temporized with him till they came to the fringe of tropic trees by the bridge. And there by the singing river and the sunlit palms, for I can see the picture, the general drew his sabre and plunged it through the body of the major. The wintry road curved over a ridge in cutting frost, with cruel black shapes of bush and thicket, but Flambeau fancied that he saw beyond it faintly the edge of an aureole that was not starlight and moonlight, but some fire such as is made by men. He watched it as the tale drew to its close. St. Clair was a hell-hound, but he was a hound of breed. Never, I'll swear, was he so lucid and so strong as when poor Murray lay a cold lump at his feet. Never in all his triumphs, as Captain Keith said truly, was the great man so great as he was in this last world-despised defeat. He looked coolly at his weapon to wipe off the blood. He saw the point he had planted between his victim's shoulders had broken off in the body. He saw quite calmly, as through a club window-pane, all that must follow. He saw that men must find the unaccountable corpse, must extract the unaccountable sword point, must notice the unaccountable broken sword, or absence of sword. He had killed, but not silenced. But his imperious intellect rose against the facer. There was one way yet. He could make the corpse less accountable. He could create a hill of corpses to cover this one. In 20 minutes, 800 English soldiers were marching down to their death. The warmer glow behind the black winter wood grew richer and brighter, and Flambeau strode on to reach it. Father Brown also quickened his stride, but he seemed merely absorbed in his tale. Such was the valor of that English 1,000, and such the genius of their commander, that if they had at once attacked the hill, even their mad march might have met some luck. But the evil mind that played with them like pawns had other aims and reasons. They must remain in the marshes by the bridge, at least till British corpses could be a common sight there. Then for the last grand scene, the silver-haired soldier saint would give up his shattered sword to save further slaughter. Oh, it was well organized for an impromptu. But I cannot prove, I think that it was while they stuck there in the bloody mire that someone doubted, and someone guessed. He was mute a moment, and then said, "There is a voice from nowhere that tells me the man who guessed was the lover, the man to wed the old man's child." "But what about Olivier and the hanging?" asked Flambeau. Olivier, partly from chivalry, partly from policy, seldom encumbered his march with captives, explained the narrator. He released everybody in most cases. He released everybody in this case. "Everybody but the general," said the tall man. "Everybody," said the priest. Flambeau knit his black brows. "I don't grasp it all yet," he said. "There is another picture, Flambeau," said Brown in his more mystical undertone. "I can't prove it, but I can do more. I can see it. There is a camp breaking up on the bare, torrid hills at morning, and Brazilian uniforms massed in blocks and columns to march. There is the red shirt and long black beard of Olivier, which blows as he stands, his broad-brimmed hat in his hand. He is saying farewell to the great enemy he is setting free, the simple, snow-headed English veteran, who thanks him in the name of his men. The English remnant stand behind at attention. Behind them are stores and vehicles for the retreat. The drums roll, the Brazilians are moving, the English are still like statues. So they abide till the last hum and flash of the enemy have faded from the tropic horizon. Then they alter their postures all at once, like dead men coming to life. They turn their 50 faces upon the general, faces not to be forgotten." Flambeau gave a great jump. "Ah!" he cried. "You don't mean—" "Yes," said Father Brown in a deep, moving voice. "It was an English hand that put the rope round St. Clare's neck. I believe the hand that put the ring on his daughter's finger. They were English hands that dragged him up to the tree of shame, the hands of men that had adored him and followed him to victory. And they were English souls, God pardon and endure us all, who stared at him swinging in that foreign sun on the green gallows of palm, and prayed in their hatred that he might drop off it into hell." As the two topped the ridge, there burst on them the strong scarlet light of a red-curtained English inn. It stood sideways in the road, as if standing aside in the amplitude of hospitality. Its 3 doors stood open with invitation, and even where they stood they could hear the hum and laughter of humanity, happy for a night. "I need not tell you more," said Father Brown. "They tried him in the wilderness and destroyed him. And then, for the honor of England and of his daughter, they took an oath to seal up forever the story of the traitor's purse and the assassin's sword blade. Perhaps, heaven help them, they tried to forget it. Let us try to forget it, anyhow. Here is our inn." "With all my heart," said Flambeau, and was just striding into the bright, noisy bar when he stepped back and almost fell on the road. "Look there, in the devil's name!" he cried, and pointed rigidly at the square wooden sign that overhung the road. It showed dimly the crude shape of a sabre hilt and a shortened blade, and was inscribed in false archaic lettering, "The sign of the broken sword." "Were you not prepared?" asked Father Brown gently. "He is the god of this country. Half the inns and parks and streets are named after him and his story." "I thought we had done with the leper," cried Flambeau, and spat on the road. "You will never have done with him in England," said the priest, looking down, "while brass is strong and stone abides. His marble statues will erect the souls of proud innocent boys for centuries. His village tomb will smell of loyalty as of lilies. Millions who never knew him shall love him like a father, this man whom the last few that knew him dealt with like dung. He shall be a saint, and the truth shall never be told of him, because I have made up my mind at last. There is so much good and evil in breaking secrets that I put my conduct to a test. All these newspapers will perish. The anti-Brazil boom is already over. Olivier is already honored everywhere. But I told myself that if anywhere, by name, in metal or marble that will endure like the pyramids, Colonel Clancy, or Captain Keith, or President Olivier, or any innocent man was wrongly blamed, then I would speak. If it were only that St. Clair was wrongly praised, I would be silent. And I will." They plunged into the Red Curtain Tavern, which was not only cozy, but even luxurious inside. On a table stood a silver model of the tomb of St. Clair, the silver head bowed, the silver sword broken. On the walls were colored photographs of the same scene, and of the system of wagonettes that took tourists to see it. They sat down on the comfortable padded benches. "Come, it's cold," cried Father Brown. "Let's have some wine or beer." "Or brandy," said Flambeau. End of The Sign of the Broken Sword.